The Autódromo Algarve sets the scene for round 4 of the 2024 FIM JuniorGP World Championship. Nestled among the rolling hills close to the city of Portimão at the southern tip of Portugal, the 4.6-kilometre piece of tarmac is famed for its undulating nature, sweeping corners and long front straights, which allows riders to really stretch the legs of their machines. 12 months ago saw Xabi Zurituza become the 100th different winner in Junior GP after launching an incredible Race 1 comeback, while Joel Esteban timed to perfection to take Race 2 honours. Now, it is the turn of the current crop to stake their claim. Who will take glory in 2024? It's time to find out as we ride the roller coaster. A very good afternoon to you all watching from home, and what an exciting day of action we have lined up. Sunday's menu from Portimão sees 2 Junior GP races, 2 Moto2 races and 1 European Talent Cup and Stock European Championship race each, providing a healthy serving of premium motorcycle racing, with Race 1 in Junior GP first up. Before we get to action here, let's have a look at what happened last time out in Catalonia, as Adrian Cruces began on pole position, though the Spaniard found himself going the wrong way early on as Max Quiles took the whole shot after the run into turn 1. Quiles, though, had to serve 2 long lap penalties in the race, denting his victory hopes. The number 19 of Alessandro Morosi came from deep on the grid to get himself among the lead riders, while Eddie O'Shea did a lot of the front running, though late fireworks saw him pushed out wide and out of contention as Jesus Rios struck at the very end for a 3rd win of the campaign ahead of Uriarte and Cruces. In race 2, Quiles once again got off the line brilliantly to lead into turn 1. Both the likes of O'Shea, O'Gorman, Buchanan, Carpe and Uriarte were all among the lead group that kept tabs on the number 28. O'Gorman, Quiles and Uriarte all vied for the lead before more last lap drama, saw race 1 Rios go down, meaning it was a 3-way dash for the line, which was won by Alvaro Carpe by just 200ths of a second. So again, a very good afternoon to you all here to what is a scorching Portimão circuit. The Autódromo Internacional Algarve is set to hit 33 degrees. It's currently 29 degrees, a track temperature 35, wind at 12 kilometers an hour. So very hot conditions as the bikes are rolling up across our commentary box here and towards the starting grid. Just a quick state of play before I introduce Liam Hodgins. Marcus Uriarte is our championship leader and the rider to catch. The Spaniard holds a 7-point advantage over Jesus Rios, with his consistent podium form seeing him surge to the summit, though he is still awaiting his first win of the campaign, and indeed in Junior GP. My name is Chris Jordan, and joining me in the commentary box today is Liam Hodgins. Liam, a very good morning to you.
Very good morning, Chris, and a very good morning to everybody and around the world. And, well, it's a scorcher of a weekend so far for the rider you're seeing on screen now, the number 96, the rider that we have not seen so far this year, your 2022 European Talent Cup champion, Guido Pini, who returns after injury. I say returns, this is his maiden race in Junior GP, and he's just gone out and set pole position here yesterday. An absolute stunning performance for the Italian, who picked up an injury pre-season in some testing. Broken elbow, but it's not hampering so far, and we've seen him so far this weekend in the paddock, Chris, and he's been bubbling away, bouncing around like he belongs here in Junior GP, the class where the stars are born on the road to MotoGP, and he set an incredible lap time to take pole position ahead of Casey O'Gorman and Alvaro Carpe, the front row of the grid. And when we talked to him yesterday, he was sort of in disbelief a little bit that he managed to set pole position, and you can't blame him, Chris, because when you come here to a class that's your first time in the class, and the other riders have already done 3 rounds. Some of them have raced in other categories around the world, and this is the first time he's been back on a bike for over 3 months. So it's been an incredible journey on his road to recovery. But one of the most thrilling circuits in the world, the Portimão circuit here in the Algarve, did not deter the young Italian rider, who is rolling up to his pole position on the grid. We see him there. The number 96 used to race for the AC Racing squad in European Talent Cup, but he's with the Artbox team this year, and we will hear from him very shortly indeed, and how he set pole position here yesterday.
Yeah, as you say, a brilliant first appearance from the young Italian. Broken elbow at a Red Bull Rookies test in Jerez, so he missed Misano, he missed Estoril, he missed the Barcelona round in Catalunya as well, but he has really made up for lost time. The number 96, part of that Emilio Altamora squad on the Artbox 72 machine. He is a real talent. As you mentioned, a European Talent Cup champion in his own right back in 2022. Graduated from ETC action in 2023, and this is how he won pole position.
A good comeback, I think, no? Was really hot today, but me and the team, we did a really good job today. We work a lot, all the time, just with our line and push alone, and I think was the correct shoot. So I'm really, really happy for this result. Tomorrow is the race, so it will be another day, but we will hope to do the best result.
So 148.352 from the Italian Guido Pini means he starts on pole position. As we mentioned, it is his first race of the season, having come back from a broken elbow sustained in Jerez during testing. So keep an eye on the number 96. It's certainly an immediate impact he has made. It's just his third appearance. Having a quick look through my notes here. Just his third appearance in the Algarve. His best was a P5. That came in ETC a couple seasons ago. And as you can see there, Misano, Estoril, Catalunya hasn't picked up any points this season, but that is because he was injured. So very much a new contender, a joker in the pack, if you will, because we have had some brilliant racing in the Junior GP category this year. Plenty of contenders across track, across the grid, and Pini certainly looks like he can run with the best of them, Liam.
Yeah, he's got a great mentor in his corner. We just saw from the qualifying replay that he has a certain Emilio Altamora helping him through. So Emilio Altamora, former 125cc world champion, also took Mark and Alex Marquez to title glory on the way to world stardom. So Guido Pini is a huge name for the future and an incredible pole position ahead of Casey O'Gorman, the young Irishman, is looking to bag his first podium or his first win of the season. He's been a little bit unlucky so far, Chris, over the last few rounds. He's been involved in some incidents, including Barcelona, through no fault of his own on the final lap at turn 10. There was all chaos going on, and he was unfortunately caught up in that and ran off the track, but eventually picked up a 15th position for 1 point.
Yeah, a little bit of misfortune coming the way of O'Gorman this year. We've seen him fighting at the front on a consistent basis. Again, another ETC graduate who is a rookie in the class, but I believe it's back-to-back front rows for him now. He was on the front row in Barcelona, starting P2 again. Barcelona as well, race 1 he encountered some dramas, which saw him have to start from pit lane. P32 finished, as you saw on the screens a moment ago, meaning he couldn't really cut his way through the pack. A better showing in race 2, but caught up in some really dramatic last lap drama, for lack of a better word, because it really shuffled the pack up. One rider who did benefit though from that race 2 drama on the last lap, not Eddie O'Shea, who was a rider we saw just before, Alvaro Carpe, who picked teammates Alessandro Morosi and Marcus Uriarte to the win, but just a couple hundredths of a second. Brilliant stuff from Carpe, his first win in the class. Eddie O'Shea then starting P4, the young Brit, and really impressive round from the number 8, who is aboard that MLAV machine. Really impressive round, I should say, in Barcelona. He led for the majority of those races, but in both races, particularly race 1, where he led over the line on most occasions, was very much in that victory fight, and then he got caught up in a late crash, seeing him drop to P13, while in race 2 he crashed out of contention.
Yeah, it was actually a shame for Eddie. I spoke to his dad last night when I saw him at the restaurant at the hotel, and he was saying, tomorrow's got to be the day, we've got to pick up some silverware, and Eddie O'Shea is in prime position. He's extremely fast as well. He's shown a big step forward so far this year, really clicking with the Pirelli tyres. We saw a couple of people that were watching on from the sidelines. You might recognise them for any British fans. Max Cook and Carter Thompson, the British Superbike and British Supersport riders. Carter Thompson is actually racing here this weekend for the Yamaha GV Racing in stock, but we'll talk about him later on. Max Keeles here. The rider's come under a little bit of hot water recently as he takes a swig of some of that water before the start of this race. His antics in Barcelona were called into question last time out in Junior GP, and then he was racing in the Red Bull Rookies Cup in Mugello a few weeks ago and caused, well, a very dangerous collision for one of his fellow riders, Rishi Moodley. Now, it could have been a big disaster. Thankfully, Rishi was okay, but he picked up a race ban for that, which is something that he would not want to continue on for a season that's been really good in terms of Junior GP and Red Bull Rookies, but probably something that will stand him in good stead going forward. Punish him now and they'll learn from it to be a much safer and better rider for the future years to come.
Cormac Buchanan then on screen as we take a look at the Kiwi rider who will launch from the head of the third row. On the podium twice already this year, those results coming in Misano Race 2. Started on pole position as well in Estoril and converted that into a P3 in the sole race in the north of Portugal. A double P5 in Catalonia too, continuing his good form. Cormac Buchanan, a rider who's really taken a step up this year, Liam.
Yeah, huge step up. A couple of podiums so far this year, always in the front group. You've got a feeling that maybe that first win's not too far away, and the AGR team picked up a race win a couple of years ago here with Joel Kelso, so they know how to win. Already you just saw there on your screen the number 78 of Jacob Rosenthaler. He will be picking up a long lap penalty for irresponsible riding, causing a collision with Fernando Yambias at turn 10 in Catalonia a couple of weeks ago. So, your starting grid for race 1 here in Junior GP. Guido Pini, your rookie, your first timer here at the Algarve in Junior GP, sets pole position ahead of Casey O'Gorman and Alvaro Carpi, with Eddie O'Shea, Yambias and Keeles running at row 2 ahead of Cormac Buchanan, Jacob Rosenthal and Rico Salmela, who had a big crash here a couple of days ago after crashing with some oil. Thankfully, he was okay. Marcos Uriarte, Jesus Rios and Adrian Cruces round out row 4. Watch out for Uriarte and Rios, your top 2 in the championship. Rishi Moodley, Morossi round out row number 5, and then further back we've got Pomada, Uchimi, Belford, who's been showing strong in Catalonia and so far here this weekend. A change of engine for the British rider ahead of today. RB Adatama, Eamon Odaki and Sharil round out row number 8 for the junior talent team. And farther back we've got Farkosh, Puetisan and Liguori rounding out row number 10, with Jeffrey Emmanuel and Uetsu rounding out row number 11 ahead of race 1 here today in the beautiful Algarve.
Away we go then on the warm-up lap, and we'll take a little look at the circuit. It really is one of the most stunning circuits on the motorsports calendar. We come through turns 1, 2 and 3 before the first left-hander at number 4, and that's really the only flat part of the circuit. We took a lap around it yesterday, and in person you see it on the television, but it doesn't do it justice. The undulating nature of this circuit is something to behold as we come around Torre VIP at turn 5 and really get into the uphill, downhill nature of the Autódromo do Algarve. The highlight of which, I would say, of that undulating nature, without doubt, is coming around number 8, turn 8, with that drop into the Craig Jones corner. It's simply sensational. It's blind entry and a quick drop down. We took a lap around it, as you can see here. It's almost scary stuff when you're going at that speed.
You're absolutely right. It's a little bit scary because you come over that and you don't even know if there's anyone over the other side of the brow. And you know what I really found out yesterday is, even though we're going around there at like 30 miles an hour, is that even when you go down the drop, you really feel the wind sweep under your front wheel. Could you imagine how it felt for us, considering what these guys are racing, or these riders are racing on here, with much faster machines, including the Moto2s and the stocks later on, even quicker with high brake horsepower. And they'll just be getting the wind going right under the front wheel and trying to wipe them out. As we see Rosenthaler practice his long lap penalty ahead of the one that he has to serve in the race today. So there is Marcos Uriarte, your championship leader, by 7 points ahead of Jesus Rios. And right on cue, we've got the championship standings up for us. 16 points covering the top 4.
Yeah, keep an eye on row 4. It's pretty blockbuster lineup on the 4th row. Marcos Uriarte, your championship leader. Jesus Rios, the number 54, lining up in P11 alongside him. He's second in the championship with Adrian Cruces, your pole sitter from Barcelona, on the outside of that 4th row. He was on the podium too in Barcelona. Cruces, a rider of some talent and pedigree in this class. So all the riders now roll up to their grid spots. It's the front 4 rows packed with absolute quality. Who will take the whole shot going into 1? Guido Pini, remember, is your pole sitter here today. It is his first appearance. The green flag waves. Can Pini hold on? Will he show any lack of experience? It's time to find out. The red flag is off the circuit. The lights are turning on. It's time to go racing here in the Algarve. Keep an eye on the number 96. As we are off, and it's a good start from your pole sitter. He holds on, but Alvaro Carpe is charging. We've got a problem at the back of the grid, but it's Alvaro Carpe who's going to take the whole shot. Pini is relegated to 3rd as Casey O'Gorman moves into 2nd position, with Yambias and Quiles just behind them. It's Yambias who leads his teammate, the number 28, Max Quiles, but Max Quiles now has Cormac Buchanan pushing him out wide. Brilliant stuff from the Kiwi. Brave move that coming through the opening turns. But it is Guido Pini in 3rd position, Casey O'Gorman in 2nd position, with Alvaro Carpe, your race winner in race 2 in Barcelona, leading here in the early stages.
Yeah, he's going for race number 2. He picked up his first race win back in Catalonia, and already he's looking for like London buses to come.
Oh.
I've got a couple of riders down. That looks like it could be well, one of the MLAV who's on the ground, and we'll keep an eye on which
Take a
one
look at that once we get an opportunity.
Yeah, so that's a
See
shame.
who
That
is
looks like
dropping
it
to the
might
bottom of our
be.
timing screens. Nobody popping up just yet.
So disaster there. We saw a big wheelie coming over the crest of the hill.
It's Rosenthaler,
Yeah, that was
I think, has gotten caught up in that.
Rosenthaler was supposed to be serving his long lap penalty, but it's disaster there. Hopefully the MLAV rider that was
Max Quiles
down
on
there
the outside.
will be up and okay. But looking at the front 4, they've already gapped. We did see going into turn 3, always concertinas. Now we'll Cormac Buchanan up the inside of Max Quiles, pushing him out wide. That just seems to a concertina effect. I think that was Eddie O'Shea that's down. Maybe there's 4 riders down there. So Eddie O'Shea was one of them, which is a massive shame for Eddie. He started in 4th position and was looking for a podium here today. His best results at last year came right here at the Algarve with a 5th position, so he was looking to capitalise on that. But also Rosenthaler, I believe, has gone down as well. And maybe it looked like we've lost one of the Australian Galicians.
Rico Salmela has gone down as well.
Rico Salmela, such a
with yesterday, who said he just needs his luck to turn. He had a horrible high side yesterday, going quite slowly, as it's almost 4 abreast, and it's Alvaro Carpe still leading coming out of turn 1, but Rico Salmela had a crash.
A couple of riders going wide.
There was a big pile up during practice yesterday with some oil spilled on circuit. Multiple riders went down, Eddie O'Shea and Salmela. Eddie O'Shea was telling us he just was cruising alongside with Salmela before turning around and seeing Salmela crash out on high side into the gravel. We talked to him after. Thankfully he was okay.
So another rider gone down.
Said he needed to have a change of look, but no change of look just yet for the Flying Finn. Now back out front, it is still Carpe leading the Estrella Galicias of O'Gorman, and I think it's Yambias who's pushed himself into 2nd position. So Guido Pini there in 4th. It is Yambias in 2nd position. So Carpe putting on a good show here in the opening laps, Liam.
Yeah, massive performance here. We can see the top 8 already breaking away at the moment, so they've got their heads down, but there's been a couple of incidents in turn 3. Cormac Buchanan in the back of that, as we see Yambias go for the lead on Alvaro Carpe, and Pini getting sat up there, but I think that was maybe Casey O'Gorman. We've got a replay here of the other crasher at turn 3. That's Cruces up the inside, almost tagging the back of Pini. I was going to see one. Oh, that was very close for Dodo Boggio. Boggio has never had too much luck, or he's either had great luck round about here or no luck whatsoever. Picked up his first ETC race win of the season 2020 right here, but he came into ETC 2 years ago leading the championship, crashed out on the first lap, and then never finished the race again in 2022. So it goes from bad luck to good luck. But once again, it's bad luck for the unfortunate Italian as we tick off another lap. Carpe leads away from Yambias, who's been shown great form this year, and Casey O'Gorman on the right. If your screen comes absolutely out of nowhere, elbow to elbow down to turn 1, but It's Carpe that still holds it just for now ahead of O'Gorman. It's in Estrella Galicia 2, 3, 4 with Yambias and Quiles there, and Yambias late on the brakes with Cruces up the inside of Guido Pini, and a bit of a moment there for the Italian who started in pole position but pushes Cruces out wide into number 4. And Uriarte, the fastest lap of the race so far. That's 0.2 of a second slower than your pole position from Pini earlier on, and he's right on the back of this group, right behind Hakim Danish. And Danish again, as we've seen so many times this year, has come through the field, started 15th on the grid, and he's already up to 8th position.
Yeah, so Alvaro Carpe still out in front here. Yambias just showing him a wheel over the line, and Carpe responding in kind, but we come from turn 8 into turn 9. Brilliant shot that. Carpe wheel in the air, but he's got pressure from Casey O'Gorman, and if you take a look at Rico Salmella, who's involved in that crash, he's currently running all the way back in P29, your Estoril race winner. Yeah, as we said, it's a luckless streak for the Finn, but hopefully things will have a change in fortune for him.
Yeah, his fairing's a little bit loose on the right-hand side there.
That might hanging off there.
Yeah, it might get maybe called into the pits for that one, because you don't want that thing. The wind could catch that and it could come off at any moment's time. So, as you were saying there, Chris, unlucky performance for the Finnish rider. And we spoke to him yesterday and we were wondering what happened to him in race 1 in Catalonia. He had a broken suspension. The fact he was still able to set fairly competitive lap times late on in the race just shows you how talented the young Finnish rider is. But when he has any luck, he has no luck whatsoever. So hopefully for race 2 later on, he can be back up there as we're watching 4, 5, 6 abreast coming down to turn 1. Late on the brakes is Casey O'Gorman, the Irish rider, who takes the lead ahead of his teammate Quiles. A couple of riders on the Misano curbs on the outside there. It's rough and tumble on those curbs. We rode them yesterday and we can really feel how saturated they are. But Alvaro Carpe loses a couple of positions, and look at that. We have on lap number 4, Estrella Galicia 0-0. 1, 2 and 3. We've seen them at the front so many times over the years, and the blue bikes once again have hit the front, but Carpe retaliating once more up the inside of Pini. But Pini, as brave as you like, riding around the outside, but can't quite make it stick. And Cormac Buchanan is coming into play as well, and Jesus Rios, another rider that's
issue with his fairing.
Yeah, so that'll be a result. Yeah, that'll be a result of the crash at turn number 3. So he might be called into the pits as well. However, that one looks like it might be a little bit more solid on the bike. So here we go once again. So look at the number 8 in your screen, further back, out of shot at the moment. 4 riders coming in. Yeah, Eddie O'Shea just loses it and gets a bit of a whack in the head.
Stuck under one of the Licky Moly.
He's stuck under one of the bikes there.
Mella, who is a bizarre crash, but thankfully all are okay, and most of those have actually rejoined the race. Eddie O'Shea, by the looks of things, has decided not to. Again, Lady Luck has deserted Eddie O'Shea. He's got another chance later in the afternoon, though, to put some of his promising pre-race form to convert it into podium potential. Now we look at Hakim Danish, who has just set a 1:48.2, the fastest lap of the race so far. He's running in P7, is the SIC, the SIC Racing MSI rider, currently in P7, so this would be a strong result for him. Back out front then, Max Quiles is leading over the line, but will he lead going into turn 1? He's got Casey O'Gorman for company, with Alvaro Carpe just behind, Guido Pini in there too, Cormac Buchanan just swapping positions for the battle for P3. Carpe and O'Gorman rubbing shoulders there. O'Gorman forced wide as Carpe takes the lead ahead of Pini. Brilliant stuff from the Spaniard, your Barcelona race 2 winner.
Yeah, Max Quiles there had a bit of a moment coming through turn at number 1 on the curbs, ran a little bit out wide, and he's just losing even more positions as Casey O'Gorman gets sat up by Guido Pini. And I was just about to say, Hakim Danish just set the fastest lap of the race. That would have put him in pole position for today. So Hakim Danish is going great guns at the moment. We saw him just trying to make a move there into turn number 7 at the back of the screen. Didn't quite make it. Oh, moment there for Cormac Buchanan. Big save coming through turn 8. That's mired the pack. Everyone had to set up, and that's given Alvaro Carpe about a second lead now, but every single rider done so well not to clip the back of Cormac Buchanan. That could have been a massive front ender or a massive rear end high side, but wow, what a save there from Cormac Buchanan, Chris.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from the Kiwi. He was out of the seat and gone, but picked it up. We're going to get the replay here. Look at this now. He is out of the seat and gone. and just done so well. The likes of Yambias, Quiles, the riders just in behind to avoid him. It's almost miraculous that no rider has gone down there, but we are all still racing, and what that has done, as you can see, Buchanan is number 14 and in second place, but that held up the chasing pack just behind them, allowing Alvaro Carpe to open up a gap of 2:10.211 on our timing screen. So that's a little bit of a cushion for Carpe, something he hasn't experienced in this race as of yet. Cormac Buchanan running in second position, and he too has a little bit of a cushion to Guido Pini, your pole sitter, who is running in P3. A reminder that the Italian Guido Pini is debuting in Junior GP for the first time this year. So a brilliant run from the Italian, but he has got Buchanan in front of him and Casey O'Gorman behind him. The Estrella Galicia boys are hunting down a podium here. We had a 1-2-3 at one stage, and keep a look at that, number 89, Marcus Uriarte, doing Marcus Uriarte things. We've hardly mentioned him in the race, but he's come from the 4th row, and your championship leader is just quietly going about his business. He might know already that Jesus Rios is out of contention, and that some points on offer here will be a good result for the Spaniard, but he fancies taking a position off the hands of Facundo Yambias. And over turn 8, over the crest we go into Craig Jones' corner, swing it left, and Uriarte makes the move stick on the Uruguayan.
So I want to point out there, the fastest lap of the race is coming from Leo Ramensdorfer on the number 5. You'll see him flash into screen in the background. So Leo Ramensdorfer is having an inspired ride right now. 0.6 of a second faster than your race leader on the previous lap. And just remember, Alvaro Carpe never got caught up in that big moment for Cormac Buchanan. And this lap so far, Cormac Buchanan is slowly closing the gap. Just a couple of tenths on this lap so far, but it's Leo Ramensdorfer on the back on the number 5 machine, the Liquid Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior GP team, who is coming to play and coming to play fast as they come across the line to tick off another lap. 9 laps to go here in Junior GP, race number 1.
Yambias about to respond on Uriarte here as we chase into turn 1. No one's going to be close enough to catch Alvaro Carpe nor Cormac Buchanan. Guido Pini sits in 3rd, so it's as you were at 1, 2, 3. But it looks like just a little bit further back that Uriarte has lost the position to Yambias. Indeed he has, and as Liam quite rightly pointed out,
Cormac Buchanan
Buchanan
again
is out of the seat, and he's saved it again, has he? That is fantastic. He was rightly out of the seat there. He was in the air. Now we will get an image very quickly of Buchanan. Where is he? There he is, just in behind Marcus Uriarte. So again, the Kiwi pulls off a sensational save here in the south of Portugal. He is still somehow in the running. That's 2 major scares for Buchanan. Let's take a look at it here. The number 14, just behind Guido Pini here. Oh wow,
I think
the rear end has whipped around the end there, allows both Yambias and Uriarte through, but Buchanan is still in this race and very much with this lead pack, though a gap has opened up just a little bit behind O'Gorman and between O'Gorman and Facundo Yambias. But given that this is Junior GP, slipstream will come into effect. We've a near kilometre-long straight here, so expect that gap to close over the next, 8.5 laps.
Yeah, Cormac Buchanan, heart in the mouth moment once again. He's had 2 huge moments there. It looked like there might have just been a front ender first of all, and that gripped up and then sent the rear into overdrive. But thankfully, the Kiwi is still on board and still chasing after the podium positions. Last time round, we'll see on screen there, Guido Pini is now right on the back of Alvaro Carpe. He set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:47.819 on the previous lap. As they come across the line now, we're going to see what the lap time is, a 1:47.5, and he's taking the lead of the race coming across the line, so he's just out of shot down to turn number 1. The young Italian, is his first race here in Junior GP, takes the lead of the race after setting a new fastest lap of the race. In old money, that would be a new lap record. However, we did have a new lap record set here on Friday by Alvaro Carpe, who's just lost the lead of the race, a 1:47.296, so only a couple of tenths of a second off the outright lap record for now. So as they power down towards turn number 5, Casey O'Gorman on that lap as well. He set a lap time just in the low 1:48, so he's closed in on the top 2, as Cormac Buchanan is back to the front of this group after his massive moment out of the sea a lap and a bit ago. He's just ahead of your championship leader Marcos Uriarte, with Max Quiles, Hakim Danish, Adrian Cruces and Leo Ramensdorfer rounding out the top 10 Further back, we've got a great ride coming through from RB Adetama from 22nd on the grid. He's already gained half of those positions into 11th, ahead of Rushi Moodley. Evan Belford, that new engine, coming to its 4. He's in 13th, ahead of Eamon Odaki, and Milan Pawelec in 15th spot.
So some space opening up out front. It's Pini and Carpe, followed by Casey O'Gorman. That is your top 3, and they have quite a little bit of a gap. It's Facundo Yambias currently running in 4th position, but he's about 9/10 of a second behind Casey O'Gorman in 3rd, but O'Gorman in turn 7/10 of a second behind Pini. But again, expect that gap to close up between the top 3. We'll see which rider has the fastest pace from that chasing pack. You've got Yambias, Buchanan, your championship leader, Uriarte, Quiles, Danish, Cruces, Rammerstoffer, all part of that. So the rider with the fastest pace there will surely fancy taking the lead here, as Max Quiles has a little look up the inside of Uriarte, but it's Buchanan who still leads this battle for 4th position as we come across the line into turn 1 once more. So let's take a look at this battle for 4th. Buchanan coming around, no problems this time, out of the seat twice so far and still aboard his bike, but he does lose that 4th position now to Max Quiles. Max Quiles wants to see himself lead this pack and try and close that gap to the leading trio. Now we have some yellow flags at turn 1. We're not quite sure as of yet who has gone down. We'll bring you an update once we know, but it's nobody from the top 3 and it's nobody from this chasing pack in the battle for 4th position, which Quiles currently leads. It's the number 47 of Dodo Baggio gone again. Well, he remounted. It's a second crash for the Italian, as Liam pointed out earlier on. It's either all the luck in the world or no luck at all for the Italian. Did he crash? He rolls in. He rolls
crash you can have.
He rolls into the gravel and just kind of falls over. Does he rejoin once again?
RB Adetama there, looks like he's going a bit slow. Maybe he was a rider that brought out the yellow flags at turn 1. So RB Adetama, look at our timing pages. Yes, he's dropped all the way so far. Actually,
still running in 12th on our timing.
Yeah, so maybe it's doing
a lonely 12th.
Yeah, we'll have a look here. He did crash, yeah. RB Adetama did roll off at turn number 5. We did think he was rolling a little bit slow, so when we picked him up on our cameras, it would have just been him rejoining. But Guido Pini, look at this inspired ride. The top 3 are miles clear of the chasing pack. They're about half a second faster than the group behind her, really carving each other up on that previous lap there. The 148, 147 for Carpe and a 147.8 for Casey O'Gorman. The chasing pack on that previous lap are in the 149s, so over a second faster this top 3 are ahead of Max Quiles, Buchanan, Uriarte, Yambias and Cruces and the likes of them. So it looks like, barring any mistake, the battle for the top 3 will be between these 3 unless something happens. Fingers crossed it doesn't. But right now it's Max Quiles that takes over at the front in the Group 2 battle ahead of Cormac Buchanan, who we've seen have a couple of big moments, but thankfully it seems like he's regrouped himself, keeping wheels line astern for the moment. But for now, with Marcos Uriarte there on the number 89 on the Aspar Junior Team machine in 6th spot, he will be extending his championship lead over Jesus Rios, who did have a crash on lap 1 in turn 3.
Yeah, it might just be sit tight and take the points for Marcos Uriarte here. 11-point advantage over Rios coming into this one, though Alvaro Carpe is on for a podium, could reduce the gap to Uriarte. But there are 2 races. Uriarte has shown brilliant racecraft in the previous 3 rounds. So far, 5 races we've had in the Junior GP class. Uriarte on the podium on 4 occasions. Still waiting for that win, and by the looks of things, he will be waiting until a little later in the afternoon. Now, back out front, we've got Guido Pini, Alvaro Carpe and Casey O'Gorman setting a scorching pace. But just a reminder that it is extremely hot here in the Algarve. 30 degrees, I think I read 36 degrees track temperature, so tire wear may become a factor just a little bit later in this race. Now there are just under 5 laps to go here at the Autódromo do Algarve Internacional. We're currently watching the battle for 4th, which Max Quiles leads. Here's your lead trio of Carpe, Pini and O'Gorman, already gone through turn 1. Max Quiles still leading here in the battle for P4 with Buchanan right on his tail, as is Uriarte and Adrian Cruces.
Another one of that's Danny
Shariel has gone down, the Asia Talent Team rider. More misfortune coming the way of Shariel. Now back on track, it is Quiles Buchanan. This is brewing into a nice little battle for fourth position with some crucial championship points up for grabs here. Adrian Cruces now has a little look up the inside of your championship leader, Marcos Uriarte, and he takes P6 off the hands of the Aspire Junior Team rider.
Yeah, Adrian Cruces, who is sitting fourth in the championship for now, he's going to be finding some great form here, especially if he sees Marcos Uriarte in front of him. He'll be eyes opening up like lights, chasing the number 89 as Quiles. We've seen quite a few riders over the crest of the hill popping away. I wonder if it's quite windy out there, maybe some air just getting right under the front wheel. Marcos Uriarte goes for a double overtake, almost clipping the back of Cormac Buchanan, but a great ride, a great overtake there, very ambitious into Portimão corner for your championship leader on the number 11. And we're just keeping a close eye on the background. Leo Ramensdorf into turn number 1 had a bit of a moment and ran off track. He's now detached from this second group, and he's currently in a very safe 8th position with Hakim Danish a couple of seconds further back. And Fernando Yambias, who we did see in the podium battle earlier on, he's dropped all the way down to 10th. He's now coming under bit of pressure from Rishi Midley and Belford. Marossi is having a difficult weekend. Odaki and KG Mononyani, the South African rider. With 4 laps to go, we see him sweep across the circuit. That's some movements we don't really want to see, him sweeping across the circuit like that. We've seen a few riders come under hot water for doing that in the previous round, so hopefully they keep it clean. But it's Marcos Uriarte and Cruces are coming a little bit detached from Buchanan and Quiles in 4th and 5th position. The 14 having another small moment to turn at number 4. Thankfully not quite as big as the 2 moments we saw earlier on in the race. But back at the front, Guido Pini is opening up a bit of advantage over Alvaro Carpe and Casey O'Gorman.
Yeah, Buchanan now leads this battle for P4. Another strong result on the cards for the Kiwi rider, as Marcos Uriarte has lost his claim to P6. Adrian Cruces strikes back. But Buchanan, yeah, we mentioned it beforehand, he has taken a step up. There won't be a podium on offer today. We remind you that this is the chasing pack in the battle for 4th position, but it's following on from a double P5 in Barcelona and a couple of podiums already this year. P4 represents a very strong result. Your front 3 remains Guido Pini, Alvaro Carpe and Casey O'Gorman. No changes there. The only change indeed is the gap that they have opened up to the chasing pack. 4.5 seconds almost between them.
Big moment there for Hakim Danish. Looked like it was Rishi Midley, who has now really started to come on form.
Buchanan wide there. Quiles has the inside line, and Quiles is going to make that count. Will Buchanan lose another position? He absolutely will, to Adrian Cruces and indeed to Marcos Uriarte. I am very sorry, Cormac. Just as I was bigging you up and singing your praises, you lose those positions. I've only given you the commentator's curse. For that, I can only apologise. However, we're looking at the battle for the front here, and Alvaro Carpe is now within reach of Guido Pini. We thought Guido Pini had opened up a little bit of an advantage out front. Remember, it's a debut performance from Guido Pini, who is your pole sitter. Well, Carpe is now all over his rear wheel.
Not sure if there was a moment for Casey O'Gorman in the previous lap. He was 1.2 seconds slower than Alvaro Carpe on that previous lap. They crossed the line half a second a moment ago, but he's now 1.7 seconds off this group. Maybe, or it could be, as you were speaking about, Chris, maybe tire consumption is coming to the fore now. He's dropped back into the 149s. So we'll have to keep a close eye on Casey O'Gorman in this lap to see if it was a mistake or maybe he's just struggling with tires. But Guido Pini and Alvaro Carpe are the class above everyone else, and this is such a performance from Guido Pini, the 2022 European Talent Cup champion, leading the way, set pole position. It's his first race in Junior GP, and it looks like he's a veteran of the class.
Yeah, superb stuff from the Italian, but he has, what, just under 2.5 laps remaining to keep it pinned, and he is only facing Alvaro Carpe, an established rider of brilliant pedigree in the Junior GP category, and indeed a race winner, your most recent race winner. So he certainly knows how to get it done, particularly in tight circumstances. He beat Morosi and Uriarte to the victory in Barcelona race 2 by the narrowest of margins. Well, we were commentating that race, Liam, and it looked for all the world it was between the 2 CF Moto Aspire Junior Team boys, and then Carpe took the wider line coming out of the last corner. And what a move it was indeed. I think it was what, less than 200ths of a second he pipped the Italian and Spanish rider by. But
it was extremely close. It was Marossi's second closest finish, where he just missed out in the win. Only 0.02 of a second less than his Misano pipped to the line. So Marossi really unlucky, but Alvaro Carpi's been waiting a long time for his first race win. But like buses, it looks like maybe two might be coming along at once. But he's got that pesky Italian in front of him who is not giving this up without a fight and leading quite brilliantly on the previous lap there. The lap times have only dropped by a couple of tenths of a second, around 1:48, but a low 48 on that one.
Indeed, they're the only riders in the 1:48 on that last time, on that last lap. Sensational stuff then from your front two. Pini, who leads Carpe. Casey O'Gorman looks like he is going to ride home to a comfortable P3. His first podium in the class for the young Irish rider, who is a rookie, an ETC graduate. We have seen him on the podium plenty of times in the European Talent Cup, but that will be a first for him. He has had a luckless run, so if he can just keep it tidy over the last lap and a half, it'll be his best result of the season. But all eyes then on the number 96 and number 83 as we come into the final sector for the penultimate time. Guido Pini is a classy rider. He is putting in a classy ride here. He is not feeling the pressure, the intense heat of Alvaro Carpe behind him as we take a look at a windmill in the background. But it is still Pini who is leading here. He is showing no signs of cracking just yet as we come around the final corner for the penultimate time. Now here we go with Carpe. He's got the inside line. Will he get into the slipstream of the pole sitter Italian to take the lead going into turn one? So it's Pini who led over the line that time. So leading out of the final corner should be enough. So where will he make his move, Liam?
It could be anywhere. We could see it into Portimão corner, turn at number 10 in the middle of the lap. It's quite interesting how they came out of the final corner. Carpe did get the initial drive, but as soon as he pulled alongside Pini, it looked like Pini just had the extra legs, and we saw Pini take the lead of the race from Carpe a number of laps ago by driving out of the final corner. So Carpe probably has to make his move either at turn 5, which we're coming up to now. We've passed turn 5. We see Casey O'Gorman in a brilliant but lowly third position, the Irish rider on for his first podium of the season. But the battle at the front is what we're keeping a close eye on. It's only a couple of hundredths in it as they come through sector number 2. Guido Pini on number 96, Alvaro Carpe on 83, coming over the crest of the hill into Craig Jones corner. Here they are. So Alvaro Carpe winding the wick up, looking to the left, to the right. Will he dive it up the inside? No, he won't. Guido Pini blocks the line brilliantly into Portimão corner, down through turn number 11 and into 12. We saw some oil spill yesterday. Into 13 we go, and Pini once again closes the line. Alvaro Carpe has nowhere to go and has to settle for second at the moment.
Through turn 14 we go. Pini is leading here as we enter into the final corner, but we did see it decided here last year at the final corner Portimão. You're not meant to overtake here, but can Alvaro Carpe invent something as they come downhill and uphill towards the line for the final time?
He's waiting
it's
up.
Pini in the 96. Carpe adopts that wider line again. Is he going to make it count?
It's
Carpe has done
Carpe!
it. Carpe has done it. He's gone wide and snatched victory from Guido Pini by 300ths of a second. Absolutely sensational stuff from the young Spaniard.
Wow, cannot believe it. He's done it. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Alvaro Carpe. He timed his moment to perfection, just like he did in Catalonia a couple of weeks ago. Guido Pini looked so brilliant all throughout the final lap, but Alvaro Carpe knew if he just stayed close enough, he could get the drive out of the final corner and drive past the Italian who started from pole position. But as we said earlier on, he waited so long for his first victory, and two have now come along all at once. Alvaro Carpe, a two-time Junior GP race winner.
Yeah, sensational stuff from the Spaniard. The number 83 has gone back to back, waiting so long for that first win, and he just takes two on the trot and does it in pretty much carbon copy fashion, out of the final corner, not in the victory position, not in the leading position, and with just a couple hundredths of a second between them. Carpe adopts the wide left line, coming over the line and takes victory. Guido Pini then, disappointment on one hand for sure, But what a performance from the pole sitter. A reminder, we've mentioned it on multiple occasions, but it's worth mentioning again. Guido Pini has only turned up to his first race in the Algarve, in the Junior GP category, having missed the opening rounds due to injury, an injury sustained during testing in Jerez for the Red Bull Rookies Cup, a broken elbow. He has now taken second place on his very first appearance in the Junior GP category, adding to what has been a very successful weekend for the Italian. He started on pole position, and he is certainly a contender for the races. We've 3 more rounds of Junior GP action upcoming across Valencia, Jerez and Aragon, and Guido Pini will certainly be among the front runners. A brilliant result then as well for the Irish rider, Casey O'Gorman. O'Gorman was part of that lead trio, but tailed off a little bit towards the end and rode to a lonely but a very satisfactory P3, a first podium in the class. Again, another rookie, the number 67 on the Estrella Galicia 00 bike, and you can see he's quite happy, a little bit tired, but he pats the bike, says job well done, as he bags his first podium in the Junior GP category. A little run through the action just behind the podium finishers. Max Quiles eventually came out on top of that battle with Cormac Buchanan. Quiles taking 4th position ahead of Buchanan by about 1/10 of a second, with Adrian Cruces and Rush Mudley, the FIM Network teammates, coming 6th and 7th. Yambias was doing a lot of the front running, led at one point, but he had to settle for a P8 finish with a brilliant result for MLab, British talent team rider Evan Belford getting himself into the top 10, just ahead of Alessandro Morosi. But look how close this was, almost a photo finish. I say that if you take a picture of that finish, put it side by side of the picture with Barcelona race 2, and ask someone to find the difference, there will be very few to be found, with the exception, of course, for maybe the riders in 2nd and 3rd position. But brilliant stuff from Carpe. Leaves it late once again, and we'll be hearing from the young Spaniard very shortly. He's down, just about to roll down into pit lane, where he will have a little chat with Liam Hodgins, who has worked his way down there, and he is ready to talk to Alvaro Carpe. However, Alvaro is just rolling into pit lane there, as you can see the helmet of the Laglice Racing rider fire past the screen and launch himself into the arms of his team. Brilliant stuff from Carpe as he goes back to back and jumps up in the championship chase. And speaking of the championship, I have just noticed your championship leader, Marcus Uriarte, has not taken the checkered flag. We missed that. And well, we will see what happened in the highlights, but yeah, we missed him. He has lost. The championship leader coming into this race has not taken the checkered flag, so less than ideal end of race. So it's Casey James O'Gorman has a quick debrief with the Team Estrella Galicia 00 crew as he reacts to his first podium in the Junior GP category. He's come close before on multiple occasions, O'Gorman, but has just been lacking a little bit of luck at times, getting caught up in late incidents, crashing out while fighting for victory in Estoril. Today, it seemed a bit more of a mature ride. Once he had kind of tailed off the front 2, he settled in, hunkered down, and took P3. Brilliant result for the young Irish rider, as it is for Guido Pini. The Italian on debut in the Junior GP category takes a first podium to add to his brilliant pole position. So, Alvaro Carpe, your race winner, has gone back to back, and he is now with Liam Hodgins.
Well, Alvaro, a stunning performance. You had to wait a while for your first win, but 2 come along at once. Just talk us through the race, and did you always wait for the last lap and the last corner to time your race-winning overtake?
Yes, this race is very important because at the start of the championship I have a crash with another rider. I didn't did very good results, but now I have two wins, and the one was in Barcelona, and then now well I'm very happy. I have to congratulate Pini because it's his first race because he was injured and he did an impressive job. He have a very good pace. I tried in the 2 last laps to overtake in the final line, but I be a bit clever and I put 6th gear to don't overtake him. But I overtake him in the final line. I'm very happy for this. 2 wins and the 2 are the same. I have to say thanks to my team. This weekend they did an impressive job. And well, to all my family, my friends, and all.
Very well done, Alvaro. En español.
Sí, te estaba diciendo que bueno, la carrera había sido muy dura, con mucho calor y con Pini muy fuerte liderando, que tengo que decirle enhorabuena porque es su primera carrera después de la lesión y lo ha hecho bastante bien, con muy buen ritmo. Y bueno, después de esta carrera que es muy importante para el campeonato, ya que bueno, en la primera carrera no nos fue muy bien, otro piloto nos tiró, luego no estábamos haciendo muy buenos resultados, pero bueno, ahora llevo 2 victorias seguidas, que es muy importante y suma mucho. Y bueno, lo único es decir muchas gracias a mi equipo, a mi familia y a todos mis amigos.
Felicidades.
Gracias.
So this is how Alvaro Carpe went back-to-back in the Junior GP category. It was Guido Pini who started on pole position, but Pini quickly found himself dropping behind the Spaniard and eventual race winner, the number 83 of Alvaro Carpe, as Casey O'Gorman slotted into 2nd position. Cormac Buchanan forced a move up the inside of Max Quiles, but both went wide as a number of riders crashed out, including Rico Salmela, Eddie O'Shea, while back at the front, Carpe was doing a fine job of leading as Adrian Cruces, the number 11, then was the next rider to go up the inside of Max Quiles, where Quiles slightly out of the seat, while some more crashes just in behind the lead group. It was Carpe leading over Casey O'Gorman, with the Estrella Galicia boys of Facundo Yambias and Max Quiles not far behind. Cormac Buchanan part of that group as well. At one stage we had an Estrella Galicia 1-2-3 with Quiles out front, but Carpe, Buchanan all responded, as did Guido Pini, of course. You see here the number 83 of Carpe make a move to retake the lead ahead of the number 67 of Casey O'Gorman. Carpe, Pini and O'Gorman broke away before it was a 2-way fight for victory between Pini and Carpe. They built up a comfortable advantage as we lose a couple more riders. RB Aditama among those, as was Dodo Baggio. The battle for 4th was intense. Adrian Cruces, Cormac Buchanan, Max Quiles all going wheel to wheel in that. But back out front it was Guido Pini who was leading, coming out of the final corner. But just like he did in Barcelona, Carpe took the wide left line and has gone back to back here to make it consecutive victories in the Junior GP category. Time for your podium ceremony then, with Alvaro Carpe
E vamos proceder à entrega de
victorious.
prémios, prize giving ceremony for the first race of this Sunday here at Autódromo Internacional Algarve. A team manager from STV Laglist Racing, Jaime Fernandes.
First up is the STV Laglise Racing team manager, with his rider successful in the opening race at the Algarve. Casey O'Gorman brought out first after his brilliant P3 performance. The first podium of the year for the Irish rider, as it is for Guido Pini in just his first appearance in the Junior GP category, the pole sitter. Well, here is the rider who has made consecutive victories, Alvaro Carpe, back on the top step, and he is making a habit of this.
Handled by Manuel Marinheiro, president of the Portuguese Federation.
Mr. Manuel Marinheiro, president of the Portuguese Federation, hands out the first trophy of the day to the STV Laglise Racing team manager, as he does to Casey O'Gorman in a moment. O'Gorman will treasure forever his first podium in the Junior GP category.
And for the second position, the trophy is handled by Jean-Marc Deniu. FIM CCR Bureau member.
Mr. Jean-Marc Desnoud, the CCR Bureau member, had Guido Pini, his first trophy in the Junior GP category, your pole sitter. He'll be looking to go one better in this afternoon's race.
Trophy for the winner, Álvaro Carpe.
Well, Álvaro Carpe receives his second winner's trophy in the Junior GP category. Stunning performance from the young Spaniard.
For the winner, Álvaro Carpe.
And now time for the Spanish national anthem.
Prosecco time also for the first three of this Junior GP first race of the day. It's time for the Prosecco.
He says it's time for the Prosecco, but not a
So
single
the
bottle
four
there. It's the
busy
fizzy
young
water
riders.
for our podium trio in the Junior GP Race 1 here down in
And
Portimão,
also
the Algarve
photo
round.
shoots for the first three.
Yeah, a well-deserved drink for the trio as they rehydrate in what are scorching conditions in the south of Portugal. And time for a photo for all three of the podium trio. A moment none of them will ever forget.
And a big round of applause for the first three of the first race of the day.
Big
Casey
results
Gordon,
there
Guido
for
Pini and
your
Álvaro
top
Carpe.
three. Great win there for Álvaro Carpe. Guido Pini, his first race in Junior GP, and Casey O'Gorman, the Irish rider, taking his first podium in Junior GP. It's been a long time coming for the Irish rider, and he's finally posing for some extra photos there on the podium.
I've got a question for you, Liam. When
What's
was
that?
the
Go
last
on.
time you saw an Irish flag on a podium in two-wheeled racing?
I can probably go back to maybe Eugene Laverty, maybe 2014, sometime World Superbike.
I
when he
don't
won in
have the
Australia.
answer, but if anyone listening at home knows, feel free to get in touch and let us know.
Yeah, please do, because I could be extremely off the mark there with that one.
Long overdue, mind you.
Long overdue, yes. And you as an Irishman, you've been beaming ear from ear watching Casey O'Gorman take that podium, haven't you? Maybe go a couple of steps.
Yeah,
further in the
we'll
next
wait.
one.
We'll wait for the Irish national anthem. Hopefully sooner rather than later. When was the last Irish winner? That's my next question for you. But it's Álvaro Carpe's day here in the Algarve, or Álvaro Carpe's morning, as he goes back-to-back in Junior GP and makes it 2 wins in a row. The number 83 is very much a championship contender once again. And with Marcus Uriarte not picking up any points, he's charging towards the top of the championship lead, I should say. So it's no points for who? Jesus Rios, Marcus Uriarte. We'll get a full standings of the championship table in just a moment once we go through the results, because it's Carpe, Pini, Casey O'Gorman on pole, on the podium I should say. Then it's Max Quiles. Hakim Danish beat Buchanan to 5th place with Adrian Cruces in 7th. Rush Mudley, Facundo Yambias inside the top 10, as is Evan Belford. Alessandro Morosi, P11, Monignane, Odaki, Grenfell and Kotaro Uchiumi picking up some excellent points. Milan Pavlic just misses out, 4 seconds behind Uchiumi. Jakob Rossenthaler went down early but rode to P17, a good recovery ride but outside the points. Dodo Baggio, RB Aditama also went down, but no points for those two riders. Pomera, Tiesi, Puerta San, Farkas, Emmanuel all took the checkered flag. As you can see there, 25th position, Jesus Rios went out early. Marcus Uriarte went out with just a lap remaining, as did Leo Ramersdorfer. Danny Shariel, Edu Ligori, Eoezu, Rico Salmada and Eddie O'Shea, all riders as well didn't see the checkered flag. And this is what it does to the championship standings. It's Marcus Uriarte still at the top. Alessandro Morosi moves into 2nd position at the expense of Jesus Rios. Adrian Cruces just 7 points behind, tied with Rios. Álvaro Carpe, your race winner, moves up to 5th position and is only 8 points behind. Buchanan, Quiles, O'Gorman, Danish, all inside the top 10, but just a little bit further back. Eddie O'Shea didn't pick up any points today, but remains inside the top 10. Then it's Yambia, Salmela, Rossenthaler, Rush Mudley, Guido Pini. Indeed, Guido Pini, Danny Shari, Leo Rammersdorfer all tied on 20 points. Then Dodo Baggio, Marcus Ruda, Evan Belfort picked up some good points in race 1. Guillaume Blanc, Milan Pavlic, Eamon Odaki, Leonardo Abruzzo, Chiopozzo, Mognaniane. While the rest of your points finishers are Angus Grenfell, Kotaro Vigimi, and Lennox Pomara. So that's it from race 1 in the Algarve Round 4 2024, and race 1 belongs to Alvaro Carpe.
Rolling through the Algarve Hills, the Autódromo Internacional Algarve, situated 30-minute drive outside the bustling town of Portimão, has made its mark on world motorsport as one of the greatest thrills for riders and fans alike. 16 laps lie ahead of Moto2 on its undulating 4.59km, 2.85 miles Portimão circuit, where it will be a test of the human body and the mighty resilience of their machine. Last year's champion Senna Ages showed how rider and machine working in perfect harmony could come out standing on top after the ride is over. Who will take on the ups and downs and come out ready to go again? So that means it's time to strap yourself in, as it's time for the roller coaster. So race number 2 of the day, Moto2. Race 1 lies ahead around this brilliant, scintillating circuit here in the Algarve. The sun is shining, a few clouds in the sky, but nothing to deter the riders out there on the circuit. We're expecting a barnstormer of a day and a very warm day ahead of us. And this is what happened. Barnstorming Barcelona last time out. And it was Jorge Navarro that started from pole position. He got the whole shot into turn number 1, but was quickly challenged by stock champion Dani Munoz. Eric Fernandez showed well in the early stage, but mechanical puts him out of the running. The top 6 quickly charged away, and the chasing pack were hot on the heels. At this moment here from Garcia put the forward team's head in their hands as the Bosco Segura riders challenged for 4th and 5th, but no one could deny a Munoz masterclass who took his first race win in Moto2. Lights out again for race number 2 as Jorge Navarro took the whole shot once more, but had a bit of a moment into turn 1. That allowed Sura to take the lead, but he was quickly shuffled down the field. A bit of a moment there for Munoz. If he wanted to make a double, he had to try and stop making those mistakes, but he regathered himself and once again made it a Dani double in Barcelona. He came out of top in Moto2. So Dani Munoz comes into this round 16 points behind your championship leader Mattia Cassidy after that double in Barcelona. One of the riders that was hot on his heels was the number 31 who rolls up to pole position, Roberto Garcia.
It is my first pole in this category. I am very happy for this team. In the weekend, it's very hot in the Portimão. Thank you for my team, Fanti Cardoso Racing, and for my family. Portimão is my favorite circuit because it's very technical, and I'm good circuit for me. I love. I expect it with podium, and I look to race. I'm go to the podium tomorrow.
A 1:42.960 puts Roberto Garcia on pole position for race 1 and race 2 coming up a little bit later on. Here is the rider on screen. Big heart to the Portuguese fans because it is his favourite circuit and he shows how much he loves it with an absolutely scintillating lap in qualifying. He's picked up 3 podiums along the way, including a race when he'll be hoping to add that here today for the Fantic Cardoso Racing Team. And Luis Cardoso, former MotoGP rider, on the right-hand side of the screen there, setting up a brilliant team for the likes of Roberto Garcia to show his form. Picked up a P5 and a P3 here in the last couple of years. He'll be hoping to go a couple of steps further ahead for this one. Alberto Sur, your former championship leader, now 5th place in the championship. Chris, he is a rider that really needs to find some form because he's missed out on the podium, as you can see there, since his race win back in Misano.
Yeah, started very strongly in this category, taking that win in Misano, an experienced rider who's one of the highest placed returners from last year's campaign as well. He was one of the few riders to challenge Senna Aegis on occasion, as Senna Aegis ran away with the championship last season. But Sura has shown good form, but he's just been outside those podium places. Estoril was a frustrating round from him. He started, what, back on the 5th or 6th row after mixed conditions in qualifying, but he charged through the pack to take a P4 in race 1 and was on again to take another P4 before crashing out in race 2. Dani Munoz, though, a rider who luck has not deserted. It was double delight for Dani in Barcelona as he took P1 on both occasions. Brilliant stuff from Munoz, your stock European champion from 2023. And then following up actually on that Barcelona round, he performed admirably, shall we say, in the Catalan GP, where he was wildcarding in the Moto2 Championship. Put in a strong strong weekend, but the race itself ended on a disappointing note as he crashed out. But he followed that up then with a performance in Italy. He didn't pick up any points. He was also in France. So a rider only, what, 17 years old?
17 years old, yes. His 18th birthday is in a couple of weeks' time. So Dani Munoz, when he made that Catalonia GP appearance, really did turn some heads.
Yeah, it must be mentioned as well, actually, Dani Munoz did suffer a crash here on Friday. We spotted him in the canteen yesterday, managed to get over and say a quick hello. He was wearing a bandana, I suppose, a headscarf to cover up, but we saw he had some paper stitches placed. He had a crash into the gravel and must have landed head first because he had some stitches just around the nose and eye area. So thankfully he's okay to ride and seemed in very good spirits when I was chatting to him yesterday. So yeah, good stuff, and he will be a contender here, let's face it, Liam.
Yeah, thankfully he was checked over by the medical team and was given the all clear. In 4th position, we just saw the number 49 of Francesco Mongiardo picking up his best qualifying of the season. Jorge Navarro, who is in 5th spot, started from pole position last time out in Barcelona. He's on a strong run of form at the moment. 3 podiums from the last 4 races. Still missing that elusive win, his maiden win in the class. Can you believe it? The experienced Jorge Navarro still missing an elusive win here in the class.
Yeah, 3 P2s from the campaign so far, and he has been among the front runners. What, he's got over 100 appearances on the World Championship stage. A rider of ultimate pedigree. Mattia Casadei, speaking of pedigree, Liam, your Moto E World Champion. He was back to winning ways in the electric class in Italy, and well, he's among the championship contenders here. A super rider on his day. He's picked up a win here in Estoril, followed by P2. Barcelona didn't quite go his way, but he hunkered down and picked up some strong point scoring positions. He started 2nd on the grid and could only finish P5, P4. Not bad results as we look at Unai Oradre.
Yeah, just to go back to Casadei very quickly, he did win here earlier on in the season in Moto E. And Unai Oradre, we see on screen here, a very, I don't know if we can mention it, a bit of a funny little story behind Unai Oradre. As my colleague here, good friend Chris, thought he was Lorenzo Dalla Porta when we saw him in the hotel over the weekend, but not Lorenzo. He does look a little bit similar, though, to be fair.
A doppelganger, we can say. I think it's
indeed.
a fair mistake, but my confusion was born out of the fact I was having a look at the entry list and noticed that Mr. Dalla Porta himself won't actually be contending in the stock race here later today. So I was curious as why is he here, but not racing. However, thanks for throwing me under the bus there.
Of course, I've got to take any opportunity I can, don't I? But we'll talk about Lorenzo Dalla Porta later on today. For now, we'll talk about Ferrandis, who sits 8th place in the World Championship. 2 podiums this year. Got to remember, this is his first full season in the Moto2 category. Stepped up to Moto2 from ETC towards the end of last year and has been shown very well on the pace. Very strong in the early part of the races, but then just slips off towards the end.
Yeah, he can be a little bit of a funny one. He is a young rider and just building his experience. He was in the ETC before jumping up to Moto2. Finished last season quite strongly. He only joined, I think, with 2 rounds remaining.
Yeah, 2 rounds to go, yes.
And he's picked up a podium on, not on debut, but in the opening round here in Misano and then in Estoril. He's, I wouldn't say win it or bin it, but he's either, when he's honest, he's very tough to stop, but then he can have a little habit of getting mired in mid-pack. But maybe that's just an issue of inexperience. He is still only 16 years old, I believe.
Yeah, it's very young.
Competing in the Moto2 category. He's a talented rider without a doubt. And on his day, he is a podium contender.
We just saw the Japanese rider there, Kaito Toba, who was having a bit of a struggling weekend so far up to Q2 yesterday. He had to come through Q1, top that session, into Q2, and starts from 9th position on the grid. But it's been a difficult season so far for Kaito Toba, their former Moto3 race winner. And he'll be looking to at least try and finish inside the top 10 here today, because he needs to start picking up some important points, does Toba, but it's his first season in the Moto2 class, so it might take a bit of time for the Japanese rider to get up to speed. Matteo Volpe on the 77 machine, a couple of 12th positions along the way, still looking for that elusive top 10, and Volpe has been in the class for a couple of years now, and his best result of 9th position came last year, and also finished P9, well, I think it was actually here in the Algarve 1 year ago. So he goes well around this circuit, does Volpe, and he'll be hoping to pick up his first top 10 here today. But everyone will be looking to chase down the 31 Roberto Garcia on the Fantic Cardoso racing machine. Can anyone stop the 31 in race 1 from Moto2?
So your grid for the opening race of the Moto2 European Championship here in the Algarve sees Roberto Garcia launch from pole position for the very first time ahead of Alberto Serra and double Barcelona winner Dani Munoz. Then it's Monjardo, Navarro and Cassidy in a blockbuster row 2, with Unai Oradre launching from the head of the 3rd row ahead of Alberto Ferrandis and Kaito Toba. Eric Fernandez, Mattia Volpi, Marco Tapia are on row 4 ahead of Harrison Voigt, Brett Roberts and Johan Gimbert. While the back 2 rows sees Lorenzo Felon, Taiga Hada, Mattia Ratto, just ahead of Gianpaolo Di Vittori, Charles Aubry and Jacopo Cretara.
Yeah, so the revs are rising for Moto2. And we've got a problem there for the number 5, who will be getting his bike taken off the grid. So it's a disaster there for Lorenzo Felon, your former Moto3 World Championship rider. And Felon, who was starting further back down the grid, has been struggling so far this weekend, and his struggles have come back to haunt him even more ahead of race number 1 here in the Algarve.
Yeah, he fell off the grid there. So it is, apologies.
Unbelievable.
So it is time for the warm-up lap here, with Roberto Garcia starting from pole position on the dip into turn 1. Remember, it's just a warm-up lap, Liam. It's not time just yet, but I have to say, Moto2 this year has been outstanding to watch and track.
Well, the Pirelli tyres have really shaken up the order. We spoke to Harrison Voigt yesterday, the number 29 we see on the screen just in front of us on the AMA Philippines Style Bike Racing Team. And he was saying that he really enjoys the Pirelli front tyres. A lot of these riders do, but the Pirelli rear has a lot of grip in the opening initial laps, but does slip off a little bit towards the end. A very different proposition to the Dunlops, which could, as I said, last many, many rounds. But the riders absolutely loving the Pirelli front, and gives them a lot of confidence, as we've seen so far this weekend, with the lap record absolutely smashed with it. Dani Munoz on Friday setting 142.428. That is their new lap record around this circuit, and we saw that happen and FP1 on Friday. So the morning sessions here in the Algarve is where the fast times really come from. It's later on in the day when the track heats up a little bit, it becomes a little bit slippier, that we see the lap times drop off about 5, 6 or 7 tenths of a second. So that's something to keep a close eye out on in the race here today, race number 1 and race number 2. Also another little note, on the previous 5 occasions, the rider that has race number 1 has gone on to race number 2. It was only back in 22 with Esquij and Lucas Tulovic that bucked that trend. So if someone takes the victory here today in race number 1, Chris, we could be on for a double for them later on today. As we look at the championship standings, Casadei leads it from Garcia. Navarro, he's come into championship contention, and Munoz as well. Your 2-time winner in Catalonia, only 16 points back.
Yeah, it's an interesting point on the double winners here. Ooh, that's Roberto Garcia.
Almost dropping it before
little moment. But on the double winners, Liam, because we've only had 1 double winner so far this season. That came in Barcelona, Dani Munoz. Prior to that, it was 4 different winners in 4 different races. Munoz made it 5 and 5 before he went, and made it only 5 in 6, bucking that trend. So it'll be interesting to see how action unfolds here in terms of the title chase.
People come here to watch the racing, but they also come here for our stats, Chris. We've got them in abundance.
We're here to entertain.
Exactly. Entertain and inform we are. But we'll be leaving up to the Moto2 riders to entertain us over 16 laps of this 4.59 kilometer Algarve circuit. As the red lights come on, revs are rising, and out they go, and it's a great start from pole position for Roberto Garcia. Also Sura got off the line well in the 67, but it's Jorge Navarro that chops across the front of Munoz into 3rd spot, but it's Sura that leads the way on the 67 Bosco Skur. Garcia though on the 31 Fantic machine chops up the inside. Garcia late in the brakes, but it's Garcia for now that leads the way ahead of Sura. We have a moment there for Munoz into turn 3. He sets up Navarro, and it looks like Oradri on the number 10 doesn't make it around the outside of Navarro just for now. For the bag, we've got Casadei on the number 40 Bosco Skur, and also Ferrandez on the 4 machine as Oradri looks up the inside, and Sura takes the lead from Garcia, chopping back up the inside. Can Garcia get a drive out of 5 into section 8 scan, setting up Sura, but just like last year, Sura takes the lead on the opening lap, but Garcia once again into 8, chops up Alberto Sura. This is great riding, really aggressive from your top 2 so far. We see a couple of riders out of seat in the background, and Sura up the inside in Craig Jones' corner. That's a big move, but Garcia around the outside. This is the first lap, guys, not the last lap. Keep it tidy, keep it simple for now. We've still got 16 laps to go.
Absolutely electric start here in the Algarve in the Moto2 class. Roberto Garcia didn't get the best launch from the line, and we said Alberto Sura is due a big result. He hasn't been on the podium since the opening race, which he won. He must have hurt us because he was off like a light. Out of there as quick as possible, but an absolutely sensational move from Roberto Garcia going into Lagos, coming around the right-hander at turn 2 to retake the lead, and it's been chopping and changing since. And just behind them, as we've been focusing on the front 2, Dani Munoz now has established control of P3 with Jorge Navarro dropping behind just a little bit, but it's all about these front 2 riders. Garcia and Sura are here to entertain.
See some of the mechanics in the background for Ferrandez, giving him the hurry up, and look at the gap that these 2 already have. 6/10 of a second back to Munoz, who's got another 7/10 in hand over Oradri, Ferrandez and Navarro. Fernandez once again on the number 4 machine, showing very well in the opening laps, as he did do in Catalonia. But for now, it's Garcia, as we've seen so many times this year, off like a scalded cat in the opening laps. But towards the end of the race, we have seen him drop into a couple of tyre problems. Let's see if he can get it all sorted this time round and hold those tyres, as it looks like he's now starting to pull away just ever so slightly from Alberto Sura in 1st and 2nd as Oradri now, who picked up his first podium of the season back in Catalonia, is chasing the back of your double race winner last time out, Dani Munoz. There's a bit of a moment, a rear ender coming out of turn number 8, dropping down the hill into Craig Jones' corner, and Oradri setting up a move potentially into Portimão, not quite yet.
So out front, Roberto Garcia still leading over Sura, but it is all chock-a-block just behind him. Dani Munoz has established control of P3. Oradri, Fernandez, Navarro, Ferrandez, all very much in the battle here. Mattia Casadei, though, he is not had the best of starts. He's currently running in P8. Kind of needs a big result here as well. Hasn't gone his way in recent races, Casadei, the Italian, but we know he is a rider of outstanding quality as he comes into the back of ours, at the back of the screens there, the Team GFD Bosco Scuro machine. Hard to miss on circuit, the bright, luminous green-yellow colour. Myself and Liam have had some disagreements about the colour of that. I call it yellow. He says it's green. He says it's green, but nonetheless, there's always seems to be one at the front. Alberto Sura just having a little look up the inside there of Roberto Garcia going into turn 1, but not quite close enough. But he is swarming all over the rear wheel of the pole sitter. 142.578 from Sura. It means he is the fastest rider currently on track.
Bosco Scuros go very well around the circuit, as we saw from Sura last year before he had to serve his long lap penalty in race 1. And in the World Championship, I was going to say, it's one of the strong tracks. However, one of the only 2 victories that Bosco Scuros haven't had in the World Championship came here when Aaron Canet on the Calyx took victory back in April time. So the Bosco Scuros are doing well, but the Calyxes have got the upper hand at the moment. Another moment for Munoz coming out of the seat, looks over his shoulder to make sure nobody tags him, but that's given an opportunity for Radri and now Navarro to take advantage of that. Last lap, we did see a bit of a rear-end moment from Munoz. He had a bigger one this time round. Thankfully, he's still on the machine and ready to go again. But just like Catalunya, in the early laps, we have seen Munoz with a few moments on the rear end. He just needs to get his composure as he runs a little bit deep. That gives his championship rival from last year in the stock an opportunity. Here we go again. Replay of the moment. Big slide there as he just taps open the power. Looks over his shoulder as Radri has to take avoiding action. So very lucky there for Munoz just to gather up once again. And he's still having some moments a little bit further back, but thankfully he's in 5th position as the top 2 tick off another lap.
Alberto Sura, is he going to have a little look up the inside of Roberto Garcia? He most certainly is, and he has flown by the pole sitter to take the advantage into turn 1. I was just about to say, Liam, on the Munoz moment, it's not the first time we've seen a rider today out of the seat coming through there. Now, not giving too much away what happened in the opening Junior GP race, but it was a cracker as it normally is. But focusing now on Moto 2, Alberto Sura has flown past the pole sitter Garcia to take the initiative and has already put a couple of bike lengths between them. It's not quite the chopping and changing we saw in the opening lap between the two, as Unai Oradre is about to lose 3rd position to Jorge Navarro. Navarro runs out too deep though and gives the position back to Oradre. So Oradre, a little bit of luck there perhaps on his side. Navarro ran away too deep coming through turn 5.
Yeah, a few of the riders here are just having some moments in the rear end as they crack open the throttle. You just see the tyre moving ever so slightly, but with Navarro making that move, it was Radri got a great drive out of turn 5 as Munoz now has regrouped, and Fernandez on the number 54 Finic Work team.
Moment for Navarro as well.
Yeah, as we were talking about, so many of these riders are having moments now. That's going to give an opportunity for Fernandez up the inside into 12. Yes, he's done it late on the brakes. Very nicely done, but chopping up the inside is Jorge Navarro once again on the forward machine. Jorge Navarro does very well around this circuit. His final ever World Championship Moto 2 podium came here a couple of years ago, so we did maybe expect him to be fighting a little bit further up the field, but that was on the Calyx. He's now on a forward machine. It's a little bit different to the Calyx he had a couple of years ago, so maybe that's what's making all the difference as Roberto Garcia looks for a move on Sura. Later on the brakes, it's Sura that still holds the advantage on the Bosco Scuro. This is a great performance for Sura, the best we've seen of him since Misano, round number 1, where he took victory there. Hasn't been on the podium since, and we know he does like it around here after his performance last year. So Chris, very well and truly come out fighting here today.
Yeah, he's come out swinging. We mentioned it, he hasn't been on the podium since the opening race in Misano, which he won. He was the championship leader. He was coming into this season as one of the favourites, as a returning rider, one of the top riders in the 2023 campaign. Did pick up a couple of podiums, and now he is responding to what had been, not to be too harsh, but perhaps a little underwhelming spell when we were expecting a little bit more from him. And as we look at the championship standings, Roberto Garcia is running in 2nd position. That means he can pick up 20 points and usurp the championship lead from Mattia Casadei, who is all the way back, I think, in P8 at the moment. Indeed, he's back at P9. He has dropped behind Kaito Toba. So less than an ideal day for Casadei.
Yeah, Kato Toba is coming on strong in this race on the number 16 machine, just ahead of Cassidy. There was someone in Promo Racing, the champions from last year in the hands of, or the champions from a couple of years ago, or actually, I'm going to get that right eventually, race winners a couple of years ago in the hands of Senate Ages and last year as well. So the top two round the penultimate corner, and to the final one to go. It's still Sura leading the way. These two are lapping in the 43.2 for Sura, 43.4 for Garcia last time round. And the other rider was close to them in lap time was Danny Munoz. So without those moments when he has a clean lap, the number 17 is just as fast as leaders as he's regrouped. We see him closing down Unai Oradri on the number 10 STV Laglise Racing Team.
Yeah, you'd have to wonder how much that moment now is actually going to cost Danny Munoz. He has recovered, but out of the seat running in P3. He did have a little bit of a gap behind to catch the front two, while he did a comfortable gap behind the riders. But out of the seat now, you see he's lapping at the same pace as the front two, even quicker. If that hadn't happened, maybe, just maybe, this would be a three-way fight for victory. But still, what? We've got 10 and a half laps to go. In reality, Alberto Sura and Roberto Garcia, your front two. As we've seen already, though, plenty of moments for plenty of riders, and there's a long way to go here in the scorching hot conditions at the Algarve International Circuit.
Yeah, it's really heating up out there in terms of track temperature, and also on the track. The lap times are getting a little bit faster for some of the riders further down. We're just talking about Cassidy there.
Is that Cassidy who's gone down?
It's not Cassidy, I think that's Fernandez.
It's Mattia Rato.
We'll get it right eventually. So many bikes out there that have so many similar black, yellow or green colour schemes, so we get them a little bit mixed up, but into turn 5, very easy
lost
to
it
do.
early.
Yeah, lost it very early, just tipped it into the left-hander, front probably. Fold, and down goes Rato out of the race. Thankfully, he was back up and okay, but back at, oh, a moment there for Garcia out of the seat coming through the penultimate corner. And that's another rider we've seen, Chris, that's had a rear end moment. He's lost about 7 or 8 bike lengths there to Alberto Sura. Sura, the Italian, will not know what just happened right behind him, but Garcia, as we've seen in Misano, in Catalonia, and now here, has rear end moments, and as soon as that happens, it just makes him get a little bit squirrely. We'll see if he runs a little bit deep into turn 1. I thought he was a little bit leery on the brakes. Thankfully, it looked like he was okay, but another rider did have moments, a few laps to go. Danny Munoz, the second rider on screen you see here on the 17, chasing Unai Oradri as Oradri runs a little deep.
Looks a matter of time, and there it is.
There we go. Munoz into third, and he's going to be, I think, I was going to say, maybe chasing after the leaders, but they're a little bit too far up the road, and on the previous lap, he was lapping 7/10 of a second slower than your race leader. So probably will not be able to catch those two as he makes a little bit of a mistake on the brakes, but Oradri was not able to capitalise.
Yeah, keep an eye on Alberto Fernandez, who's very much in this podium fight as well. Munoz now might want to get on with this. Oradri was sitting in P3, but didn't open up a gap to the chasing pack behind him. We've seen Munoz, he is by far and away the fastest rider, I think. Well, no, actually, I stand corrected, because Alberto Fernandez set the fastest lap of the race last time around. A 143.6 means he was the fastest rider on circuit on the last lap. So Fernandez very much in this battle for the podium, as Oradri looks to have run it just a little bit wide there. As you can see now, Munoz is very much getting on with this. He is going to gap Oradri. Fernandez, if he has any hope of remaining in P3, has he gone a little bit wide? But Fernandez will want to get by the number 10 of Oradri, is what I was going to say, but now Munoz is in the clutches of both Oradri and Fernandez.
Yeah, Munoz is really struggling to stay online, isn't he? The young Spanish rider who took the double last time out, struggling to keep online, but
almost immediately he opens up a gap again.
Yeah, it just completely dispels anything I say. As Fernandez makes a move, drives past Unai Oradri, got the drive out at the final corner. Looks like he's got some rear tyre left, as Fernandez steams past Oradri and already onto the back of the 17 of Danny Munoz, just in front of him. I wanted to mention on the previous lap, couple of laps, Mattia Cassidy, your championship leader, was back into the 45s. He's just dropped back into the 44s in that previous lap, but he's really struggling for pace here today. You just saw him flash into the screen in the background. He's coming under pressure now from Francesco Mongiardo, who's had a terrible start from 4th on the grid. It's Oradri up the inside, backs it in, sets up Fernandez, and they've both lost ground to Danny Munoz in front of them, but keeping out of trouble and looking perfect at the front is Alberto Sura. Even Garcia's had a few moments in the last couple of laps, but he's managed to bridge that gap back to Sura.
Yeah, as you say, he has bridged that gap back to Sura. 0.3 of a second he had over the Italian on the last lap, although he runs a little bit wider there. Sura adopts the tighter line coming around down the hill at 8. But just as we say he's closing, it looks like Sura has responded now. We're just looking at the sector times. They're going pretty much toe for toe here across sectors 1 and 2. Danny Munoz is running in P3. He is quicker than both riders in front. Is he? Not quite. He actually just set his own personal best time, but he's lapping at the same pace as the front two. A reminder then that the gap between the front two and Danny Munoz or Adri Ferrandez is just over 5 seconds. So barring disaster from either the 67 or number 31, it looks like they are on the podium home and hose. You can see there, they are in an acre of space.
We saw this back in Misano, didn't we? Once Sura gets to the front, he just sets a consistently fast pace and asks questions of the riders behind if they can keep up. And as we saw back in Misano, and as we're seeing here today, there's a few mistakes creeping in for Garcia, just trying to push on and hold with Alberto Sura, who's just meticulous in hitting his marks at every turn. Garcia was a bit stronger out of turn 4, down to 5 to go, but he just seems happy to sit there for the moment.
Is he looking to show a little wheel up the inside in turn 5? He's just a little too far back, I think, Liam, but it looks like he is very much on the attack.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. He's on the attack. Big time is Garcia. He's setting up a move into 8.
Here it comes.
Beautifully done.
Wow.
Oh, does he run it deep? No, he doesn't. A block pass there from Roberto Garcia. A very audacious but brilliant move for the young Spaniard ahead of Sura. What can Sura do now? Can he retaliate into Portimão? He's a little bit too far back. Garcia's pushing the front of that Pirelli tyre into turn 11. Down the hill they go once again. A bit of a moment there, almost touching the grass as Garcia, but he's really feeling like he's got the pace now. We were saying that Sura was looking comfortable at the front, is hitting his marks, a consistent pace, but maybe Garcia, after those mistakes, has realised maybe he needs to push on a little bit. He can bridge the gap away from Sura.
I know there is a long way to go yet, just over 7 laps remaining, but if that was a move if there was a move worthy of a winning overtake, that was certainly it. That was ballsy from Garcia. It was absolutely stunning move around turn 8 as he retakes the lead, opens up a little bit of a gap. So it's wheel for wheel so far out at the front. Garcia holding on to the lead, but for how long? As Sura down the hill into turn 1 retaliate on the Spaniard. The two of these have been going toe-to-toe from the very first lap. They took a couple laps just to catch a breather, but they are very much back at it now. Garcia versus Sura. Who will take victory as we lose one of the riders? I think that is Marco
Volpi. It's Mattia Volpi.
Mattia Volpi has crashed out. Oh, disappointment for Volpi here.
Yeah, he was running strongly just outside the top 10 was Volpi, but down at turn 12 or turn 13, I should say. A couple of times we've seen that so far today, so the MR Racing rider down and out, unfortunately for Volpi. But we're back to the front, and Sura has opened up a bit of a gap, so he managed to bridge the gap to Garcia, so he wouldn't retaliate into turn 8, as we saw last lap. These two are going tit for tat at the moment, Chris, and Sura is, well, given just as good as he can get from Garcia.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been, you could just make a highlights package from these two riders from the opening lap, the last couple laps. A brilliant move from Garcia around turn 8 last time around. No such move this time around. However, Sura just having a little moment there, I think, or are my eyes deceiving me? But Sura responded coming into turn 1 last lap, and now he's going to lead coming across the line, you would imagine. Does Garcia have anything for Sura? Will he retaliate with a move of his own at turn 1?
Well, we will see in just a moment's time as they wind the wick up over the crest of the hill, down the front straight, ticking off another lap, 6 to go. Roberto Garcia pulls out of the slipstream and down to turn 1, but Sura even later on the brakes. He's been brilliant into turn 1, has Alberto Sura, as we see Danny Munoz has opened up a bit of a gap for 3rd spot over Ferrandez. Uraji, he's back down to 5th now, and it's Eric Fernandez on the number 4 FIM 55 racing machine. He's in 6th spot, but Danny Munoz, after those few mistakes earlier on in the race, seems to be hitting his marks now, and on that previous lap he was in the 1:43, so the same lap time as Alberto Ferrandis just behind them and still a couple of tenths slower than your race leaders.
Yeah, just a note on that chasing pack. It seems Jorge Navarro has completely dropped out as a rider pops into pit lane. That's Francesco Mangiaro, who started on the second row. Disappointment then for the Italian. But just mentioning on Jorge Navarro, one of the most experienced riders here on the grid, has just kind of dropped out of contention completely. Had a very strong start, but he's there battling with Mattia Casadei for P7. Now back out front, it is Sura and Garcia. This is where what we want to see. This is a battle between championship contenders. As things stand, it is Garcia who leads the championship, but Sura, with victory, indeed a podium, but with victory, will very much fire himself back towards the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, it's, the championship is closing up just as we want, with Mattia Casadei still mired back in 8th spot, and Jorge Navarro, who could have been chopping into the championship lead as well, he's dropped all the way back down to 7th on the previous lap on the 145s. But we forget about that for now as we wind the wick up once again. A bit of a moment there for Garcia as he pulls out of the slipstream across the line. Bosco Scuro just seems to be a little bit quicker in the straight line. They've both got the same engines, but different chassis, different fairings on that bike. Maybe the Bosco Scuro is just punching its way through the air a little bit better, or the gearing maybe just carrying him forward. So as we see, Mattia Casadei, he's now gained another position. He's up to 7th, just ahead of Jorge Navarro's coming under some pressure from Kaito Toba.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine something going wrong for Navarro badly here. He was running in the top 5 for quite a while, and he seems to have given up that position against Casadei rather easily. And look what that does, because Casadei has gained that position back. He is now level on points with Garcia, 91 each. Sura will be in 3rd position with your P3 rider Danny Munoz just 9 points behind. It is all to play for in the championship, all to play for in this race. We've got a second race coming up, but let's focus on the battle for the lead as Sura continues to lead.
But Garcia shaping up a move. Garcia's going for a move into Portimão. Oh, it's going to be very close. Might he tap the rear wheel? No, he doesn't. Sura just closes the door on Garcia. So Garcia, you've got to wake up a little bit earlier, get up a day earlier as well, to try and get ahead of Alberto Sura. Sura has absolute confidence in that front Pirelli tyre that it will grip and it will stick, as does Garcia, that he won't take out your race leader. But Sura is just so confident on the front end, while it seems like Garcia just seems to get the drive out of the fast corners, as we'll see now as they come through the final corner. There'll be 4 laps to go as across the line. Garcia not close enough yet to shape up a move, a couple of bike lengths further
race pace here, and Garcia and Sura are just taking chunks out of each other.
Yeah, who's all to play for now? Who's sharpened their sword the most? Who is coming out to play the hardest? It looks like for now it's Garcia. This section of track, he just got a little bit more of a Sura, who runs it a little bit deep, pushing the front end of that Bosco Skura to his absolute limit as we come through Craig Jones' corner. This is where Garcia, we've seen on many laps over the previous few, has been absolutely on form. This time around, it looks like he's up it says 0.3 of a second on our time watch. That looks about 5 or 6 of a second as we go into turn 13. I must admit, Chris, it looks like Garcia might have this one covered. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but Sura looks like he has absolutely no answer for your Fantic Cardoso racing rider. But Garcia looks like he's on for another victory here in 2024.
Yeah, Garcia had 0.4 of a second coming through Sector 2 in his back pocket, and he has really opened up a gap here. Sensational stuff then from Garcia, who is all but locked in for his second win of the Moto2 Championship, second win of the campaign, and ready to become the outright championship leader.
Yeah, 5 points he would take over the championship lead from Cassidy if it remains as is with your current championship leader. Meyer back down the order in 7th position on that previous lap. He's actually lapping faster than the riders just in front. He's under 44.4. That's one of his fastest laps of the race. The riders in front, which includes Oradri and Fernandez, are in the 45s. He's only just a second behind those two, so he could be gaining a couple more points, can your championship leader for now, but if it remains as is, it'll be Garcia taking over the championship lead. And look at that, Garcia still in the 1 minute 43s. Outstanding stuff. We said many times throughout this race, Garcia looks like in the past, he's maybe just taken a bit too much life out of that rear tyre in previous races and it spins up, but today, no such issue whatsoever. It's everyone else that's losing their tyre, while Garcia is keeping his in form and still in the 1 minute 43s.
Yeah, it looks like Garcia very much has this covered now. A 1.2 second advantage over Sura opened up over the last lap and a half. Sura looks like he is settling for P2, first podium since his race win on opening day in Misano, so it's still going to be a strong result for the Italian, who will fire himself back into championship contention, particularly with the underperformance of Mattia Cassidy. He looks like he's going to ride home to 7th position, though he's just behind Eric Fernandez, so it's not all lost yet for the championship leader and Moto E world champion. The championship leader, I should say, coming into this one.
Yeah, round the final corner, Garcia ticks off another lap. On to the last lap we go. It's a 31 Garcia leading the way, 1.9 seconds ahead of Alberto Sura. But in the background, we have a change for the podium positions, maybe. It looks like Fernandez, he does chop in front of Danny Munoz, and Fernandez on course for his 3rd podium of the season. But what can Danny Munoz do? Your double race winner from Barcelona last time out. He's got a couple of opportunities. Here he comes again into turn 3, sets up Fernandez. A block pass is clean as you like, almost on the limit there, but Fernandez up the inside, chops it back up the inside. This is great from the two young Spanish riders. Down towards turn 5 to go. This is for the final position on the podium. This is for honour as well. The two young Spaniards, the 16-year-old, the 17-year-old, do battle, but for now, as they exit turn 5, a bit of a wiggle there from Fernandez. He's opened up the gap. It looks like he just has a bit more tyre left than Danny Munoz.
Yeah, I mentioned Munoz is potentially coming into the victory fight if they kept chopping and changing out front. But out of nowhere, Alberto Fernandez had 0.8 of a second on the last lap over the double winner from Barcelona, and he has opened up a gap. We mentioned it before the race with Fernandez. He loves the podium, Liam. He loves to come from nowhere and pick up a podium, and he's doing it once again here. Superb effort from the FIM Network team rider aboard that Bosco Skura chassis, I should say, ahead of the Calyx chassis of Danny Munoz.
Yeah, too many different chassis to remember out there, Chris. But the one rider we will remember from race number 1 here in Moto2, he rounds the final corner. He's got 2 seconds in hand over Alberto Sura. He winds the wick up through the final corner. Greatness comes in twos to say. It's Craig Garcia who takes the win here in Portimão, ahead of Alberto Sura, who takes his 2nd podium in Moto2 in 2024. And it's Fernandez who holds off Munoz for the final podium position, his 3rd podium of the season. A handshake there from your top 2. They put on a valiant performance, but nobody could stop Garcia, who set a 1:44.5, faster than anyone else on the final lap of the race. Just outside your top four, Unai Raju holds on to 5th position, but your former, he's now the former championship leader, Matteo Casadei, finishes in 6th. He just pipped Eric Fernandez on the final lap. Kauto Toba in 8th, ahead of Jorge Navarro, who had a stonker of a start, but a stinker of a finish. Finishes down in 9th, ahead of Johan Jambert.
Yeah, an absolutely sensational battle here in the opening race of the Moto2 Championship in the Algarve. Garcia and Sura really went toe-to-toe there. It was an epic battle. Garcia just ran away with it a little bit towards the end, but that doesn't tell half the tale, as the two of them across, 15 laps, went wheel to wheel with some sensational overtakes.
Yeah, great performance there from those two, and we hope to see more of that in race number 2 today. Alberto Sura waves to the marshals, waves to the fans. He'll be absolutely pleased with his performance in that one there, and thankfully for him, he has another bite of the cherry in race number 2. He'll be hoping to go one step ahead as we go racing at 3 o'clock local time here in Portimão. His 2nd podium of the season, his 1st podium since Misano round number 1, when he took victory, his 1st in Moto2. And Alberto Fernandez on the Finland Work team, the number 54. 3rd podium of the season for the 16-year-old. Remember that name. He'll be looking to go into bigger and greater things, and he's just chomping away at the bit ever so slightly, and his results are increasing as we go throughout the season. Matteo Casadei, the number 40, Bosco Scuro, he came into this round 7 points ahead of Garcia, but he could go no higher than 6th position today. It looked like it was going to be a lot worse, so a bit of damage limitation for the Italian as we see a rolling stoppie, top rack Raz Gattioglu style, as the team come running over to congratulate Roberto Garcia. His 3rd season in the class, picked up his 1st podium last year, picked up his 1st victory a couple of rounds ago, and he continues on that form. And he goes a couple of steps better each year here in Portimão. In 22, he was 5th position. Last year in the Algarve, he was 3rd. And today, he wins the race. Coming into Parc Fermé, and it wasn't quite a stoppie from Alberto Fernandez, but a rolling slidey, we should say, or something along those lines, as he comes into Parc Fermé and goes over to get himself weighed before he joins the team for big celebrations. But the biggest of those will be for numero uno, Roberto Garcia, who at the end of the season will be hoping to take away that number 3 from the 31 and just have the number 1, as he rolls out of pit lane and listen to the team as they cheer on their superstar. The Fantic Cardoso Racing team once again runs over to get himself weighed, as we see Fernandez in the team in the background with massive celebrations. Unfortunately, we will not be hearing from him, which I would quite like to have heard from, but look at this. This was the move, the race-winning overtake. This was the 3rd of the overtakes in a couple of corners. Smoke coming off the book from Alberto Sura, but Garcia just timed it to absolute perfection, as clean as you like on the brakes into turn 13. Comes across the line to record another victory in the Moto2 European Championship, and with that takes the championship lead by 4 points over Matteo Casadei. Luis Cardoso, a former MotoGP rider, who set up a really well-oiled team in the Junior GP series, and especially in the Moto2 class, with Roberto Garcia, the next superstar, coming through. So we will be able to hear the thoughts of Roberto Garcia in a few moments when he talks to Chris Jordan. We'll be hearing all of his thoughts from that race, and his thoughts ahead of race number 2 coming up at 3 o'clock local time. And who can stop Roberto Garcia? He took pole position here yesterday. He's been fastest in almost every single session throughout the weekend. Danny Munoz, who just missed out on the podium, topped FP1. I think that was the only time that Roberto Garcia didn't top a session so far this weekend. So it just shows you how on form the 31 is. Alberto Sura, it's great to see him back in Parc Fermé once again. As we said earlier on, his first podium since round 1 in Misano, where he took victory, led so brilliantly throughout that race for 14 laps or so. He was coming under increasing pressure from Roberto Garcia, but unfortunately had nothing to answer the young Spaniard with. So we'll be getting ready ever so shortly to talk to our race winner here in Moto2, but the pose for our photo first of all, get an all-important photo in to hang that back up in base and show to all the sponsors to keep them very happy indeed as he makes his way over to Chris Jordan, and we'll get to hear what Roberto Garcia has to say as he talks to Chris.
Victory, championship leader, not a bad day's work. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, this moment is very beautiful for me and for my team, because this weekend is work. Yeah, and the second race I look to temp, and it's very hot, and I am very happy for this second victory in this championship. Thank you for my team, for my family, and for Carlos, por Carmelo. Thank you.
Y por todos sus aficionados en España.
Sí, ha sido un fin de semana muy complicado, ya que hemos tenido muchas temperaturas muy raras, de mucha calor y con mucho viento. Pero hemos hecho un gran trabajo con mi equipo, que hemos puesto la moto muy en el sitio y hemos trabajado muy bien. Y la verdad que contento, esto nos ha dado un empujón para la siguiente carrera, que la tendremos ahora. Y nada, a ver cómo transcurre por la temperatura, pero vamos a lucharla. Muchas gracias a mi equipo Cardoso Fanti Racing y a mi familia, que los quiero muchísimo.
Felicidades.
Well, he said it was a beautiful ride and it was a beautiful day under the Algarve sun, but wasn't a beautiful race for Lorenzo Felon, who fell off the grid, but he was back on the bike. As lights went out, it was Roberto Garcia who took the whole shot into turn number 1, but Alberto Sura quickly challenged later on the brakes and he swept into the lead. However, Roberto Garcia would quickly retaliate as Danny Munoz slotted into third. But it wouldn't be long before the Bosco Scura would take the advantage once again, pushing Garcia out wide, but it was chopping and changing on the opening lap as Garcia once again took the lead into turn number 8. It wouldn't be the first time we'd see a pass into there. Danny Munoz was in third spot, just holding off Unai Oradri in the opening lap before he had a couple of out-and-seat moments. But on the third lap, we saw Alberto Sura charge past Roberto Garcia and into the lead, where he would come unchallenged for a couple of laps. Further back, our former championship leader, Mattia Cassidy, was struggling to break into the top 10. But once again, into turn number 8, a block pass for Roberto Garcia. He would take the lead from Alberto Sura. But what could Sura do? Made a move once again into turn 1. But it was this move again that really opened up the race as Garcia made a move, with Sura retaliating into the fast turn 12. But into 13, it was Garcia that would make the race-winning overtake before he would eventually open up an advantage on the final lap. The battle for the podium heated up between Munoz and Ferrandez. Ferrandez on the 54, Munoz on the 17, chopping and changing, but it was that move there that kept Ferrandez in the podium battle, as it was Garcia that took victory here today to take the championship lead from Mattia Cassidy. A big wheelie in celebration and a stoppie too for Garcia as he rolled into Parc Fermé to join his team. He takes victory here in race number 1 in Moto2.
We are ready, and I call the team manager from Fantica Cardoso Racing, Jordi Colacio.
Jordi Colacio takes the honours of
Third
lifting the
position,
trophy
Alberto
for the
Fernandez.
Fantic Cardoso Racing Team.
Second position,
The second time of the
Alberto
year
Souza.
they will do that as Fernandez steps
And the
onto
winner
third place
from
on the podium for the third
this
time
race,
this year.
Roberto Garcia.
Alberto Souza taking his second podium of the season, his first since Misano, but
And the
taking
trophy
victory here
for
today
the winning
is
team
Roberto
is
Garcia
handled
in
by
race number 1.
Jean-Marc Deneau, Vice President of FIM Europe.
Jean-Marc Deneau handing over the trophy to your race-winning team, the Fantic Cardoso Racing Team. And second one of the season. Can they make it a double later on today? Lifting it atop, Alberto Fernandez takes third place. Vamos, let's go for race number 2, says Alberto later on today.
Trophy for second position, Alberto Souza is handled by
From one Alberto
Manuel
to another,
Marinho.
Souza takes second place from
First
Manuel
Vice President
Marinho,
FIM
the Vice
Europe.
President of FIM Europe. Souza, that's a very
And the trophy for the winner,
happy
Roberto
young
Garcia,
Italian with
also
that one.
handled by Manuel Marinho.
But not as happy as your race winner here today in race number 1. Roberto Garcia for Fantic Cardoso Racing takes the winner's trophy, and you'll hear his national anthem.
Of Spain for the winning rider, Roberto Garcia. Time also for the
Didn't fade out the national anthem, just cut it into its tracks, but Roberto Garcia won't mind too much as he takes victory, and you can hear the team down below chanting his name. So spraying a bit of the bubbly, but not too much, because we've got another race coming up at 3 p.m. local time here today,
and the photo shoot
where
for the
this will be the best racing conditions they have all day, because by the time 3 o'clock runs round, it'll be a scorcher out there, but a scorching pace out front was set by Roberto Garcia, eventually winning the race 2 seconds ahead of Alberto Souza, with Fernandez taking his third podium of the season. Just missing out on that podium was Dani Munoz, and running at the top 5 was Unai Radri ahead of Casadei, your former championship leader. Eric Fernandez, who showed well in the opening laps, dropped down to 7th ahead of Cato Toba, and Jorge Navarro, another rider whose times plummeted in the final laps. Running at the top 10 was Jambert, the French rider, ahead of Brett Roberts and Taiga Hada. De Vittori, the Italian, in 13th ahead of Charles Aubry in 14th position, with Lorenzo Fellon, who started from the pit lane, missing out on some points as he dropped out on the final lap. Further back, Harrison Voigt, Max Toth, Mattia Rato and Marco Tapia were all non-finishers, but they'll be hoping to make amends in race number 2 coming up a little bit later on today. So those results have done this to the championship standings. Roberto Garcia now leads the championship on 96 points, 4 ahead of Matteo Casadei, and Alberto Souza, he launches himself back into championship contention with 2nd place. Dani Munoz in 4th ahead of Jorge Navarro, he slips further back. Alberto Fernandez, Taiga Hada running at top 7 ahead of Aradri, and Fernandez in the top 9. Monjardo, who retired from the race, he's in 10th ahead of Johan Jambert, is still racking off consistent points in 11th. Matteo Rato, Lorenzo Fellon, and Harrison Voigt running at top 14 ahead of Brett Roberts, who picked up some good points here today, ahead of Cato Toba, who picks up his best finish of the season ahead of Marco Tapia. Matteo Volpe, he dropped out mid-race distance. He's ahead of Ivo Lopez. Portuguese rider is not racing this weekend, ahead of Montero. De Vittori, Maxwell Toth, Hochewik, Charles Aubry and Channon Inter on 1 point in 25th position. Well, it's Roberto Garcia, the reign supreme here in Portimão for race number 1 in the Algarve. Race number 2 will be coming up a little bit later on at 3 o'clock local time, so you won't want to miss that. Can Roberto Garcia make it a double delight in Portimão? Make sure you stay tuned because we've got more racing coming up next with the European Talent Cup.
The stage is set at the Autódromo do Algarve for the 4th round of the 2024 FIM JuniorGP World Championship. Located amidst the rolling hills near Portimão, Portugal's southern gem, this 4.6-kilometre track is celebrated for its dynamic terrain, sweeping turns and an expansive front straight that lets riders push their machines to the absolute limit. Having already seen the Junior GP and Moto2 classes in action, now it is the turn of the European Talent Cup for their sole race of the day. Marco Morelli comes into this one as the rider to beat, with the Argentinian holding a 20-point cushion in the championship standings after some classy rides across the opening 3 rounds. However, he will once again face stiff competition with the likes of Carlos Cano and Giulio Pugliese, relentless in their pursuit of the number 97. Dodo Baggio was your winner here in 2023, and the Italian has moved up a level to the Junior GP category, meaning it's a chance for another young star to make a name for themselves with victory in the south of Portugal. However, last time out in Catalonia, there was high drama in the European Talent Cup. The sun was shining down as Marco Morelli began his victory charge from pole position. AC Racing Team duo David Gonzalez and Gabriel Tessini also launched from the front row, but it was the Argentinian pole sitter who took the early advantage. Early drama saw some riders crash out on the grid, but back at the front, the number 31 Giulio Pugliese worked his way into the top 3 as Carlos Cano came from the very back of the grid to lead a group towards podium contention. Morelli was in a world of his own out front and just had to keep it clean to see the checkered flag in first position. But the battle for the podium raged on. Gonzalez, Pugliese, Cano, Peroni and Ikegami formed a group of 5, with Cano crashing out in a disaster as he was tagged by Peroni. Morelli took the win with the podium battle going to the wire. Gonzalez took second ahead of Pugliese, with Ikegami settling for 4th. However, it was all about Marco Morelli as his second win of the campaign saw him retake control of the championship coming in to the Algarve race. So round 4 sees us in the sunny south of Portugal, and sunny is the word. 32 degrees air temperature, 38 on track, with a little bit of wind across the track. As you can see there, 12 kilometers an hour, but 38 degrees on track. Scorching temperatures here ahead of the only European Talent Cup race of the weekend. This is how qualifying was decided, with David Gonzalez on pole.
I am very happy for this pole position. It's my first pole position in ETC. I am very happy for the job of the team. I feel very good with the track. I can the pole position for the next day. I think that I can broken the group in 2 because Cano is and me and the more strongest. Thank you to my team, sponsor and family. I can to the podium, but I like win this race because I don't win race this year in ETC. This circuit is my favorite, and I think I can win this race.
A 151.468 from a confident-sounding pole sitter, David Gonzalez, the number 11 on the AC Racing Team machine. As he said there, he thinks he can win the race. He's sounding confident. He's still waiting for that ETC win, but he is certainly delighted with a number of poles poles. First pole, I should say. It's a debut pole for Gonzalez, but a number of podiums so far this season. As you can see there, 3 podiums coming in the second in both Misano races. Estoril proved a little bit underwhelming for him, but he was back in top 3 in Barcelona. I'm Chris Jordan, and joining me in the commentary booth ahead of this one is my faithful companion Liam Hodgins. Liam, how are you doing today?
Oh, very well indeed, Chris. Big intro there. I love that one indeed. So, yeah, big European Talent Cup race coming to your TV screens for what's going to be 14 brilliant laps ahead of us. Only one race today, which is a shame for the riders because they're gearing up for some. They're usually gearing up for 2 races.
It's a shame for us as
shame
well.
For us as well.
Thoroughly
Love
enjoy
the European
Talent Cup.
But yes, you're building up David Gonzalez there, his first pole position. He also done his first ever European Talent Cup race here 2 years ago. Finished P9 in that race, so he knows the circuit very well, better than any other circuit. So he's looking to go great guns here in the race today.
Yeah, certainly a big talent, as are the riders joining him on the front row, particularly the number 71 of Carlos Cano, an ETC rookie. There he is on screen as he's about to roll up to the grid. Hugely impressive rider. You had the pleasure of commentating on the Misano race. He didn't quite finish in the podium places, but he top 6. But when you look at it, he came from the back of the grid. P28 both times to get into the top 6. He did the same in Barcelona in the sole race there, but was unluckily tagged by Valentin Perrone and didn't pick up any points. That saw him lose the championship lead to Marco Morelli. But Cano, certainly a huge talent for the future.
Yeah, another rider that we were speaking about, Guido Pini and Junior GP, part of that 72 Motorsport Art Box team, and he's got Emilio Alzamora, the former 125cc world champion, and his right-hand side of the garage, who is nurturing the young talent of Carlos Cano, and a big star for the future. You were just mentioning there about Catalonia. It was so unlucky because he was in the podium battle, looked like he was about to sweep around the outside for P2, but just tagged. It was such a minuscule tag for Perrone, and down he went. Thankfully, he was okay, but he's either winning the races or coming into a little bit of trouble as Cano, so we're hoping today for a bit of a clean race.
Exactly. I did mention he started both those races in the races in Barcelona, Misano towards the back of the grid. I should also mention, I forgot to mention, he has won twice this year,
yes.
Both from pole position, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes from the front row. Certainly a contender, particularly with the championship leader Marco Morelli further back on the grid, but we'll come to Morelli shortly. As we look at Enzo Ballon, French rider, number 33, hasn't picked up many points this year, but by far and away his best qualifying, so a very strong weekend from the young French rider.
He's only scored 1 point ever in his European Talent Cup career. That was back in 2022, and it was only 1 point from that season.
Yeah.
Which is crazy stuff. So he's somehow found I was going to say an extra gear, but an extra 5 gears it seems, Enzo Ballon. So it'll be great to see him pick up some good results and get his first point for almost 2 years.
Giulio Pugliese then, the Misano race winner, was back on the podium in Barcelona. Really another brilliant rider, young option coming from that seemingly endless line of Italian talent in motorcycle racing. It's his 3rd season in the ETC. As we mentioned, a winner in Misano, crashed out in race 2, but did remount in that race to come home in 17th outside of the points. Estoril, bit of a mixed bag, a P10 and a P6, but it was back in the podium places after a brilliant ride in Barcelona.
Yeah, riders really come on strong as Pugliese, as has Alex Longarella, who sets 17th position in the championship on the number 45 bike and racing for the Liquid Moly Husqvarna GP Junior team. And really, this is the best qualifying position of the year so far. Just saw there, most of his points coming in race number 2 back in Estoril. So
yeah, that was in the wet conditions. I remember I was there, and he really had a good go of it. He was battling, he was in amongst the podium places, battling Bujosa for a while of it, and showed very strongly. Leonardo Zanni then, he's also shown strongly in a couple of races. As you can see, he's already got a podium to his name this year. That came in Misano.
Yeah, great ride in Misano for Zanni. Was one of the riders that just came through the field late on, and on the Finnish Work racing machine, his teammate was up there, Tines, in the early stages, and Zanni came through towards the end and nabbed the final podium position as Marco Morelli and David Gonzalez were really charging away at the front.
Yeah, as we look at Gonzalo Perez, you mentioned Tinez. We did see him on screen, but we haven't actually touched on him yet. The Venezuelan rider is starting on the front row, so an excellent qualifying and pre-race form from the young V Network rider. Gonzalo Perez then, his 4th season in the European Talent Cup, with the best results so far coming in Estoril 2022, taking P5. So be interesting to see how Perez, the number 25, can fare today.
A lot of riders in this class are showing the best performance so far of the season. A rider that we've seen some great things from so far this season, but mired down in the 3rd row of the grid at 9th. Marco Morelli carrying a little bit of an injury from practice this weekend, a bit of an injury to his right arm, but we saw him yesterday. He was in high spirits, but not quite on the form that you would expect. The championship leaders won 3 races so far this season, including that dominant performance in Barcelona last weekend, or a couple of weekends ago. He said to me that he was pushing hard throughout the entire race. I spoke to his team manager, Macaulay Webb, but later on he said he wasn't really pushing whatsoever. So he says one thing to us and another thing to the team, of course. But Marco Morelli, your championship leader, looking to charge through the field.
Yeah, a huge talent coming through from Argentina, as is Perrone, but just touching on Marco Morelli, outside of the 3rd row, it's his worst qualifying of the year to date. However, this is the European Talent Cup. We know that they can bunch up very quickly, which is why it was so rare to see him run away with it last time in Barcelona. But a huge, huge talent is Morelli, as is Valentin Perrone. He's picked up a couple of podiums in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, including a 1-2 actually. I believe it was in Jerez. Himself and Morelli took the win and made it an Argentinian 1-2 in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, which was amazing to see. Christian Daniel Jr. just on screen, 1 point so far in the campaign, starting in 11th position. He did start further up on the grid in Estoril, but didn't quite make it count. He's had a couple of crashes this year as well. The American rider just needs to put a little bit of finishing and checkered flag form together this season as he continues his development in the ETC.
Just want to touch on Valentin Perrone once again. He will be carrying over a long lap penalty into today's race after that collision with Carlos Cano on the last lap back in Catalonia. So it'll be a difficult race ahead for the young Argentinian rider, but if anyone could do it, we did see him a winner last time out in the Red Bull Rookies at Mugello. So Valentin Perrone can charge through the pack. So as we look at the grid, it's David Gonzalez on pole position and taking a last swig of water or something to cool down these riders, as it's really heating up out there on circuit at the moment. But ahead of race, or the only race here today, here is the grid. David Gonzalez from his first ever pole position goes off from Carlos Cano, your previous championship leader. He's chasing victory number 3 here today ahead of Kerman Tinez, the young Venezuelan rider, ahead of Enzo Bellon, the French rider, Giulio Pugliese and Alex Longarella on the outside of row number 2. Leonardo Zani, Gonzalo Perez and Marco Morelli on row number 3. And then we've got Perrone, Daniel Jr. and Marianus Nicolas, who came through Q1 into Q2 yesterday. He's in 12th spot. Fernandez Tezzini Alcina on row number 5 ahead of Agostinelli, San Juan and Tamburini on row number 6. Lou Brinton, Emmanuel Brinton, he's back this weekend, the young British rider of Khaled on row number 7, and then Bertola, Gabrini, Keanu Vire, brother of Colin, on row number 8 ahead of Freslin, Roman Boxberger on row number 9, and row 10 is Gutierrez, Bujosa and Almeida, who came through the last chance race earlier on today.
Yeah, Bujosa starting at the back of the grid. Not a typical sight for the young Spaniard. We've seen him on the podium already this season. So away we go on the warm-up lap, as you see Cano, I should say, the number 71. Keep an eye on him throughout the race. A real talent emerging from the endless production line here in Spain. Well, I say here in Spain. From Spain, we're actually in the south of Portugal. I get confused sometimes. From the Iberian Peninsula. And of course, plenty of talent coming from Portugal as well.
Yeah, we see some of the riders, the British talent team, the MLAV Racing Squad. Emmanuel Brinton, he's back on the grid this weekend, showing good form so far. Extremely tall rider is Emmanuel Brinton. He will be going from 20th place on the grid. A long list of British talent is coming through the pack, including some of the riders in the Mini GP series. Ethan Sparks and Thorle Trevorrow, they're racing out there in the Austrian class on the 170s and 60s as well. And and also doing extremely well, especially Ethan Sparks taking some victories in the Austrian Mini GP series. So we might see them coming through the ranks in a couple of years' time. But European Talent Cup is where these big stars really start the road to MotoGP journey before they move on to Junior GP and into the World Championship. So we've got 30 riders out there on track, Chris, and you can never tell what's going to happen. If I asked you to predict a winner, I'm pretty sure you can maybe list off about 10 riders at the very least.
At least. Yeah, European Talent Cup is unpredictable at the best of times, so I'm not going to stick my neck out just yet. Maybe on the last corner, and even then, knowing how ETC rumbles on towards the final corners, a few riders pop into the long lap penalty loop at turn 14. Just getting some practicing, just in case. I feel there's not that many riders who have the penalty of a long lap coming their way. As we take a quick look at the championship standings, Marco Morelli, starting 9th on the grid today, has a 20-point advantage over Carlo Cano. Cano, however, is P2 on the grid, and it is really brewing into quite a title fight between two hugely talented youngsters.
You've got to imagine Marco Morelli, your championship leader, will just be his damage limitation here today, carrying that injury. As we said, he didn't look too discomforted when we saw him yesterday in the pit lane, but on the bike it is a completely different story, especially with 14 laps under the sweltering sunshine here in the Algarve to contend with here today. So this is a great moment for the number 11 you see on screen to really take advantage and eat into that championship lead of Marco Morelli.
We've had 3 different winners in the ETC in 2024. Morelli, Cano and Pugliese. Will a new rider add their name to the list, or will it be one of the championship top 3? It's time to find out as we're about to go racing here in the Seoul European Talent Cup race. Lights are out. David Gonzalez is launching from pole position, but keep an eye on the number 71 of Carlos Cano, who takes the direct line down the middle. And will he get ahead of Gonzalez? It's a good launch from both riders, but it is Cano who will take the whole shot. We'll keep an eye out for Morelli. Oh, Gonzalez has pushed himself right back into the front as they come around turns 1, 2 and 3. Gonzalez leading just ahead of Pugliese, but Pugliese is about to fall behind, I believe, Fernandez. So brilliant start from Fernandez, a little bit further back on the grid.
Looks like Marco Morelli made a good start. He got up into 7th, but just dropping back behind Leonardo Zani in the opening couple of corners. So your championship leader is getting shuffled even further back. That's his Argentinian counterpart, passing through so Peroni, who almost came together with Marias Nicolas on the start. He's now up into 8th or 9th position as we flash past our camera, but for now it's Carlos Cano, and a move there looked like from Tines up the inside of David Gonzalez. It's come over the crest of the hill. We'll have to see that. It wasn't, it was actually, may have been, I think it was Pugliese who looked for a move but didn't make it stick.
Yeah, so it is Gonzalez in 2nd place, just behind Carlos Cano. Pugliese has pushed himself ahead, and then indeed it was Kernan Tines rather than Fernandez, who I had mentioned earlier, fighting, but both Zani and Fernandez then battling in 4th and 5th position, as Alex Longarella is very much part of this lead battle so far, as is the number 7. This time it is Beñat Fernandez, who has driven himself all the way up from where? 13th on the grid. He's now running in 4th.
Absolute mega start from Beñat Fernandez. We've seen that so many times from riders here at the Algarve who've come from near the back of the grid or the middle of it, and by the opening lap they're in the midst of the pack, battling for the race win. So it's been a while since we've seen Fernandez, that number 7 on the front there, and in 4th position at the front of the race as Pugliese gets close to the wall, looks for a move up the inside into turn 1 on Cano, but Cano looks like he has the advantage for now as Fernandez looks around the outside of Gonzalez, but stays line astern for now as Gonzalez makes a move into turn 2 on Pugliese.
Yes. Carbon copy, it's rinse and repeat for Gonzalez, be overtaken into turn 1, but get the better drive and move back ahead of the rider. This time it's Pugliese. Last time though, Cano did eventually get ahead. Will Pugliese move into 2nd position ahead of the pole sitter Gonzalez? But out front and keeping it calm and steady, it's Carlos Cano. Beñat Fernandez moves up the inside of Valentin Peroni as we have some yellow flags out at turn 2 and 3. We'll bring you an update of who that is once we know ourselves. It's Matteo Gabarini who has gone down.
Yeah, son of Christian Gabarini, the crew chief.
I was only waiting. I was
sorry about that. Take it away from me.
Stealing my stats, Liam. No, I let you have it. And I believe Evan Boxberger as well has also gone out there. It's the Jade takeoff machine, the Jag takeoff. It looks like it is, yeah. And then the number 42, Julius Frelsen, who has come through the Northern Talent Cup. He's another rider to suffer at turns 2 and 3, the young Dane. So back out front then, it is Carlos Cano who leads over David Gonzalez. We'll get a replay of what happened. Ooh.
Oh, a couple of them went down.
Yeah,
Luckily,
it's
not to get tangled up.
Frelsen and Gabarini have gone down there. I'm not quite sure actually what happened, but thankfully it looks like both riders are okay and walking away from the scene of the crime. So it's as you were back out front. Carlos Cano leading over David Gonzalez, Pugliese in third, just ahead of Kerman Martinez. Benya Fernandez has dropped into fifth position with Valentin Peroni now about to overtake Fernandez at the end of the top 6 here. So it's a little bit of a lead group forming already, Liam.
Yeah, big group leading or forming at the front here. 6 riders, the number 73 in the 5th position there. Just remember, he has to serve a long lap penalty for his collision with Carlos
Zani
Cano
has gone
last time
down.
out. Zani, big shame there. Started from 7th position on the grid, showing really good form, beating up your championship leader Marco Morelli in the opening couple of corners. And unfortunately for the Italian, he slid out of, I think it was 10th position he was in at the time. But for now, it's Cano still leads the way ahead of Gonzalez. And Pugliese with a move there coming from Tinez. This is a carbon copy of Mazzano all over again. But Tinez into the lower gear corners, just late on the brakes. Unfortunately for Tinez, back in Mazzano, he did eat up his tyres and dropped like a stone through the pack in the closing stages. Hopefully this time round he'll be there until the end and can hold the tyres. This track does seem to be a little bit easier on the tyres rather than Mazzano. Mazzano can be quite difficult on the tyres there.
Yeah, just an update then on your championship leader, Marco Morelli. Started P9. It's as you were for the Argentinian. He is still running in P9, but a long way to go yet as David Gonzalez makes a play for the lead. Cano looking to take a wider line and chop the nose off him, but has been forced wide, spitting up some dust there. Tinez now moves into 2nd position behind Gonzalez. Giulio Pugliese into 3rd for the moment. Cano takes a tighter line there, but he has been relegated from 1st to 4th as Valentin Peroni comes in to serve that long lap penalty he was due to serve due to making contact with Carlos Cano, wiping him out in the Barcelona race. So out front, Gonzalez leads.
I was going to say, Chris, sorry to jump in over you there. I thought you were going to keep going there. But yeah, Gonzalez leads ahead.
I see you chomping at the bit, ready to go. No. So I said I'd leave you to it.
Well, a rider we're keeping an eye on is Gonzalo Perez, another rider we've not spoken much about this year. He's closing in on the leader in the 25. There he is on the back of the group now. He's just behind Alex Longarella as well, who's also come to this top group. So many riders we've not spoken about as Fernandez looks up the inside of Tinez on the number 7 machine. So many riders we've seen for the first time in this leading group. But one rider that is in there, as was mentioned earlier on, is Marco Morelli, your championship leader. He's still mired back in the pack down in 9th. You can see him in the background. He's battling with Marianus Nicholas, the Australian rider. So he's really got his work out. Oh, Pugliese, a big moment out of the seat from turn number 5.
Yeah, that's going to open up a little bit of a gap now for Carlos Cano. Pugliese, is he set to lose a position as Gonzalez fires it up the inside. But Pugliese holds on to 2nd position, just ahead of Gonzalez, who looked like he might make a move. Carlos Cano then is leading out front. We'll get a good look over what happened here. Just out of the seat, he's managed to hold on to that, done quite well. Gernantinez also a victim of that move as he got caught up behind the Italian, allowing Gonzalez to pounce and take the provisional 3rd place away from him. Gonzalez then and Pugliese going side by side around turn 12. Gonzalez, your pole sitter, moves into 2nd position. Pugliese is getting beaten up here, Liam. Alex Longarella is the next one to push him back into P4. This is classic European Talent Cup.
Yeah, and it looked like it would be Gonzalez getting up. Oh, Gonzalez very wide there. Not sure what happened there. Looked like he was going for the car park route, but that's Longarella, who's now in 3rd spot. But this is giving the advantage with those mistakes from Pugliese and Gonzalez, an opening advantage to Carlos Cano, who's just kept it clean, kept it steady at the front, but it's now Slipstream City as they come across the line. 10 laps to go. Can anyone get in Carlos Cano Slipstream? 4 abreast for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Whoa, chopping across, and here comes Pugliese to take the lead. So with that moment, half a lap ago, it hasn't deterred the Italian riders. Cano chops back up the inside, so once again, it's all action here as now Tinez late on the brakes. We've seen so many times on the brakes into turn number 3, gains another position, and that's a rider further back.
That was at turn 14.
And number 6 of
Benjamin Caillet.
So we've seen that turn 12 gets taken many victims so far in this race here today as Pugliese chops back up the inside of Tinez, who did take second position a couple of corners ago.
Yeah, disappointment for the French rider Caillet. He's out of the race after some promising form all weekend. Now, looking back at the front, at the business end of proceedings, Pugliese is narrowing in on Carlos Cano. Cano doing a fine job out front here. Germán Tinez, the Venezuelan rider, he's chasing down a maiden podium in this class. He's shown lots of promise already this year, but just hasn't made that breakthrough. He sits in P3, takes it off David Gonzalez, takes a wider line now around Pugliese, but he won't get around the Italian rider. As Alex Longarelli, you can see, he's just having a little look up the inside of Gonzalez as they come through turns 12 and 13. Tinez then has one more little look up the inside of Pugliese. He's got the tighter line, but he will not make it stick past the Italian.
We're just talking about a lap ago. Your Marco Morelli, your championship leader, was detached from this pack. He's now closed back up to the front group. On that previous lap, he was the second fastest rider on the track. He was one of the only few in the 151s, as Chris just points out there. He's on the back of this group now. He's brought Marianus Nicolas along for the ride as well.
Yeah, there's a freight train of riders lining up. I believe Beñat Fernandez on the number 7 as Gonzalez has a little look up the inside of Germán Tinez, but Germán Tinez in turn says, hello Carlos Cano, I'm on the outside of you, I fancy a go at this. But it's going to be Giulio Pugliese, Alex Longarella and David Gonzalez who occupied the top 3. Alex Longarella diving on the right-hand side line, dives up the middle into turn 1 and leads for the first time in this race. But for how long? Not very long. David Gonzalez now decides he wants to have another crack at leading this group, coming in turn 3, pulls up the inside of the Spanish rider Longarella, and now your pole sitter is back out at the front.
Yeah, great ride here from Gonzalez, but I can imagine it's going to be not very long before someone takes the lead from Gonzalez. This is European Talent Cup action. It's absolute finest. Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Wide once again. Fernandez, it looks like he was making a move on Longarella, maybe just in the background. You know, I think it was Pugliese was having a look at in the background. It's all chopping and changing. It's hard to keep up with what's going on throughout this pack, but as you see, once again, Marco Morelli on the back of this group, just behind Pau Alsina. So your championship leader is taking his time to warm himself up, but he's now coming into this pack once more. As Cano has a look up the inside of Longarella into Portimão corner.
Yeah, this lead group, it's little separations between the top 2, 3rd and 4th, Germán Tinez, but not a whole lot. Germán Tinez now moves into 3rd position. The top 4 have a slight gap over, but it's really about to bunch up. Realistically, Cano now is about to take P3 back off the Venezuelan rider, Germán Tinez. So it's all chopping and changing, and this is why it's bunching up. The likes of Morelli being able to charge. Number 26 of Pau Alsina, Marianos Nicolas are coming into contention. Valentin Peroni has served his long lap penalty, and he is also well within reach of the front 3 riders. Still, we haven't reached the halfway mark, but we're getting very close to it as we come across the line once again. 8 laps to go. Carlos Cano is on the inside of David Gonzalez, but can anyone catch Alex Longarella? They absolutely can. It's going to be Carlos Cano who leads coming across turn 1, with Longarella slotting into 2nd, Tinez in 3rd position.
You were just mentioning half a lap ago, Chris, that all this battling is allowing everyone else behind to catch up. On the previous lap, the second group were a couple of tenths faster than this front group, with Christian Daniel on the previous lap setting a 1:51.6. So all this battling is just dropping this group into the 52s once again. Carlos Cano back at the front though. When he was at the front a couple of laps ago, yeah, great move there from Fernandez, but when Carlos Cano was at the front group a couple of laps ago, he was able to stretch that advantage. So don't be surprised if Cano will drop the pace back into the 151s on this lap. Oh, a moment there from Cano. He lost the front, saved it, Marc Marquez style, but that's now given Longarella the advantage through turn 7 and into 8 over the crest of the hill, down the hill into Craig Jones corner. I'm not sure quite how Carlos Cano saved that, but that was a mega save from the 71.
Yeah, superb stuff from an extremely talented rider. Maybe not so superb in that he needed to save it, but he is still upright, most importantly, as David Gonzalez has a look up the inside of Beñat Fernandez, see if he can garner some revenge on the Spanish counterpart, but not quite so. In fact, Gonzalez runs it wide and is pushed out now. He loses 2 positions, and it's Morelli who's gone a little bit wider there. Morelli still on damage control. He's running where he started in P9. So, out front, it is Alex Longarella, Carlos Cano and Kernan Tines. Beñat Fernandez is charging hard for a podium here. Just behind them then, I believe it is Gonzalo Perez. The number 26, indeed, it's actually Pau Alsina, who has charged hard as well. Pau Alsina constantly running in the front of groups. Just seems to be the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Never. There's so many of them out there on the Australia Galicia machines. It's hard to tell who is who. Alsina has a look up the inside of Fernandez. We did see some weaving along the front straight, as it looks like it might be Longarella. It looked over his shoulder there to see a big group.
Proven costly for Longarella.
He's dead. Alsina up the inside. Yeah, big mistake there from Longarella, as Alsina had a bit of a look up the inside. But for now, it's Carlos Cano, who a lap ago we were bigging him up that he might be able to stretch the pace. He didn't after that move, as Alsina has another look up the inside of Fernandez. So he's now coming on strong as the 26, as Longarella has a lot of a look up the inside of Fernandez that doesn't make it stick just yet, as it looks like we've got one of the riders further back. I think it's Valentin Peroni, who did serve the long lap penalty. He is the only rider last time rid in the 151s.
Yeah, Peroni showing some good mid-race pace here as we watch this battle between Longarella and Beñat Fernandez. They have proven great value so far for entertainment. Where are they running? I think in 6th and 7th, a little bit further back. But back out front, it is Carlos Cano, who's, I was about to say cruising, but he is not. He is doing a fantastic job of leading this race. He has led for large parts, as Kernan Tines has sat inside the podium positions. But there is a freight train of riders ready to pounce at any mistake. You've Gonzalez, you've got Alsina, Longarella, you've got Beñat Fernandez. Pugliese is running in 3rd position. And I'm just trying to keep an eye out for the number 97 of Marco Morelli. He's still running in 9th position. He's just keeping his powder dry and avoiding any major dramas ahead of him. Maybe just waiting for his moment to strike, Liam.
Well, there's another Argentinian rider just in front of him, Valentin Peroni. He is now ahead of Marco Morelli. The number 73 in the background as Gonzalez and Pugliese swarm past Carlos Cano and Tines as well. So the Venezuelan rider, it'll be great to see him on the podium. It'll be the first time a Venezuelan rider has finished on the podium in any class in the Junior GP series. Oh, a close moment there from Cano and Gonzalez. Really had to make Gonzalez check up there, swung across the front end into turn number 4. That's giving Pugliese a chance. Here comes Alsina, here comes Longarella as well, and the number 7 of Fernandez is chock-a-block into turn number 5. Chris, it's anyone's game, but everyone is trying as hard as they can to get the better of Carlos Cano.
Yeah, any one of, 10 riders it can finish on the podium. It is Cano, Gonzalez, Pau Alsina has moved into P3 for the first time. Pugliese has occupied that for a long time. But any one of 10 riders who haven't even visited the top 3 as of yet can take victory here. It's classic ETC. It's what we love in this class of racing. Chopping, changing, and it's anybody's game. Pugliese fires it up the inside. Will he get the 2 for 1? He'll have to settle for 1 as Pau Alsina is booted back into 4th position. Not for long though. Alsina actually gets a better drive coming out of turn 12, into turn 12 I should say. And Gonzalez is out front. David Gonzalez has led for plenty of laps. Carlos Cano has led for plenty of laps. Amid all the madness, it's quite impressive racecraft to keep their noses clean out in front of a manic race here in the south of Portugal.
Yeah, just looking at lap times again, on that previous lap, it was Valentin Peroni who did set the personal best lap of the race, a 151.5 with 5 laps to go now. I'm wondering now when the fun and games are going to start, when the tactics will begin, as no rider will want to lead coming across the line onto the final lap. Carlos Cano, though, for the time being, he does want to lead, but Gonzalez and Pugliese round the outside later on the brakes. There's Alsina as well on the number 26. He's been pushed out to the car park route over the Mazzano curbs, but for now he just drops into 4th for now, just in front of Longarella. But it's now starting, you can feel Chris to heat up as Cano makes another move on Gonzalez, just like he did 1 lap ago on the pole sitter, the Spanish rookie in the class, back up into 2nd spot.
Yeah, you just feel the winner might just come, is probably going to come from these 3. We've mentioned that 10 riders are very much in contention. But amid all the chopping and all the changing here in Portimão, these three riders have been consistently at the front. It's Pugliese who leads over Cano and David Gonzalez. David Gonzalez, your pole sitter. All three desperate for victory. Cano has tasted it this season. He's done the double in Estoril. Pugliese took victory on the line against Morelli in one of the Misano races. David Gonzalez, your pole sitter, is still waiting for his first victory, but a very impressive rider and has put in some impressive rides across the course of this season so far to take some podiums. Only 3 winners this season. We see 2 of them on screen now. The other is Marco Morelli, who is still hanging about just at the back of the pack. He's actually dropped the P11 according to the timing screens, but you can see here he's at the back of the pack, just happy to keep things steady and easy as he picks up some solid championship points. Now, behind the lead trio, you've got Pau Alsina, Kernantinez, desperate for podiums. They've always been there and thereabouts, and as we said, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Alex Longarella, we've seen him battle P4, I believe it was in Estoril in mixed conditions. He's doing it in the dry now as well.
Yeah, these top 6 are now starting to gap the rest of the pack. Valentin Perron, who we're talking about, picking him up a couple of laps ago as Cano's on the red. You don't want to be doing that into turn number 1, and it's all chopping and changing. Alsina now takes the lead, so this group are really chopping themselves up. That now allows Fernandez on the 7 back into the battle as Fernandez runs a little bit wide. Pugliese back in front, and there's now Gonzalez taking advantage. Pugliese gets mired out on the car park grid from 1st to 4th for the Italian, your race 1 winner back in Misano a few months ago. Longarella's looking for it now, and Pugliese is getting shuffled all the way back down the order. That's Tinez on the 27 Mir bike. He is now pushed up into 5th as Pugliese looks over his shoulder. He now sees Fernandez coming into... I look at this replay here, now Cano right on the red. He was very lucky not to get caught up with David Gonzalez, as both didn't really expect Pau Alsina to come charging up the inside of both of them. But Alsina for now on the 26, Estrella Galicia 0-0 machine leads the way as Cano tries as he might to retaliate on Gonzalez, but for now it's line astern into Portimão.
Through turn 11 we go with Pau Alsina leading ahead of Gonzalez and Cano. Pau Alsina sticking his hand up big time here in Portimão as he chases a first victory of the campaign. Gonzalez just having a little look up the inside on his AC racing machine, but Alsina keeps it clean. Tinez as well looks to be on the attack, the Venezuelan rider, but he's pushed it a little bit wide there. Can't find a way past Carlos Cano, who currently sits 2nd in the championship. I won't try doing the live maths, but I believe Morelli, even with the top 10 finish, will remain in the lead unless Cano can take victory here today, which is very much a possibility, Liam.
A very possibility. It could be possible. 6, 7, 8, 9 riders. Morelli's now back in this with Marius Nicolas further back. I was about to say, if Pau Alsina can hold this off, it will be his best result ever in ATC. His best result previously was 7th place in 2022 at Estoril, but he's been shuffled back down the order now, and it's now Cano once more in the lead ahead of Pugliese, so the cream rising to the top with Gonzalez in 3rd. Morelli, he's now starting to get his elbows out further back, your championship leader, who will see his championship lead slashed by Gonzalez and Pugliese, and of course Cano, if it remains like this. On the number 97 MLAV Racing Machine, he's in 9th, just ahead of Marius Nicolas. He's looking for a move up the inside of Valentin Perron as Gonzalez had a bit of a moment out the seat, and it now looks like it's Pugliese just opened up a couple of bike advantage. I'm not sure if there was a bit of a moment there also for Carlos Cano coming out of turn number 5, but the 11 riders you see on screen are your podium battle, and any one of them can come out on top with 2.5 laps remaining here.
We said it was impossible to make a prediction at the beginning of the race, and it was probably going to be impossible to make a prediction at the final corner, Liam. And it looks like that, for once, a prediction of ours is coming to fruition. But a long way to go yet here. About 10, 12, 10, 11 kilometers of racetrack ahead of these riders. Carlos Cano has stolen the lead. Pugliese Gonzalez just behind him. Kernantinez pushes Pau Alsina out a little bit wider to take 4th position. Number 73, Valentin Perroni. He's come through the long lap penalty to remain in contention for the podium. Still trying to keep an eye out on Marco Morelli, who's just been at the back of this group consistently throughout the race. The championship leader. Is he just waiting for the last lap to pick up some extra points and make sure he sees that checkered flag? Because, as you very well know, Liam, and for those of you who are watching this on a regular basis, there is always late drama in these European Talent Cup races. So over the line we come into turn 1. Carlos Cano led. Will Pugliese get the drive to the line? He's on the outside, so Cano looks like he's going to hold on. He absolutely does. Pugliese remains in second, Gonzalez in third, while it's consistently chopping and changing. Gernandina has done very well there to hold on to fourth position, as Alex Longarella and Gonzalo Perez, I believe it is, and Pau Alsina put him under some severe pressure.
Yeah, all these riders now with the chopping and changing all back into the 1-minute 52s, but that doesn't matter because it's a 1.5 bit laps remaining. Pugliese runs in deep into turn 5. That gives Cano a bit of an advantage. He's opened up once again 3 or 4 bike lengths. I was going to say before that moment there from Pugliese, it's all been quite clean, as you like. These riders are showing just how talented they are by keeping it fairly clean so far this race. I hope I haven't just given them the commentator's curse, because anything can happen with a lap and a half remaining. There is Longarella looking for his best results in the dry conditions, and Pau Alsina looking for his best result. Just
Tinez is down.
Tinez down, such a shame. He was in 5th spot and was showing brilliantly, but Tinez, he is down and out. That leaves 10 now in this leading group.
It's a divorce from Lady Luck for Gernandinez. Once again, down and out, lace on in a European Talent Cup race. He'll have to pick himself up to get ready for the next round in a couple of months' time. What happened to him here coming around down the hill? And he's just lost it very early. It snapped down on him. That's very unfortunate. But the race continues on. Just over 1 lap to go. Let's keep an eye on what happens coming out of turn 15. It's Carlos Cano who currently leads. Will anyone be able to get the drive to line? Well, he's got a nice gap there ahead of Giulio Pugliese, so he won't be able to catch. So it looks like a strategy that you want to lead coming out of the final corner. Not to give away spoilers, but that's not always the case, as we've seen in some races already today. But it's Pugliese who has gotten the slipstream and moved into first position. So Pugliese and Cano are going toe for toe out front. They have a couple bike lengths advantage over David Gonzalez, who is holding up the likes of Pau Alsina, Alex Longarella just behind them. But it looks like it's a shootout between these two riders. Perhaps down the back straight we'll see David Gonzalez
here we go
close the gap.
Yeah, it's a big move coming from Cano. Pugliese just tucks into Cano. Cano's running a little bit deep. Pugliese back on the inside. He's done it just ahead of the camera they went. So Pugliese retakes the lead after Cano ran a little bit deep into turn 5. And Marco Morelli, your championship leader, saw him making some moves in the background. It looks like he's into 7th spot now, so he's leaving it late. He's bringing the fire. It's Marco Morelli who's now trying to gather as many points as possible for a damage limitation. He's just behind the 26 and the 73 of Alsina and Peroni, with just a lap and a bit to go.
Into the final sector for the final time, and Carlos Cano has run it just a little bit wide coming out of turn 10, allowing David Gonzalez to pounce, and Gonzalez, your pole sitter, pounces for the lead. Cano now pushes Pugliese, number 31, wide. Cano is getting a move on with it. Pau Alsina, just behind them, has pushed himself into 4th position, but he's gone wide and handed the position back to Alex Longarella. Number 73, Valentin Peroni, battling here, but it's a 3-way shootout for victory. We've got Cano leading ahead of Pugliese. Gonzalez seems to have made a mistake. It looks like it's going to be Cano coming through the final corner. Will Pugliese get the run to the line ahead of the Spaniard? The Italian searching for a second win of the season, but it's going to be Cano, surely. Without a doubt, it's going to be Cano. Oh, Pugliese made a late lunge on the left-hand side. He takes P2, but it's all about the number 71, Carlos Cano, back on the top step in sensational fashion. Rounding out the podium was David Gonzalez, your pole sitter, ahead of Valentin Peroni and Alex Longarella. Marco Morelli made some inroads on that final lap to claim P7, which should just be enough to keep him in the championship lead, as Carlos Cano, his closest contender in the title standings, picks up the maximum 25 points.
Yeah, strange there from David Gonzalez on the penultimate corner. I'm not sure if he didn't want to lead. Oh, we've got a bike outside our commentary box who's gone down on the line. Thankfully, the rider has ran back over to the pit wall and okay. So just
that
outside of a
bizarre moment, just
yeah,
over the checkered flag. I'm not quite sure who it is.
Yeah, back in the middle of the circuit.
But it is right in the middle of the circuit. The checkered flag is waving, and thankfully they should have enough time to take evasive action, as most of the riders, only a couple of riders now. Yeah, Evan Boxberger has taken the checkered flag.
Yeah, so thankfully.
So everyone around safely. That was a bizarre moment, and we might see what happened. But back on the victory lap, it's Carlos Cano back on the top step. He failed to see the checkered flag after being clipped by Valentin Perrone in Barcelona, having done the double in Estoril. The young Spaniard is very much enjoying his trips to Portugal, back on the top step. That's 3 wins for the campaign. He's got 3 podiums, all of them are wins. Giulio Pugliese back on the podium as well. He picked one up, P3 in Barcelona, picked up a win in Misano at home, the Italian rider, and now he's got a P2, complete the podium set, a P1, a P2 and a P3, as he also closes the gap to championship and points leader Marco Morelli. Marco Morelli, not quite a protagonist in this race as we've come to expect from the young Argentinian. As Liam has mentioned, he's picked up a slight injury, so it was damage limitation, and a fine job at that, picking up P7, making inroads late on. David Gonzalez, we just saw momentarily on the AC Racing Team machine, the young Spaniard on the number 11 bike, picking up yet another podium. That's 2 in a row for the Spaniard. And in Estoril, he didn't pick up any points, but it's been double podium Misano, podium in Catalonia, and podium in the Algarve for David Gonzalez. But the European Talent Cup sole race in the Algarve belongs to one rider and one rider only, as he whips into pit lane with a wicked stoppie. The number 71 of Carlos Cano. He was 20 points behind Marco Morelli coming into this, the riders leading the championship standings. Cano has picked up the maximum. Still hasn't quite caught Morelli out front in the championship chase, but has made a big inroad ahead of the next round. A double header in Jerez, followed by a double header in Aragon, and then the season finale in Valencia. So this title fight is bubbling over quite nicely. We will hear from Carlos Cano very shortly. As you can see, our man on the ground, Liam Hodgins, will grab a word with him, but he must go through the technical checks, of course, getting weighed, make sure he's within all the regulations, and then the well-deserved celebrations with the team. David Gonzalez then, he was very much in the victory fight. Seemed to have a mistake coming out of turn 14. We'll see that shortly, I am sure. See just exactly what went wrong for the Spaniard. Italian rider Giulio Pugliese back on the podium. He's making a habit of finishing on the podium. Race winner in Misano, P3 in Catalonia, excuse me, P3 in Estoril, a P5 in Catalonia, but back on the podium here today with a P2. Super ride. Carlos Cano, Giulio Pugliese, David Gonzalez, the 3 of them consistently at the front of a group of about 10 riders battling for victory. Here we can see what went wrong. A bizarre incident for Mathias Tamburini, and thankfully has come away unscathed, maybe a little bit shaken, but relatively unhurt, and hopefully the bike just needs some superficial repairs. Well, he's just taking a moment on the inside of pit lane there. Tamburini finishing P21 outside the points as he continues his development in the ETC class. But here's Carlos Cano, your race winner. Absolutely superb victory. Took the win by just 0.04 of a second, less than half a tenth between him and Pugliese, with Gonzalez next over the line. We'll be hearing from him very shortly, but he's got the number 1 board in front and ready to pose for the photos. The Spaniard back on top in the European Talent Cup. Remember the name, a huge talent. Both he and Morelli, expect them to go on to much bigger and better things in the future. Cano now will make his way over to Liam Hodgins, and we'll hear from him very shortly as we just take a little look at some of the highlights from the race. Cano leading Pugliese. You see Gonzalez at this stage, it looks like he'd already gone wide, and this is the run to the line. Cano adopting the right wide line to break the slipstream of Pugliese, but Pugliese did make that late charge to narrow the gap ever so slightly, but it wasn't enough as the number 71 of Carlos Cano took victory, and he is below in Parc Ferme with Liam Hodgins.
Carlos Cano, an absolutely extraordinary third win of the season. You've closed the championship lead down to Marco Morelli as well. Was the win ever in doubt?
Yes, I was very happy. Incredible race. The condition very hot, very hot. Nah, incredible. No words. It's incredible. Thank you, thank people who support me, my family, my team, and my dad, my mom, Miguel Zamora, all my team. Incredible.
Big celebrations, I'm sure, long into the night. Very well done. And again, in Español.
Ha sido una carrera increíble. Estoy muy contento. Esta es mi tercera victoria. Se lo quiero dedicar a todo mi equipo, a mis entrenadores, a Miguel Zamora, que está haciendo un trabajo increíble conmigo y todo mi equipo. Hacía mucho calor durante la carrera, he sufrido bastante y estoy muy contento.
Felicidades.
Thank you.
This is how Carlos Cano once again became a race winner in the European Talent Cup. It was David Gonzalez who started on pole position, but Cano, the number 71, took the direct line into turn 1 from second on the grid to get his nose in front of the AC Racing Team rider, but Gonzalez did strike back almost immediately. It all began to bunch up as some riders crashed out of contention. Misfortune for them, and they will have another chance, not today, but in later rounds, to get some points on the board. But a theme was breaking out as about 10 riders battled for victory. It was the likes of Kernan Dines, Alex Longarella, Carlos Cano leading at the front. But then Cano was joined by Giulio Pugliese, David Gonzalez, as that trio of riders consistently contended with the threat of Kernan Dines, Beñat Fernandez, Pau Alsina, who all went hard charging for a podium. Those three riders though, the 71, the number 11 and 31, Cano, Pugliese and Gonzalez, were consistently at the front, even though Pau Alsina led for a couple of laps. The Estrella Galicia rider just couldn't hold on with the form and dominance of Carlos Cano, coming to the fore each time. Gonzalo Perez making a move up the inside as the race then lost. Kernan Dines, the Venezuelan rider, divorcing from Lady Luck late in the race. A front two broke away, a Pugliese leading Cano onto the final lap. Gonzalez quickly joined that trio of riders and fancied leading himself before an error, it seemed, from Gonzalez allowed Pugliese and Cano to break away. Cano went wide right, Pugliese went left in a sprint for the line, but it was Cano who held on to take victory here in the only European Talent Cup race in the Algarve.
Racing, Guillaume Alonso.
Guillaume Alonso then, the team representative from 72 Artbox Racing, up on the podium. David Gonzalez back on the podium again, as is Giulio Pugliese, a quick little sprint over. And then Carlos Cano back on the top step. Didn't finish the race in Barcelona, did the double in Estoril before that, and now he's back on the top step, making up for that Barcelona loss.
Vice President from the Portuguese Federation.
Mr. Armando Marques handing out the trophies to the 72 Artbox team representative, as he will do for David Gonzalez.
Third position, David Gonzalez.
High fives all around then for P1 and P2, P3
Trophy
from
for
Mr. Marques.
Handled by Mr. Jean-Marc Deniu,
Jean-Marc Desnieu, the Vice President of the FIM Europe, will hand out the trophy to Giulio Pugliese, his first P2 of the year, adding to his P1 from Mazzano
and the trophy
and P3
for the winner
in Catalonia.
Will also be handled by Mr. Jean-Marc Deniu, Vice President of
While it's yes, another winner's trophy for Carlos Cano, his third of the season.
And it's time for the national anthem of Spain. For the
And now
winner,
to listen to the
Carlos
Spanish
Cano.
national anthem.
Moment to celebrate with a soda for the first three of this European Talent Cup. Riders, you can now celebrate with a
Time
soda.
to spray the fizzy water aboard the Algarve podium here in the south of Portugal. Scorching conditions out there, so I'm sure they'll be glad to have a little bit of refreshing water to cool them down.
And photo shoots for the first three.
An absolutely thrilling race then in the European Talent Cup sees Carlos Cano come out on top once again. Third race win of the season. Giulio Pugliese, David Gonzalez, no strangers to the podium. Pugliese is a race winner, but pole sitter Gonzalez is still waiting for that first race win in the European Talent Cup. But most importantly, all three do close the gap to Marco Morelli atop the championship standing. So your final result sees Cano, Pugliese and Gonzalez, your top three. You're only a hair's breadth between them. Valentin Peroni rode his way to fourth ahead of Longarella, Paualcini. Marco Morelli, championship leader, comes home in seventh, making late inroads. Gonzalo Perez, Beñat Fernandez pick up solid top 10 finishes, as does Marianos Nicolas. Enzo Ballon started on the second row but dropped out of contention. He picks up P11 ahead of Luca Agostinelli. Gabriel Tassini, Christian Dallin Jr. and Mikey Liu are the rest of your points finishers. Edu Gutierrez, Fernando Bujosa crossing the line just behind the points finishers. Edu Bertola, Remy San Juan, Emmanuel Brinton, Matthias Tamburini. Tamburini had that crash over the checkered flag. Matteo Roman, Alfonso Almeida, Keanu Weyer, Evan Boxberger all see the checkered flag but don't pick up points. Kerr Martinez, a late crasher. Benjamin Calle, Leonardo Zani, Julius Frelson, Matteo Gabarini all crashing out of contention earlier in the race. So this is what it does to the championship standings, and indeed Marco Morelli remains atop the points leaderboard. Carlos Cano though has cut his lead from 20 to 4 points. Pugliese is now within 22 points. Gonzalez moves to within 27. Peroni also within 30 points. Jesus Torres, Zani, Alcina Ikegami further behind. Gonzalo Perez inside the top 10. Then it's the likes of Gabriel Tassini in P11. Alex Longarella picked up some good points as he moves up to 12th. Bujosa, Agostinelli, Beñat Fernandez all separated by just a couple of points. Kerr Martinez constantly battling at the front but just not picking up the points at the moment, the young Venezuelan rider. 18th in the championship is Nicolas ahead of Calle, Vasilios Pantialakis. We didn't see him in action today, nor did we see David da Costa. Both of them tied on 8 points. Enzo Ballon 5 points for P22. And the rest of your points finishers, Mikey Liu picking up his first points, and he sits in behind Remy San Juan in the championship standings. So an absolute thriller in the south of Portugal sees a familiar name back on top. Carlos Cano is the race winner from the sole ETC race in the Algarve ahead of David Gonzalez and Giulio Pugliese. The number 71 now is within striking distance of the championship leader Marco Morelli ahead of the Jerez rounds later in the year. The Autódromo do Algarve sets the scene for round 4 of the 2024 FIM JuniorGP World Championship. Nestled in among the rolling hills, close to the port city of Portimão, in the very south of Portugal, the 4.6-kilometre piece of tarmac is famed for its undulating nature, sweeping corners, and a long front straight, which really allows riders to stretch the legs of their machines. Nine right-handers, 15 laps await us for the second Junior GP race of the day. And without giving too much away of what happened in the opening race of the day here at the Autódromo do Algarve, it was an absolute thriller which had us on the edge of our seats, and we will be hoping for a serving of more of the same. Having said that, we will see the highlights of race 1 right about now. It was Guido Pini who started on pole position, the number 96 getting a good launch from the line, but not as good as Alvaro Carpe. Pini actually dropped to 3rd position behind Carpe and Casey O'Gorman. The number 83 of Carpe led out front as some moving and changing in the chasing pack saw a number of riders go down, including the likes of Eddie O'Shea and Rico Salmela. The Estrella Galicia riders of Yambias, O'Gorman and Max Quiles proved a constant threat as Adrian Cruces went up to the inside of Quiles before we lost some more riders in the race. Dodo Baggio among them, but back out front Carpe was keeping his cool. Coming over the hill here we see he was leading O'Gorman and then a trio of Estrella Galicia riders. That trio of riders did eventually lead the race. Quiles, the number 28, ahead of O'Gorman and Yambiats, the likes of Cormac Buchanan and Guido Pini still were never far away. But it kept chopping and changing until the latter stages of the race, where we see Alvaro Carpe push Casey O'Gorman to the side to retake the lead. And then it was a straight shootout for the line between Guido Pini and Alvaro Carpe. Pini led coming through the final corner. And as the race lost a couple more riders, the likes of Baggio going down again, Arbiadi Tama. But back out front it was Pini against Alvaro Carpe. Casey O'Gorman had dropped off the front two. Guido Pini, as I said, led through the final corner. Alvaro Carpe adopted a wide left line, and just like he did in Barcelona, took victory by a hair's breadth to go make us consecutive victories in the Junior GP class for the first time. 2 wins for Alvaro Carpe and a stunning performance in race 1 here. It's time for race 2. 32 degrees in the air, 41 degrees track temperature, 7 miles per hour winds. It is an absolute scorcher in the southern tip of Portugal in the Algarve. And we've had some scorching track action so far. This being the 4th race of the day. We've already had Junior GP race 1, Moto 2 race 1, and we've just left an absolutely brilliant European Talent Cup race. If you get the opportunity, make sure you catch up and watch those races from earlier, because not that I'm biased, but all 3 were absolute thrillers and had us on the edge of our seats here in the commentary booth in the south of Portugal. So let's hope for much more of the same as the Junior GP class roll up to the grid spots, to their grid spots for race 2, which will get underway in around about 10 minutes time, set to see lights out at 2 p.m. 15 laps await us in the Junior GP as we take a look at the pole sitter Guido Pini. Guido Pini debuting in Junior GP, not Moto GP, pardon me. He's debuting in the Algarve in the Junior GP category. He missed the opening 3 rounds due to a broken elbow he picked up during Red Bull Rookies Cup testing in Jerez, and he's only rocked up to his first weekend in the Junior GP category and taken pole position. He went from pole to P2 then in the first race of the day, and he will launch from pole position and hope he goes a little bit better this time around. Joining me in the commentary booth is Liam Hodgins. Liam, an absolute pleasure to have you alongside me once again.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here for the second Junior GP race of the day. I must admit, I was just outside there and it was an absolute scorcher out there. You cannot believe how warm it is. I was strolling through the paddock trying to get back here.
You sound out of breath.
Not as fit as I
Ferme
used
isn't
to
that
be.
far away.
For me, it's only a million miles away, but yeah. It's a scorcher for there, and we saw at the end of the European Talent Cup race a few of the riders throwing water down their back. So it's, yeah, you can imagine at the height of the heat today, at 2 p.m. local time, we will be having lights
it's
out.
an absolute scorcher out there. We've
really
been feeling it all weekend. We can only imagine what the riders are going through. Having said that, I did chat to a few of them yesterday, the likes of ETC rider Emmanuel Brinton, Eddie O'Shea from MLAV Racing, just saying, how do you handle the heat out there? And they say once the leathers are on and on that bike, they don't feel it.
Well, one of the riders that won't be taking part in this sweltering heat will be Eddie O'Shea. I just bumped into him in the paddock on the way down, and he's suffered a fracture to his tibia. So, yeah, big shame there for Eddie O'Shea. But they've got a couple of weeks off before, I say a couple of months off before Jerez in a couple of months' time. So hopefully Eddie O'Shea will be back to full fitness, but just had a bit of a coming together in race number 1 with Jesus Rios, and that was the unfortunate result for Eddie. But hopefully we'll see him back in action in a couple of weeks' time. We've still got Evan Belford out there in the MLAV racing machine, so he picked up his second top 10 in as many races. So hopefully there'll be great to come from Evan in today's race.
Yeah, super race 1 from Evan Belford, and we of course wish Eddie O'Shea a very speedy recovery. It's a real pity for him. He's been coming into some good form in recent rounds, just hasn't had that luck, and it's just another dash of luck, or misfortune rather, here in the south of Portugal that sees him out of race 2. Alvaro Carpe then, he's had no problems with luck in recent races. He's just gone back to back. Race 1 here, winner here, and Barcelona race winner. Alvaro Carpe, I think his winning margin over those 2 races is less than about 200ths of a second as well. He's really left it late. So Carpe really coming into his own this year in the Junior GP class. As is Facundo Yambias, he dropped off a little bit in race 1, but had a very good race amongst the front runners for the majority of that. You can see he finished actually in P8 this morning, but he led at one point and was in that podium battle, the Uruguayan rider, and he'll be hoping, just going a little bit better and maintaining that pace throughout.
Yeah, that elusive top 5 in Junior GP still eludes the Uruguayan. He came so close. He actually finished in 5th position in race 1 in Catalonia, but was given a 1 drop position for exceeding track limits, which was a great shame because he's been on great form so far this season, as has his teammate, the rookie in the class in Junior GP, Max Quiles, still chasing that first podium and the double European Talent Cup champion. You have a feeling that first win is just around the corner, and this track around here in Portimão has seen a few rookies in the past, Joel Esteban being one of them last year, taking his first ever Junior GP victory.
Yeah, it's almost bizarre to say that Max Quiles still hasn't got a podium. Of course, he is only a rookie and we're only 4 rounds into this, but he's been constantly a name on our lips, coming on our lips all weekend, and back-to-back P4s. You feel it's just a matter of when rather than if for Max Quiles.
Exactly, and a matter of when, not if, for Cormac Buchanan as well. The Kiwi rider, look how consistent he's been, always finishing inside the top 5, apart from the DNF in Misano. You get a feeling he's really starting to mount a serious championship challenge as the young Kiwi, and that first victory might not be too far away. A rider that did escape a couple of incidents in race number 1 earlier on, a couple of big moments in that race before he eventually settled down to pick up that P5.
Yeah, Jakob Rosenthaler then, the number 78, didn't see the checkered flag earlier today, was caught up, oh indeed he did actually, he recovered for P17. He crashed out earlier in the race though.
Well, he was supposed to serve a long lap penalty for his misdemeanor in Catalonia. We haven't had word through if he has to serve it in this race, but the sanction does say he will have to serve it in the next race he competes in. So I don't know if that's null and void in the penalty. We'll have to wait and see for that one, but we're a little bit hazy on that. So it'll be interesting to see if Jakob Rosenthaler does have to serve the long lap penalty in this race.
Rico Salmela then, a rider. We said Eddie O'Shea was deserted by luck, as is Rico Salmela. You can see he's got one race win there. That's the only finish inside the points between crashes, getting caught up in other people's crashes, misfortune. Just the Flying Finn has had absolutely zero luck in 2024. We mentioned it earlier as well that he had a crash here yesterday in Portimão. There was a bit of a pile-up after oil was spilled on track, bringing down maybe 10, 11 riders during practice. Rico Salmela had spotted that and started cruising, taking a time, and the eyewitness account says that he was just cruising, taking it easy at about 10 miles an hour, and next thing you just see him in the flying into the gravel. So hopefully Salmela has a little bit more luck coming his way. Now, we've just seen a couple big name riders a little bit further back on the grid. Marcus Uriarte, P9, is one of them. Jesus Rios, P10, is the other. Uriarte was your championship, still is your championship leader, but he picked up a DNF in the opening race, as did Jesus Rios. So, two of the main protagonists in the championship chase will be hoping for better fortunes this afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully we can see some of the big riders actually being part of this running here today, because there was a big incident at turn number 3 which did take down Eddie O'Shea, Jesus Rios, Rico Salmela and Jacob Rosenthaler during race number 1. Fingers crossed we can get through the opening few laps and of course the entire race without any incident. And your pole sitter, Guido Pini, can he take his first victory of the season here in race number 2? So we'll look ahead to race number 2 for Junior GP at Portimão, as Guido Pini leads away from Casey O'Gorman and Alvaro Carpi, who made it to the second victory earlier on today. For Candy Ambias, he takes over 4th position on the grid with Eddie O'Shea out of action in race number 2 ahead of Keeles, and Cormac Buchanan Rosenthaler in 7th spot ahead of Salmela and Uriarte, with Rios, Cruces and Moodley further back. Rossi, Danish and Dodo Boggio rounding out row number 5. Watch out for Hakim Danish, he came through the pack earlier on race number 1 ahead of Ramstoffer, Powerledge and Pomara rounding out row 6 ahead of Uchimi. Evan Belford took the top 10 in race number 1 ahead of Aditama, Odaki, Shawil and Grenfell, with KJ Monignani picking up a point or 2 points in race number 1 earlier on today ahead of Cesare Tiezzi, Kevin Forkosh and Puetasan row number 10 ahead of Ligori, Jeffrey Emmanuel and Uetu, with Loris Johnrock at the back of the grid on bike number 2.
Away we go then for the warm-up lap for the second race of the Junior GP category. A brilliant opening race this morning leaves us gasping for more, shall we say, Liam. Any predictions coming into this one?
Goodness me, I tried to not make any predictions ahead of European Talent Cup earlier on today as well. For this one, I cannot make any predictions either, because it's...
Go on, stick your neck out, mate.
Okay, I'm going to stick my neck out there. I'll put my hand in my pocket, which is very rare for a Scotsman to do, and I'm going to put my money on Guido Pini, because it was his first race earlier on today in Junior GP. He just missed out in the victory. I think he would have learned from that, with Alvaro Carpi snatching it on the line, and I think Guido Pini has the pace to make it happen in race number 2.
Yeah, that's a very fair assessment. Picking the pole sitter, P2 finisher in race 1. As we mentioned, it's his first appearance in the Junior GP category, and he's taken it by storm. After coming back from injury, he is making up for lost time. Yeah, big time. A real talent we have on our hands here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of support as well. We did see at Mugello a couple of weeks ago for MotoGP, there were big banners at the Podio Secco section of the track that said Guido Pini. Had more support than lots of other riders, so you know Guido Pini is a big star for the future, and he's got a lot of support. And he is, of course, a European Talent Cup champion 2 years ago. We know he has got talent, but he hasn't won a race in this series since he took victory at Aragon in the European Talent Cup in 2022. So this could be the first time. It'll be a long time coming for the young Italian.
So around the final couple of corners we go on the warm-up lap, and here we have the championship standings. Marcus Uriarte didn't pick up any points in that opening race, crashing out late on, but he escaped with this championship lead still intact. Alessandro Morosi, Cruces tied on 76 points each, within 6 points of the young Spaniard CF Moto Aspar Junior Team rider, who will launch from the outside of the third row. So it is a front 4 rows packed with absolute quality. Pedigree all across the field, but the front 4 seem to just have the race winners, podium finishers, and the race leaders, pole sitters. So we're just moments away from the second race of the day here in the Junior GP category. Guido Pini starts on pole position ahead of Casey O'Gorman, who is on the podium in race 1. Alvaro Carpe, your race 1 winner, starts on the outside of the front row. Then it's Yambias, Quiles and Buchanan. Quiles is a demon off the line and has been the last couple rounds. Keep an eye on the number 28 from the middle of the second row. But the green flag waves in the background. We're seconds away from lights out here. The eyes on the lights. The reds are up. It's time to go racing here in the Algarve, and it's a good start from the number 96 of Guido Pini. He cuts off Alvaro Carpe and drives straight into the middle. Pini will have the whole shot. Oh, indeed he will not. Carpe makes a move into turn 1, and then it is Casey O'Gorman, Yambias and Quiles following suit. We've got 4 riders in the blue, and it's 54 of Jesus Rios, 2-time race winner, or 3-time race winner in this category already, who has got a good start and slotted into 4th position. So Carpe is your early race leader on lap 1 ahead of Guido Pini, but Pini is now making a move up the inside of the race 1 winner Carpe and retakes control of the lead. Then it is the number 94 Facundo Yambias ahead of Jesus Rios, Max Quiles ahead of O'Gorman, with Marcos Uriarte following in behind.
And thankfully this time round there was no incident at turn 3. Everyone was safely, cleanly through on lap number 1, with Guido Pini currently leading the way. I must apologise to Guido. His last race win in the European Talent Cup, no matter what I said earlier on, was at Valencia at the end of 2023. So only the second, or only 2 races ago, they actually competed as Jesus Rios
goes for the 2 for 1.
inside. Oh, great move there. He was caught up in the crash on lap 1 in race number 1 earlier on today, but thankfully now for the former championship leader, he's still in the mix as he looks for a move on Alvaro Carpe. But at the moment, this is allowing Guido Pini to maybe just stretch his legs in the early laps.
Yeah, we saw it bunch up in race 1. A lot of riders chopping and changing for victories. A little bit more settled so far here, and eventually in that race, Guido Pini, Alvaro Carpe and Casey O'Gorman broke away from a chasing group, but no such sign of that happening just yet. Pini does have a slight 4-bike length advantage as we complete lap 1 here, but expect that all to change as we come down the near kilometre-long stretch in the Algarve, and immediately Alvaro Carpe is looking up the inside, as is Jesus Rios, and Rios is now the race leader. First time we've seen Jesus Rios lead a race here in the Algarve this year. He crashed out of race 1 earlier this morning, so never really got going, the former championship leader.
Yeah, this top 6 have already got a 1.4 second advantage over Jakob Rosenthaler, who was one of the other riders caught up in that lap 1 incident in race 1. So great start from this top 6, really setting a scintillating pace so far, with 3 Australian lithium machines in the battles we saw in race number 1. But it's the top 2 from race 1 and 2nd and 3rd, but Jesus Rios, who's coming out to make amends from the incident in race 1 earlier on today, already hit the front, and we've got some yellow flags out at turn 4, 5 and 6. We'll keep an eye out on who might be dropping down the order there. So great shame that for, it looks like Cormac Buchanan and Evan Belford. So Belford, we're bigging him up ahead of the race today after finishing P10 in race number 1. So he's gone down at turn number 5. It looked like it might have been Cormac Buchanan that was caught up in that. We'll see a replay here. And it was indeed, Elvin Belford.
Collision between the two, isn't
Yeah,
it? Or
it
have
was.
they gone in separate crashes?
And once again today we're seeing a bike sitting on top of one of the MLAV racing riders. Thankfully Evan Belford was able to get back up again, but great shame that after 2 top 10 finishes in the last 2 races for the young Englishman.
Yeah, it's been a massive step forward in recent outings for Belford, so it's been good to see him getting into top 10, but that is an unfortunate incident which will put a slight dent in his progress. But like we've said, there's 3 rounds still to go as it's all chopping and changing. Once again at the front, Alvaro Carpe leads over the line, but will he lead into turn 1, Liam? I don't think so. Max Quiles is taking the wider line here. In fact, he's about to make me eat my own words. Alvaro Carpe, that is a rare sight, I would say, in Junior GP, coming down the hill on the right-hander into turn 1 to see the person leading over the line leading through turns 1, 2 and into turn 3 Lagos. However, Max Quiles is on the march, isn't he? A 148.5 from the Spaniard. We said it's almost bizarre that he hasn't been on a podium so far. He is out to change that. A hugely talented rider on that Estrella Galicia machine, and he needs a cohort of Estrella Galicia riders. Yambias slotting in behind in P3, Casey O'Gorman just behind them, with Jesus Rios completing top 5.
Yeah, fingers crossed Quiles can keep it nice and clear. As we see Cormac Buchanan coming into the pits. Interesting to point out there, Chris, that Quiles' fastest lap is 1 second slower than they were setting in race 1 earlier on today. So these hotter conditions are really taking a toll on the bikes and also on the tyres. It's a scorcher out there today. So we've got a move coming from Quiles. They set the fastest lap of the race. Pushes out Alvaro Carpi into Portimão corner. Here comes Yambias as well. Yambias was showing great form in the start of race 1, but dropped back down the order to 8th late on in the race. Then all the riders now. Casey O'Gorman on the other Estrella Galicia machine. He's now finding form. As we see a rider, that's at the top of the hill going down to Craig Jones.
Is that Uriarte has gone down again?
It is Uriarte actually. Or was it Morossi?
It's Morossi.
Morossi's gone down. What's happened here? We see the replay. The rider and he's gone on the curb. So that's
over the hill. Oh,
yeah,
that's not a good place to go down.
No, not at all. That's the Misano curbs that they've been installing in around a lot of the tracks in the world. You really don't want to be running out there, as we just saw from Morossi, who's gone down and out. So his early season form is deserting him now, as we see another change for the lead potentially, Chris, with Carpi taking the lead. And
Casey O'Gorman
almost tagging his teammate of Quiles.
Yeah, quite rightly, Casey O'Gorman pulling off a ballsy move, shall we say, going into turn 1, slip in behind Alvaro Carpe and push and drop Max Quiles into 3rd position. So Morossi has gone down just over the few corners ago, over the blind crest, and thankfully he's okay. Yeah. The bike looks a little bit shaken, as do his leathers.
As does he.
Yeah. Alessandro Morossi sits 2nd in the championship, but you would imagine that he won't be picking up any points, he would slip a little further back. Now, in terms of the championship, Marcus Uriarte will not be able to punish it as things stand. He's running in P11, so he won't take the maximum. And Adrian Cruces was there too. He's running in P8, so running a little bit better. A chance for Cruces perhaps to seize the championship initiative. Or it could be Alvaro Carpe back battling at the front of the Junior GP race. This is a new Alvaro Carpe. We've covered him on multiple occasions in recent years. Liam, we've seen him on the podium, but we've never seen him on the top step. That was until a couple of weeks ago in Barcelona, where he won it by a hair's breadth. He did the exact same here this morning in race 1, and he is back out at the front here in race 2 in the Algarve. Yeah, multiple race winner in Red Bull Rookies Cup. As you say, Chris, was deserting him in Junior GP. Multiple podiums in 2023. Came into this season as the championship favourite on many people's lips, but was struggling in the early part of the season, got caught up in a few incidences, but as he came into Catalonia, he found the form again, took his first race win, made a double earlier on this morning, but it looks like he's going to be getting swamped as they go down the straight with Rios coming out. Here comes Pini, he drops into 2nd, but Carpe still leading it for now, as O'Gorman was at potential, I think it was Quiles actually, swoops around the outside of Jesus Rios into 3rd, but Rios back again on the brakes into the corner where he went down in race number 1. All clean as you like for now. That just pushes Yambias on the number 94 Estrella Galicia machine into the clutches of his teammate Quiles, with O'Gorman just a little bit detached from his two teammates just in front, as Rios makes it again, another move. But here comes, it was actually O'Gorman, so O'Gorman it was chasing down Yambias. It was Quiles was a little bit detached. Sometimes, Chris, it's a little bit hard to tell those three apart. Yeah, I've just noticed, Liam, as well, another mistake. I do often look at the flag on the wheels, but I keep getting my eye drawn to the rear wheel, and they're all Spanish flags. So it's on the front wheel. If you're looking for a little tip, is that Dodo Maggio? It's Maggio again. But if you're looking for a little tip to tell the Australia boys apart, look at the front wheel. You've got a Uruguayan flag, an Irish flag, and a Spanish flag. Unfortunately, Max Quiles. Unfortunately, my eyesight isn't quite as good as it used to be, so I'm losing out to a little bit of eyesight there to try and catch immediately who it is. But so it is a case of the usual suspects then, Liam, out front, isn't it? Alvaro Carpe, Casey O'Gorman, Jesus Rios, Max Quiles, Guido Pini, fast becoming a usual suspect, even though it's just his first weekend, and Facundo Yambias. Yambias, we mentioned earlier, hasn't actually got that top 5 yet, but he's doing a lot of good running here. He's running in 5th position, just ahead of teammate Max Quiles. Max Quiles still hasn't got that podium yet. Amazingly, but he's still always running at the front. There is still a long way to go here. Guido Pini is out front ahead of Jesus Rios. Rios has plenty of winning experience, as does Alvaro Carpe. Casey O'Gorman debuted on a Junior GP podium this morning, and he's hungry for more. But it's going to be Pini, Rios, O'Gorman in the podium positions, in the provisional podium positions as we come into turn 3 here at the Portimão circuit. Yambias has a little look up the inside of Quiles and pushes him back into 6th position. Yambias is in 5th.
Now, this 12-wheeler might become a 20-wheeler any moment now, because Salmela, Danish Rosenthal and Uriarte are closing in on the top 6. You'll see them flash into the background there. The white helmet of Salmela, who's had so much bad luck apart from that race win in Estoril. He's now hunting down your race leader. He was the 2nd fastest rider on the track, just behind Guido Pini, who is now your race leader, but he was in 3rd spot on the remainder of the previous lap there, so he took the lead with the fastest lap of the race. But Salmela is dragging that 2nd group up to the top 6 now, that's led by Guido Pini, Jesus Rios and Casey O'Gorman in top 3. Just behind them is Carpe, your race 1 winner earlier on today, with Yambias and Quiles. And we'll keep a close eye, because the gap across the line was 1.1. It looks like it might be less than that, but that's because Max Quiles is becoming a little bit detached from the top 5.
Yeah, we've seen Salmela do this before in Portugal in the Estoril round. Charged hard from very deep on the grid, and once he got out in front, there was no stopping the Licky Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior GP team rider. So let's keep an eye out of the number 27 on the Flying Finn. He's just, what's the time going to be as they come across the line here? We'll update you now in just a couple of seconds, but coming across the line, Guido Pini once again is at the front of a Junior GP race. This time, Jesus Rios is proving a thorn in the side of the Italian and pole sitter, but Casey O'Gorman pulling out to the right-hand side into the slipstream. Will he take the lead? He moves into 2nd position. Alvaro Carpe is once again in front, so it's all chopping and changing. Pini led over the line. He is now in 4th position.
Yeah, great battle here. It looks like whoever leads coming onto the straight just holds it ever so slightly from the riders behind, but we did think that this morning, or I did anyway, and I was made to completely eat my own words as Carpe blasted past Guido Pini for victory. And another rider is making some moves. Jesus Rios, your former championship leader, back up the inside, as cool as you like, on the inside of Casey O'Gorman, the Irish rider who took his first podium earlier on today as well. He's looking for more silverware in race number 2. Guido Pini just behind. Yambias is right on the rear wheel of Pini, but it looks like Max Quiles, he was dropping off the back of this 5 a couple of laps ago. He is right back onto them in this race.
Yeah, just on that, Quiles seems to have opened up a bit of a gap again to Salmela. Over the line last time it was 1.7 seconds Salmela, so it dropped about 0.6 of a second, I think, on that last lap towards the leader. But yeah, Salmela hasn't made the same inroads he was already. So still a long way to go in this race, mind you. We're just coming up to not even the halfway point yet, just over a third of the way through, I would say. And
maths are certainly better than mine, Chris.
trust me, they are not. It's all guesswork. But it is Alvaro Carpe doing very little guessing out there. He's taking the lead. Jesus Rios just tucked in behind him. So is it going to be all change? We saw Guido Pini lead over the line last time and drop into 4th position. Jesus Rios is making an immediate move on the inside of the race 1 winner, Alvaro Carpe. Max Quiles pulling the wide line. Casey O'Gorman once again going through the centre. And Guido Pini gets a little bit of revenge, going from 3rd to 1st as they went from T15 to T1. So Pini, the Italian, the pole sitter, is back out in front.
And Salmela's right there with them already.
Where did he come from?
Where did he come from? He was bike legged, so about 7 bike legs back a couple of corners ago, and he's now already on the back of them. A lot of pocket rockets. He's as small as you can, as your fingernail basically, and he's already onto the back of them, so he's got lots of straight line speed. But Rico Salmela, he's such a rapid rider, very finished as well. We spoke to him yesterday, and look at that, the fast lap. Wow, mega
rapid
lap time. That was 0.4 of a second faster than anybody else. But we spoke to Salmela yesterday, and about his crash, he was as cool as you like. It's like, yeah, whatever type of thing. So Salmela, nothing deters the Flying Finn. It was literally flying through the air yesterday, but thankfully was all okay, and he's now on the back of this leading group.
Yeah, it takes a lot to phase the Finn. He remains relatively cool under pressure. And as I mentioned, we saw this in Estoril. We saw him charge from deeper on the grid and set a scorching on-track pace. It was a dry race, but only after it dried up from heavy rain early in the morning. So the Finn, can he repeat his Estoril heroics? He hasn't been on a podium aside from that win. He hasn't even been inside the points aside from that win. Is his look about to change? Well, we'll find out over the next, 7 laps. Guido Pini then is leading coming out of the final corner ahead of Max Quiles. Will he lead going into turn 1? Expected all to chop and change. Quiles pulls out to the left. Quiles wants to lead. Will Quiles lead? We're yet to find out, but keep an eye out for the likes of Yambias, Rios, who are all just waiting to strike. And for once, Guido Pini has managed to remain in the lead once he led over the line. And is Das Facundo Yambias, who's gone wide at the back of the pack? It has, and he's coughed up a position to Rico Salmela. Salmela now setting his sights on Casey O'Gorman just ahead of him, who in turn has Alvaro Carpe blocking his view to the podium.
So many of these riders look exactly the same on so many bikes. You'll see Salmela there. He looks like he's riding the same bike as Alvaro Carpe on the STV. Like Leeds Racing for Carpe, but it's like with Molly Husqvarna intact Junior GP team for Rico Salmela. So they're not teammates. I don't even know if they're good mates off track. We'll find out, see how they rough each other up in this race. But he's well and truly in the mix now as Rico Salmela on the famous number 27 machine. But it's the number 96, still brilliantly leading the way. Guido Pini, we must remind you, if you're just watching this for the first time, this is his first Junior GP weekend, not just of the year, but of his career. He missed the opening 3 races due to injury. He came back with a bang, set pole position, and he's brilliantly leading the race. It's such an impressive rider, such an impressive performance.
Yeah, very much so. So Guido Pini, the star in the making, leads here ahead of Quiles and Rios. Things have settled down just a little bit, and as I say that, the STV like Lice rider Alvaro Carpe out of the seat a little bit and runs it wide. We'll see how costly that will be for the Spaniard as we take a look at the chasing pack, which involves South African rider Rush Mudley. They're just a little bit further back, battling among the final point scoring positions. That group is led by Fadila Arbi Aditama, a rider who has actually Junior GP race winning experience. But back out front, Pini leads over Quiles and Rios. Then it is Carpe, then it is O'Gorman with Salmela and Yambia. So not a whole lot of change over the last couple of laps here. It's all just about, I think they're all settling down and ready to bubble over into a big battle for victory and the podium over the last, 5.5 laps.
Yeah, it's where you can really feel that the storm is brewing above us now. Thankfully not in terms of the sky, but in terms of the track. A couple of more riders in this leading battle. We had 2 earlier on. Guido Pini just running a little bit deep, but he seems so comfortable at the front, does Pini. He seems happy to set the pace. They're still in the low 148s, mid 48s now for Guido Pini. On the last few laps, he's just been reeling off a 48.4, 48.5, 48.3, a 48.4, and now a 48.5 again. So keeping pace brilliantly is Guido Pini, as we saw so well in race number 1 with him and Alvaro Carpe just able to eke out that advantage. They were churning out lap times that nobody else could match. But with 5.5 laps to go, we've got another 5 riders that are sticking with them. But Guido Pini, I must admit now, Chris, on this lap, it looks like he's stretching that group out, and the Australia Galicia machines of O'Gorman, Yambias and Salmela on the Liqui Moly Husqvarna are really struggling to stay with this top 4.
Yeah, it's a very settled top 6, as we were saying, but Pini just has that little bit of an advantage, you would have to say. Carpe just not able to make inroads into Jesus Rios, but Max Quiles now finally set for his first podium. However, there is still a lot of track left to cover before they see the checkered flag. They've got, 5 more visits down this front straight. Casey O'Gorman and Facundo Yambias go side by side. O'Gorman recovering the position from his Uruguayan teammate. Rico Salmela he's managed to catch this group, but hasn't made any inroads really into the riders ahead of him as he tucks into 7th position. But a 148.1 from Guido Pini.
Yeah,
fastest rider on track, and by a distance. He's got a couple of tenths in his back pocket. Alvaro Carpe, the closest rider to him, but he's in the high 148.2s. So it's beginning to bubble over nicely, Liam.
Really is indeed bubbling over very well. And just just how incredible Guido Pini's pace has been as we see a change between Rios and Quiles for second and third. That is the second fastest lap of the race, only a couple of hundredths slower than Rico Salmella's fastest lap from about 5 or 6 laps ago. So it's just showing how brilliantly Guido Pini is able to keep his tyres in life, and is really stretching that group now, because O'Gorman, Yambias, you don't want to be doing too much of that, Guido. Some of the air just getting right underneath that rear wheel. As soon as it lifts off the ground, more air just gets underneath and continues to lift up the wheel. As soon as we found out yesterday when we were out there on the scooters.
There was something akin to a motocross landing, you would have to say there from Pini. But he's kept it upright, sunny side up. So what are we going to see here? Rush Mudley is leading this group. Eamon O'Daki has crashed out, the Asia Talent Cup rider. For those of you who followed the Asia Talent Cup last year, Eamon O'Daki, one of the main protagonists in that series. He did lose out in the title to Veda Pratama, but the two of them had some brilliant, brilliant battles across the season. O'Daki, good to see the next generation of Japanese talent moving in to the Junior GP series. Not so good to see him out of the race or on the tarmac and rejoining, but all part of the learning curve for O'Daki.
Well, on the last lap, I was just watching Yambias once again. It looks like he might have been just closing that gap back to the top 4, and he has. He was a couple of tenths faster than your race leader Guido Pini on that lap. So now he's got ahead of Casey O'Gorman once more. Yambias, the number 94 on this Reliability machine in 5th place, is slowly starting to bridge that gap back to leaders, but ran in a little bit deep into turn 3 there, so that won't help his cause to try and catch this leading 4, which is still being led so brilliantly by Guido Pini. It seems like Quiles, Carpi and Rios just seem quite happy to sit there behind the Italian and let him lead for now, as we see the number 17 of Jeffrey Emmanuel. That bike looks like it might have been down the roads. We did see a double wave
scratches on those leathers from the AGR team rider who hails from India aboard the KTM. So here we'll see what happened to him.
I just
we'll see the end of what happened to him as he just pops into a shot.
Enter stage right.
Yeah. So back out front then, it's going to be Guido Pini leading here, as you can see, on the 72 Artbox machine ahead of Quiles. Alvaro Carpe has now demoted Jesus Rios into 4th position, but it looks like the front 4 have given themselves a little bit of space with just over 3 laps to go. About to complete the next lap is another faller. Dodo Bodger, the 47, has gone down again.
4th crash of the day.
4 crashes today. That's, well...
Turn 5 again has claimed him as a victim. Unbelievable.
Yes, a luckless day for the Italian. Hugely talented rider, and we've seen the very best of him in the European Talent Cup over previous seasons, but we're yet to see him really take Junior GP by the horns. But of course, it is all about learning in your rookie season for many of these. Not for everyone though. Guido Pini, Max Quiles proving an exception to the rule as the two of them battle for victory. The Italian and Spaniard. Alvaro Carpe, the back-to-back race winner from the last 2 races in the Junior GP class, sits in 3rd position, runs a little bit wide there, with Jesus Rios, a multiple race winner already this season, riding in 4th position. It looks like, yeah, it's a 4-way battle for victory here as Carpe has a little look up the inside of Max Quiles. Yambias, O'Gorman and Salmella are just beginning to be cut off here as Pini looked to have run it a little bit wide, coming around turn 5 there, but keeps it pinned and holds his advantage out front.
Yeah, last lap around again, Fernando Yambias was just a tiny bit quicker than Guido Pini, but it looks like that so far in this lap they've dropped back a couple of tenths. So it looks like with 2.5 laps to go, it's the top 4 you see on screen all popping a wheelie over the crest of the hill, down the hill into Craig Jones' corner. It's all line astern so far, Chris, apart from Rios, who launches an assault up the inside of Alvaro Carpe. Carpe holding it around the outside. So now we're starting to come to the closing stages of this race. Now they're starting to launch attacks on each other, because I was about to say, it feels like it's all been a bit calm so far in Junior GP, which is quite a rarity at this stage of the race. But
yeah,
now
it's been very settled, to
it really has been,
say the least. However, an intriguing tactical battle here with Pini still leading out front ahead of Quiles, but it looks like it's all just going to kick up a notch here as we come around turn 15. 2 laps remaining once Pini crosses the line. We've got yellow flags at turn 10 and turn 12. That won't affect the lead group, but we'll see who went down short.
I think it might be Salmella.
No, Salmela is there, just
Salmela is there,
chasing
you're
in
right.
behind. So yeah, they have really cut adrift the chasing trio of Yambias, O'Gorman and Salmela. So it's between these 4 riders for victory as they go around turn 2. Who is this? It's Cesare Tiesi, who has crashed out of contention. He loses part of his bike there as well as he drives away. So what happened to the Italian?
Ooh, just slid out again, lost the front. Thankfully, okay, and the bike does I was going to say a 360, but it does a 360 and a little bit more. As it just sits there and thinks, what just happened? Now, we've got a lap and a half to go. Pini is now opening up that advantage ever so slightly. It's about 2 bike lengths over. Alvaro Carpi is now gone to the summit of the chasing group behind Guido Pini, with Quiles back in 3rd now, and Jesus Rios, he can't lay a glove on those other 2. He is now dropping back ever so slightly as Quiles has a bit of a look up the inside into Portimão corner. Can't quite put his front wheel up the inside just yet, but Guido Pini on the last lap, another 1:48.4. So he's just reeling off these low to mid 1:48, and it's really putting the other riders behind him into a pressure situation of trying to keep up with the Italian, who's chasing his first junior GP victory, his first and what has been a miraculous weekend for the Italian, who takes round 4 by storm, his first junior GP of the season. And as they start the final lap, it's Guido Pini that leads away from Quiles and Carpi.
Yeah, Quiles making his move on Carpe side by side as they come over the line for the penultimate time. Next time they come over these corners, they'll see the checkered flag. So for the final time through turn 1, it's Guido Pini holding a significant advantage over Alvaro Carpe. He won't want to repeat of what happened last time, leading into the final corner. Carpe pipping him to victory.
Ooh,
Carpe has got a problem though on his side, because Max Quiles is swarming all over his rear tyre. Quiles is still waiting for his maiden podium, and he might have to wait just a little bit longer, because Jesus Rios is now making his move on the Spaniard. So Pini leads with the advantage. He's got a few bike lengths between him and Carpe, and it's all to play for just behind the Italian.
This is great stuff for Jesus Rios to try and close that gap to Marcos Uriarte in the championship. And of course, Alvaro Carpi has got to do something about him as well. Marcos Uriarte married all the way back in 9th spot for the time being. But as we watch leaders come over the crest of the hill, Alvaro Carpi was a 1/10 of a second faster than Guido Pini on the last lap, but he needs a little bit more than that to close in on the Italian. Here comes Quiles chasing his first podium of the season. Have a look up the inside. Remember, he crashed out here on the last lap 1 year ago while leading the European Talent Cup race, but so far so good for Mats Quiles to try and secure that first podium, but nobody can catch Guido Pini.
2 corners to go in the second junior GP race, and it is Pini who has got it covered. Alvaro Carpe surely is too far behind to repeat his race 1 heroics. He's got to defend from Quiles, who is all over and looking up the inside at the final corner. It's Pini is going to win it, but who is going to take second? Who is going to take third? It is Jesus Rios in 4th position. He's making a move, and Carpe is pulled out to the left, but Quiles looks like he's made a move for 2nd place, and Carpe into 3rd. Guido Pini wins. A brilliant ride from the pole sitter, the debutant in the junior GP class. Sensational stuff. Quiles finally, Liam, gets himself onto the podium, and Alvaro Carpe completes a truly excellent day's work. A P1 in race 1 and a P3 in race 2 to ignite his championship chase ahead of Jesus Rios.
Pini perfection in Portimão. You could not have asked for a better weekend for the Italian. His first race back after injury, his first round in the junior GP class, and he has just gone out and taken victory. What an absolute star Italy has on their hands with the number 96, Guido Pini. And what an inspired performance. He was just out front the entire race, reeling off fast lap at 1:48.4, 1:48.5, and that was enough to claim him his first victory in Junior GP.
Superb stuff from the Italian then, as we take a look at Alvaro Carpe running around on his honour lap. So Junior GP at its finest once again. Guido Pini is your victor. Alvaro Carpe, though, perhaps the big winner from today, as his championship charge really takes flight. A winner in Barcelona, backed up by another win here this morning and a podium in the afternoon. Excellent day's work for the STV Laglice Racing rider. And finally, as we said, Max Quiles will stand on the podium, rather, the number 28 and rider of enormous potential, the European Talent Cup champion in his own right. He's consistently been running at the front of Junior GP packs this year. He is still a rookie. It's worth bearing in mind, but he's finally on the podium, and it's very well deserved. Guido Pini, what an absolute brilliant performance from the Italian youngster in the 72 Artbox machine. He's rocked up to the Algarve for his first appearance in the Junior GP class. He stuck it on pole. He narrowly missed out on the win by just a couple hundredths of a second in race 1, but still took P2. No mistake, second time around. Pini takes victory. Super stuff. 45 points from his day out here on Sunday in the Algarve. Not quite in championship contention yet, but with 3 rounds remaining, if he can keep up this form, it might not take very long for him to enter championship contention. So the riders just rolling around on the honours lap, getting the technical regulations check. Finally, Guido Pini has entered into pit lane. You can see the number 96 KTM machine park up in the number 1 spot in Parc Fermé. We'll hear from the Italian very shortly. So he gets the celebration started early, down just below the commentary booth. Not quite the stoppie maybe he was aiming for, but nonetheless, we can forgive him that after a brilliant performance. So it's Guido Pini who is your race winner here from the second event of the Algarve round of the FIM JuniorGP World Championship. And he did it in some style. This was your breakaway group out front. Rico Salamella joined at the back of the pack, but couldn't quite make his way through as Guido Pini showed his class out front. So then the dash for the line. Pini had it covered. Carpe gave it a go on the wide line, but just couldn't quite catch Max Quiles. Only 300ths of a second between Quiles and Carpe. Carpe, for once, coming out on the wrong end of a photo finish. However, I'm sure he will still be more than pleased with his P3. Jesus Rios then came in 4th position ahead of Rico Salmela. Casey O'Gorman dropping to 6th. Casey had a podium earlier this morning and a top 6 finish, so it's a great day's work for the Estrella Galicia rider. Facundo Yambias, his wait for a top 5 finish goes on after coming home in 7th. However, what a day for the Estrella Galicia junior team. This morning, Casey O'Gorman finally got himself onto the podium, and in the afternoon, it was the turn of Max Quiles to break his podium duck. Alvaro Carpe is on a fine run of form. Back-to-back wins. Winner in Barcelona, winner this morning, and P3 finish in this afternoon's race. Superb stuff. We'll be hearing, though, very soon from Guido Pini. We can see Liam Hodgins is waiting down below patiently for the Italian pole sitter and race 2 winner to make his way over and have a chat with our resident Scotsman. And there he goes. Quick congratulations from Max Quiles and the STV Laglice team. So it's time to hear from our race winner this afternoon in the Algarve International Circuit. Guido Pini is down below with Liam Hodgins, and we'll hear from them momentarily.
Well, Guido Pini, it's your first weekend as a junior GP rider. You're back after injury. could you have imagined a better weekend? Pole position, second in race 1, and now victory in race number 2.
Well, amazing race. Really hot. Before the first race was amazing. I did a cold shower because I was like, oh my God, but we did it another time. The last race, I think I did a really good job, but unfortunately we don't win. But now we come back. We are come back.
Very well done, Guido, and congratulations on today's win. And again, can you just repeat the question in Italian, please?
Innanzitutto grazie a tutti perché non è stato facile rientrare, però l'abbiamo fatto penso nella miglior maniera possibile e vi ringrazio tutti quelli che mi state guardando a casa. Il vostro sostegno è incredibile e vi voglio benissimo. Ciao.
Grazie, Guido.
Grazie.
So this is how the number 96, Guido Pini, became a Junior GP race winner. The Italian launched from pole position and did get a good start, though Alvaro Carpe managed to get the hold shot. Max Quiles slotted into third position. Pini did respond on Carpe, taking the lead once again. And eventually Carpe and Pini went blow for blow before Jesus Rios joined in on the fun to take the lead for the first time in the Algarve. Evan Belford was one of the riders who went down alongside Cormac Buchanan early in the race, while Alessandro Morossi had a scary crash coming over the crest, but thankfully the Italian was okay. A breakaway group formed of 6 riders led by Carpe. Casey O'Gorman moved into second position at the expense of Max Quiles, before Jesus Rios took over P2 from the Irish rider. Rico Salmela joined the lead group to make it 7 riders battling for victory as Carpe kept it cool and steady out front. Big moment there for Jeffrey Emmanuel, which saw him go wide. Back out front though, Pini seized the initiative ahead of Quiles, O'Gorman, Rios and Carpe, and he never really let go. Began to build up a considerable advantage in terms of the Junior GP class. While we lost another couple of riders later on in the race, Cesare Tiezzi among them. Guido Pini then, you can see, has built up a 7 or 8 bike length advantage to make sure he avoided any late scares coming across the line to take his first win. Max Quiles edged out Alvaro Carpe to second, with Jesus Rios in 4th position, but it's Guido Pini who goes from pole to P1 in race 2 at the Algarve.
We can call already in representing the winning team, 72 Artbox Racing Team, Massimo Capanna. Third position,
so time for the podium
Carpe.
ceremony. Team representative from the 72 Artbox Racing Team brought out on stage just ahead of Alvaro Carpe, who's making a fine habit of getting onto the rostrum in recent rounds.
Guido Pini.
Then it's Max Quiles for the first time in Junior GP category. Guido Pini is back on the rostrum, but he went one better this afternoon to take his first victory in the class.
Federation. Manuel Marinheiro also handles the trophy for third position, Alvaro Carpe.
So another trophy to add to the considerable collection Alvaro Carpe is building up
position,
in Junior GP. Mr.
Jean-Marc
Jean-Marc Desnouet, FIM Bureau member, hands out the second place trophy to Max Quiles, his first of the season. You can hear the party is getting started early. Down below in Parc Ferme as Guido Pini receives his maiden victory trophy in Junior GP, former ETC World Champion, now a Junior GP race winner and a future star of Italian racing.
For the first time today, the Italian national anthem reigns supreme here in Portimão, and it reigns for Guido Pini, your first time race winner in the junior GP class. 45 points he has accumulated here today. And the top three will be getting the picture taken. And it's a very warm day out there today, as Guido Pini said. It's a very tough race because of the heat on track, and after just being downstairs to talk to Guido, it's a very warm day indeed here in the Algarve. So as Guido Pini poses for a picture, his first of the season, his first race win of the season, and it's the first of many, you can imagine, also for Max Keeles in second, and Alvaro Carpi, another podium for him in third. So this is the results of today's race. Guido Pini by 0.2 of a second, or 0.3 of a second almost, over Max Keeles and Alvaro Carpi. Jesus Rios, your former championship leader, just misses out on the podium. Rico Samuel snatched 5th spot in the final lap from Casey O'Gorman, and Fernando Yambias, who still misses out on that elusive top 5 ahead of Jacob Rosenthaler and Adrian Cruces in the top 9, with Marcos Uriarte, the CF Moto Aspar junior team rider, in the top 10. So not a good day at the office for Uriarte. Hakim Danish, RB Aditama, Rushi Midley, Leo Ramsdorfer, KJ Mononyani rounding your points paying positions ahead of Lennox Fomada and Daniel Sharil in 17th. Kotaro Uchiimi, the Japanese rider, in 18th ahead of Angus Grenfell. Jacob Puerta-san in 20th, with Milan Pawlic in 21st, just ahead of Kevin Farkosh, Eduardo Ligori and Eamon Odaki in 24th, who had a bit of a tumble during the race. Just outside the top 25, Jeffrey Emmanuel, who also had a small misdemeanor on track, finished just ahead of Laura Schonrach, and some riders you might have missed there, Evan Belford and Cormac Buchanan, unfortunately had a coming together at turn 5 early on in the race. So this is how the championship standings now look. How close do you like it? Alvaro Carpi now leads the championship on 90 points, 2 ahead of Jesus Rios and Marcos Uriarte, with Adrian Cruces 7 points further back. Alessandro Morossi had a difficult day. He crashed out of the race during the middle of it. He's 14 points further back. Rico Samuel, he picks up his second points paying position of the season. He's in 10th out of Fernando Yambias. Hakim Danish, Eddie O'Shea further back. Jakob Rosenthaler, Rushi Midley in the top 15, Leo Ramsdorfer and Daniel Sharil inside the top 10. We just missed him there, but it was Guido Pini. He's on 45 points, so he's well and truly got himself into title contention. Only 45 points off the top of the standings. Dodo Boggio, he had a tough day today ahead of Marcus Ruder. Evan Belford, he picked up a top 10 in race 1, but crashed out in race 2. Guillaume Plonk, 21st, and further down we have Odaki, Abruzzo and KJ Moniani. Outside the top 25 is RB Aditama, former race winner in the class, ahead of Angus Grenfell, Lennox Pomada on 1 point, and Kotaro Uchiemi on 1 point as well. So it was a Guido Pini perfection in Portimão. Race number 2 for Junior GP is done and dusted, and it's written into the history books as a first-time race win for the Italian rider on board the number 96. 72 Motorsport Art Box machine, his first round of the season, but that winning feeling he'll want to continue as Junior GP get ready to race in Jerez in a couple of months' time. But don't go anywhere, we've still got 2 action-packed races coming up, with Moto2 Race 2 up next. The stars of the Moto2 future come to pass in race number 2 on the biggest roller coaster on 2 wheels. 9th right and 6th left make up this thrilling Algarve circuit, situated just 30 minutes outside the seaside town of Portimão. Built back in 2008, it has been hosting 2-wheeled motorsport ever since and has seen many stars of the past, present and of course the future grace the rolling tarmac on the Algarve hills. With championship battle reaching favourite points and Roberto Garcia taking race 1 honours, who can stop the young Spaniard in race number 2? So 4 races down today, 2 to go, and we kick it off with Moto2 European Championship race number 2 here in the Algarve, the Autódromo Internacional Algarve here in Portimão. And we've had some 4 fantastic racing action. If you have just joined us, make sure you watch the next 2 races and then go back and watch the previous 4 because you're missing out on some scintillating track action in the Algarve. I'm Liam Hodgins bringing you the broadcast for this one. Alongside me is my towering champion of delight. It's Chris Jordan, the ever-present Irish voice that's been gracing your ears throughout the day. However, gracing the top step of the podium was Roberto Garcia in race number 1 with Fillon, unfortunately missing the start due to a problem before the sighting lap. As lights went out, it was Alberto Sura on the Bosco Scuro that challenged Garcia for the hole shot into turn 1. However, he ran a little bit deep and it was Garcia that took the hole shot. But that wasn't all of it done and dusted yet, as into turn 5, Sura retaliated once more. These two are starting to make a bit of a break already in the opening lap ahead of Oradri and Danny Munoz. For the back it was your double race winner from Catalonia that was in 3rd, holding the podium ahead of Unai Oradri. But the top 2 cleared off into the distance, with Sura coming to the fore as they enter turn 1 on lap 4. Further back we see Kaito Toba just ahead of your former championship leader Matteo Cassidy. He was struggling on the lower reaches of the top 10, but it would be Roberto Garcia that would launch an assault once more on Alberto Sura. But Sura on the Bosco Scuro was not done and dusted just yet as he fought back into turn 1. These two were really lighting up the TV screens with another back and forth as Garcia attacked into turn 11, but Sura was not having any of it. It was not going down without a fight. However, this race-winning overtake from Roberto Garcia sealed the victory for the Spanish rider, his 2nd victory of the season, as the battle for the podium heated up on the final lap with Munoz and Ferrandez battling it out, with Ferrandez coming out on top of that. But nobody could stop Garcia and Portimão. Race 1 belonged to the Spanish rider, his 2nd victory of the season, and the Fluid Cardoso looking on, and the Fante Cardoso racing team with a stoppage to celebrate. He came into Parc Fermé to celebrate his 1st victory of the day. Can he make it double delight in Portimão? Perfect conditions grace us here in the Algarve. 41-degree track temperature, 32-degree air temperature. It's scorching hot out there in the Algarve sun for this one. It is a bit of a breeze, but with how hot it is here, you cannot really feel it whatsoever. And see, everyone is taking shade in the grandstand across from our commentary box window. Nobody is in the lower part of the grandstand because that's where the sun is hitting their faces. As a Moto2 riders, you can see Roberto Garcia getting ready with a cool towel on the back of his neck. All the riders struggling to keep cool in these conditions. Roberto Garcia did take over the summit of the championship in race 1 earlier on today, taking that honour from Matteo Cassidy, who sits 4 points back in the championship standings. 2 race wins, 4 podiums from the opening 6 races of the season. His worst result was in Catalonia, where he did have a technical problem in the closing stages of the race. Without that, he would have been inside the top 6 in every single race so far this season. And Chris, you have to admit, Roberto Garcia, we were talking earlier on in the broadcast that the last 5 visits we've had here, there's been a double. The president's won the race. The race 1 has gone on to win race number 2, apart from 2022. It's going to be tough to stop Garcia in this one.
Yeah, he was full value for the win earlier. Brilliant start. Started on pole, Sura got a better launch of the line, took off, took the whole shot, but only momentarily, because it was a really electric battle across the opening laps between Sura and Garcia, and that continued then over the next 14 laps before Garcia finally stuck the winning move and then opened up, what, a 2-second advantage as he crossed the line. But really mature ride from Roberto Garcia. He's starting to come into his own in this class and will be hard to stop in the championship race.
Yeah, it really will be indeed. Alberto Sura, we just saw on screen there, he's launched himself back into championship contention with that second place earlier on today. His second podium of the season, and another rider that, I must admit, it looked good in the championship, but he has dropped 1 point off the championship lead, but that's because he's been taken over by Roberto Garcia. Danny Munoz just missed out on a podium in race number 1, finished in 4th, and was very lucky in some stages, Chris, to stay on board the machine because he was having some leery rear end moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a bit of a masterclass from Munoz in how to save us. But we said it during the race. He had the pace to actually go with Sura and Garcia early on, but that moment proved a bit costly. He dropped him back into 5th or 6th position, and then he just had to work his way through the pack again. He held on to P3, looked in complete control of the position, and was bang on for another podium until some late heroics from Alberto Ferrandez.
Yeah, he'll be looking for a podium in this race. Just go Monjardo, we just saw on screen there, going from 4th position on the grid. Had a tough start to race number 1, and then eventually pulled into the pits. And he'll be hoping to go a lot better in race 2 today. Hopefully the bike will stay underneath him. A rider that had a lot of problems with it, expected big things from him. A former podium finisher here in the Moto2 World Championship. Jorge Navarro looked strong in the early stages, Chris, but just plummeted down the field late in the race.
Yeah. You would think maybe he had a problem or the tyres just weren't functioning as he wanted it. But yeah, we would expect more from Navarro, a rider of such vast experience, and was very much in that podium battle across the opening laps, and then just seemed to drop back. And even Mattia Casadei, who struggled quite a bit, managed to get by him on the later laps. Here is Casadei, the former championship leader. Second now on 92 points. Managed a bit of a Sunday salvage job for the Italian. But yeah, as we were saying, Navarro, he'll be hoping for better. Casadei dropped back at the start pretty quickly. You know, starting second row, he was back in P10 after the opening laps. So both riders of considerable experience. They'll need to use that experience for a better start this time around. We
have seen this on a number of occasions so far this year, with Casadei dropping back in the early stages and has to have a fight back job to at least salvage something. So be, as you said, Chris, hoping for a better result here today. Here is Unai Oradri. So going back to a joke we had earlier on this morning, Unai Oradri showed very well in the opening laps. Eventually did come across the line of 5th. His second top 5 of the season. He's really come into a rich vein of form as the young Spaniard in the last couple of races. Started with that podium back in Catalunya. Now finished it up with 5th in race number 1. He'll be looking to go a couple of positions better and take another podium in Portimão.
Yeah, had a strong race. He was running in those podium positions for a while earlier, but just tailed off a little bit. So he'll be just looking to build on his development this year. He's of course a race winner in this class last season, but Oradre, for now, I think he's just chasing down another podium and looking for development. Now, a rider who's very hit or miss. He seems to just bag a podium every couple of races and then disappear. It's Alberto Ferrandez, still very young, just 16 years old, I believe.
Yeah, half the age of us two. Which is just
cheers for that, Liam.
I mean, we're both the same age. You're a month older though, something.
cheers for that one, mate. But yeah, Ferrandez seems to be a hit or miss rider, but back on the podium, once he is going, he seems to charge hard. Always has good late race pace, which has helped him bag 3 podiums so far this season. So it'll be interesting to see if he can find that consistency, finally find it, to back up his podium performance earlier today with another strong running this afternoon.
Yeah, maybe he'll be challenging for the win here today. We are kind of expecting it from Ferrandez, that the victory could not be too far away. A rider we just saw on screen there that really has come into form so far this weekend is Kaito Toba. Started off slowly, had to come through Q1, got into Q2, qualified 9th, but picked up an 8th position. It looks like the Japanese rider is now starting to gel with this Moto2 machine. He was in World Supersport last year, a former Moto3 race winner, and It's just taken him a bit of time, but he's now getting there, and we could be expecting another strong performance from Kaito Toba.
Yeah, Eric Fernandez then just on our screens. Stock 2023 European Championship runner-up. He's had a decent rookie season in the Moto2 class. A little bit of luck has deserted him from time to time. Hasn't quite made the breakthrough into the top 3, but a quality rider, and we would expect him, particularly in the latter half of the season, to really push the top guys in this class.
Exactly, exactly. Another rider that'll be looking for a strong performance here today is Matteo Volpe. Crashed out of race number 1 at turn 13, chasing his first top 10 of the season, which has been eluding him so far. Has been a consistent point scorer when he's been finishing inside the points. Best results of 12th position. That twice he's had that so far. But his best result in Moto2 is a P9, so he'll be hoping to try and go better than that. Marco Tapia, another rider that missed out on some points in the early race, and he's only been able to score points on 2 occasions, and that came at Catalunya. A rider that we've seen good form from in the previous seasons, but Marco Tapia on the number 8 machine just struggling a little bit so far this season.
Yeah, we've seen better days in the past for Tapia. Just hasn't managed to find that form. Stuff we've seen from him. I think his best results in the past actually came in the Algarve last season. I have to fact check that one, but I'm sure somebody can write in.
I think you could be right. I've also got down here, he's also one best result, maybe his equal best result was at Valencia last year as well. So he has had a podium in the Junior GP Series coming in 2020 and the European Talent Cup, and a fist pump in the air for Chris Jordan next to me, so I think he's confirmed
a double P4 in the Algarve last season.
Oh, double P4, well,
far and away his
better
best.
than mine.
I knew my memory didn't serve me too poorly. So, this is our grid for the second race of the day in the Moto2 Championship. European Championship, it's Roberto Garcia, Alberto Sura and Danny Munoz forming a considerable threat on the front row. Then Monjaro, Navarro and Cassidy will be hoping for better starts than they had earlier today. Row 3 sees Unai Oradre joined by Alberto Fernandez and Kaito Toba. Eric Fernandez is at the head of the 4th row with Mattia Volpi and Marco Tapia. Harrison Voice, Brett Roberts, Joan Gimbert are on row 5, ahead of Lorenzo Felon, who had some issues early on in race 1. Taiga Hada, Matteo Ratto also on that row. And then propping up the grid is Di Vittori and Charles Aubry.
As the riders get ready to start their warm-up lap, it's Roberto Garcia that goes away from pole position. Can he make it a double here in Portimão? He'll be the second rider in Moto2 this season to do the double. The first rider to do that was last time out, Danny Munoz, who took his first 2 victories of the season and, of course, in the class last time out in Catalunya. On the last 5 occasions here in Portimão, there's only been 1 occasion where the rider that won race number 1 didn't go on to win race 2. That was in 2022 with Alex Escreech taking the honours in race 1 and Lucas Tulovic in race number 2 that season. Tulovic eventually would go on to be champion later on that season. As we're taking a close look at Alberto Sura, has just dropped to the back of the field. I'm not sure what tactics he is up to, but
just looking to get a look at everybody else.
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah, maybe. But as we see the riders come through turn number 5, track temperature 40 degrees Celsius. I can't imagine what that feels like to be on the track at the moment. Air temperature 32 degrees Celsius. I'm glad we've managed to get some aircon in this commentary box, Chris, because it's absolutely sweltering out there on circuit.
Yeah, it is a scorcher under the Portuguese sun. Thankfully, we've had some scorching action on track to go with the heat, but the riders most certainly have my sympathies. Going around on board Moto2 machines and those leathers is no easy task, and we've seen it plenty of times on the rostrum, or the second they get into pit lane, back to their garage, they're looking for water and they're being poured straight down the leathers and into the back to cool them down. So hopefully they keep their cool on circuit and get their well-deserved rest afterwards.
I'm sure they will be. Maybe a cold ice bath afterwards. I think we're going to be needing that as well, because every time I go down to Park Fermi to do the interviews, I've been cooking like a lobster down there, so turning into something that resembles red traffic lights. So yeah, not looking too good on my skin as the sun in the Algarve. But
enough about your skin now, Liam. Let's talk about the racing.
I was about to get onto that one, Chris. You just wait once again. Roberto Garcia is not very good at this, is he? It looks like he's been
if you like omens, perhaps that's a good sign for Roberto Garcia on the double. Just in case you're joining us, he also had that wobble rolling up to the grid in race 1. Turned out pretty well for him.
It did indeed. We know how superstitious riders can be. Many of them have many rituals. Maybe that's Roberto Garcia's as he rolls up to pole position for race number 2 here in the Algarve. The green flag waves in the background, the red flag comes off the grid. The revs will be rising any moment now when the red lights come on, and it will be Roberto Garcia that goes from pole position as the lights go out now, and it's a cracking start for your championship leader on the right hand side of the screen on the 31, but also Alberto Sura gets an even better start as they tuck into turn number 1. Danny Munoz looks up the inside of Navarro for 3rd and 4th position, but it's line of storm with Garcia late on the brakes. We've seen a good Sura in the past, almost tagging the back of the Bosco Scuro rider, but for now it's Sura and Garcia once again with a couple of bike lengths advantage over Danny Munoz and Jorge Navarro, and that looks like Mattia Casadei has had another shocker of a start. He's all the way back outside of the top 10, and as Fernandez once more has had another cracking start from row number 3. He's into 6th on the number 4 machine for now. As we head out of sector number 2, it's Garcia is now taking the lead from Sura and Danny Munoz rounding out your top 3.
Yeah, again, another stunker of a start from Mattia Castanet, going the wrong way at lights out. No such problems this time around though for Jorge Navarro. He's running in 4th position, just behind Munoz, who's becoming pretty accustomed to riding inside the top 3. Alberto Sura and Roberto Garcia. The first night out of today, we saw fireworks fly between these two riders. It's a much more settled opening lap from these two, perhaps learning a couple lessons, but they were by far and away the fastest riders last time out, and Danny Munoz has avoided any early frights and looks set to go with the top 3. So it's interesting. Garcia is very settled. Garcia has opened up a gap already as we come around turn 14 and into 15 for the first time in race 2. He has opened up a gap with Sura and Munoz as it pretty much was in race 1, but this time Jorge Navarro will be hoping he can remain with these top guys, and indeed, just as I say that, he's got Unai Oradre for company coming into turn 1. However, the Clint Ford racing rider holds on to 4th position.
Yeah, we saw this earlier on from Unai Oradre, very rapid in the early laps of the race, but Jorge Navarro for now holds on to P4 with Oradre going wide in the background, but this is not what any of these riders wanted to see. Roberto Garcia at the front, he opened up a gap, a very clever gap in front of Alberto Sura before they came onto the front straight. He knows how quick that Bosco Scuro is in a straight line. They blasted past him on a number of occasions in race number 1 earlier on today, but for now, Roberto Garcia leads it brilliantly, chasing his 2nd victory of the day. As we've got a long lap penalty flash up on screen for the number 8 of Marco Tapia, penalty for unsafe entry into the pit. So Marco Tapia will be having to serve that long lap penalty on this lap or in the next couple of laps as we continue to watch this battle for 4th. Jorge Navarro just runs a little bit deep, really struggling to get that forward machine stopped compared to the Calyx of Oradre just behind, but back at the front, it seems like the gap is stabilized between Sura and Garcia at 0.3 of a second, so maybe after Garcia went off like a scalded cat on lap 1, Sura's now just been able to keep that advantage, reel him back in ever so slightly as Munoz is just a couple of tenths further back from Sura.
Oh, we have someone down in the background there. I'm not sure who it was. It could have been Monjardo, but it looks like they may have blocked a couple of riders. Now, unless my eyes have deceived me, we haven't seen anything of it yet, but it looks like one of the machines went down in the background.
We do have a yellow flag at turn 14, so I think your eyes didn't deceive you there, Chris. We'll have to wait and see who it is.
Here comes Unai Oradre up the inside of Navarro. This is not what Navarro wanted to see, but he does fight back. Oradre sees these riders getting away from Navarro and looks to get on with it, and it is indeed Monjardo who went down. But battle for 4th position is unfolding here. Navarro had big problems in race 1, Liam, didn't he? Now he will look to rectify that here in this afternoon, and that starts by holding off Unai Oradre.
Yeah, big disaster in race number 1 for Jorge Navarro. We're not quite sure if it was a bike problem, or maybe the tyres went off, which spells bad luck if you are having tyre troubles in race number 1, because already in race 2, as we've seen from Junior GP earlier on, and also Sura's lost a lot of time there to Garcia, and Munoz is all over the back of him, and Munoz going for the move, not quite doing it just yet, but on that previous lap there, Sura has dropped a big gap to Roberto Garcia. Really well pointed out there by Chris. There as Munoz goes for the move, the Munoz move into turn 13, brilliantly done from Danny Munoz. He has a moment there.
Fucking bronco on the roller coaster from Danny Munoz.
If you want a wild ride, Danny Munoz provides it here at Portimão. We've still got Mongiardo on the outside of the circuit there, so that's a great shame for Mongiardo. So fingers crossed he can get quickly taken off to the side of the track. He's got a yellow flag at turn 15 as well. Hopefully that wasn't another rider that's gone down, and maybe just a yellow flag still waving from Mongiardo on the previous lap.
So this is the battle for 4th position. The yellow flags were at turn 15. That could have been one of the lead group, but we'll wait and see once now. Sura, Munoz and Garcia are all there. Well, let's hope this is precautionary for Mongiardo. It looks like he's given the thumbs up. He does look in a little bit of pain, but hopefully this is more precautionary than anything else for Francesco Mongiardo. We wish him a speedy recovery. It's not been the best day of racing for him, and now he's being whipped away in the ambulance. So our thoughts are with him and hope for a speedy recovery. But back out on track, Roberto Garcia has opened up a considerable gap already, and Danny Munoz has put a few bike lengths between himself and Sura already. And in the battle for 4th, Unai Rodriguez has gotten the better of Jorge Navarro.
Yeah, it's all settled down for the moment in this Moto2 race, but we've seen so many times this season that, especially in race number 2, when the track temperature comes up, the air temperature comes up, that's when the tyre, oh, my goodness, Danny Munoz is just throwing that Calyx from one side to the other, really making it squirm underneath him. The rear wheel comes round, the front wheel comes up in the air, is pushing on as Danny Munoz, as we get the confirmation now on the bottom of our screen that Marco Tapia has got a long lap penalty for an unsafe entry into the pit lane. And Chris, I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, but we have to keep an eye on the gap between Garcia and Munoz. And Munoz is really pushing on, because we did see how out of shape that Gas Up Racing Team number 17 was. So across the line they come now. What is the gap between the top two? 0.2 of a second has come down by. It was 1.3, it's now 1.1. And Danny Munoz sets a 1:43.235. The Barcelona two-time winner is really motoring on now, and Garcia, he now has questions asked of him. It says Garcia will set the fastest lap. That was from 2 laps ago, I believe. On the previous lap, he set 1:43.4. So, yeah, Garcia set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. On the last lap there, Danny Munoz did reel him in by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, you can see it on the screen ourselves that that gap is coming down just ever so slightly. Garcia still holds a commanding advantage, but Munoz is making inroads into it. He is chiseling away at the lead. The number 31 and race 1 winner holds Roberto Garcia. So is he set to go back-to-back? He seized control of the championship with victory earlier today. He is now looking to hammer home that advantage, particularly with Mattia Cassidy dropping, where is he? P8 on our timing screens, number 40. So it's been a nightmare outing, realistically, for the previous championship leader. And Alberto Sura has been a shining light today for the Cincinnati Bosco-Scuro side, but even he is struggling to contend with the speed of the front two now.
That gap looks a little bit closer from Munoz to Garcia. Coming through turn 9, Garcia was really spinning up the rear already, leaving a dark line on the tarmac. We've seen a couple of times Munoz getting out of the seat, but it looks like his bike is just gripping up a little bit more in comparison to Garcia on the Fantic Cardoso racing machine. Across the line once again, they come in once more. It's now down to under 1 second. Munoz takes another 0.2 of a second out of Garcia's advantage. The race winner here in the European Stock Championship 1 year ago in dominant fashion, Danny Munoz. He's now got his hooks into the back of Garcia. And on that previous lap, even Alberto Sura was quicker than your race leader, only by 0.03 of a second. But the Boscoscuro is now coming into his own and starting to reel in your race leader as well. The top three all in one shot, with Unai Oradri flashing into the background on the number 10 with Jorge Navarro just behind him on the 11 Clint Forward Junior Team Forward machine. So it's now starting to heat up. 5 laps gone, 11 to go, and Danny Munoz is just hustling that Calax Gas Up Racing Team machine around this Portimão circuit. He's on a roller coaster of a ride, and every time we see Roberto Garcia on screen, we just see that number 17 coming into shot a little bit bigger every single time. Chris, this looks like it could be shaking up to be an absolute barnstormer here.
Yeah, he is just chipping away at that lead ever so slightly, but these two sectors, the first 2 sectors on our timing screens, Munoz is a quicker rider, ever so slightly. He was a quicker rider on the last lap by about 0.2, so he is making big inroads, well, narrow inroads, bit by bit, step by step. Rome wasn't built in a day, as they say. But he is making inroads into Garcia out front. It'll be interesting to see now, does Garcia have anything up his sleeve in response to the Gas Up Racing Team rider? At the moment, there's nothing now. Navarro, we mentioned earlier, he's been shaken off already by Unai Oradre. Oradre running in a lonely 4th as things stand. Both Eric Fernandez and Alberto Ferrandez will be looking at Jorge Navarro with pursed lips as they see another position up for grabs. They still have a few bike lengths as the two of them battle for 6th position here, but they'll be looking at a top 5 finish because Navarro once again is sinking like a stone. His gap has come down considerably over the last few corners even. Navarro had much more of an advantage than that, and it is a matter of when, not if, because the number 11 is going backwards.
We may have a rider down from the top.
Fernandez is,
oh no!
It's Danny Munoz is gone.
Oh my goodness, he was pushing on. He had the gap down to 0.7 of a second to Roberto Garcia, and Danny Munoz is down and out of this race. Disaster has struck for your Barcelona double victor, and here we go again, the replay. That would look like it may have gone quite early into turn at number 5, slides right out, and that has let Roberto Garcia off the hook at the front of this field. I can't believe it, Chris. It's such a shame. He's absolutely distraught with himself. Just saw it flash up on a timing monitor. Turn 4, 5, and 6, yellow flags out, and we saw Jorge Navarro just set up, and that'll be for the reason. Danny Munoz has gifted this victory on a plate to Roberto Garcia, who now holds over a 2-second advantage over Alberto Sura in this race. He'll know about it now as he comes across the line. His pit board will say Munoz out, and that will let him breathe a sigh of relief. You can see him come across the line now. Roberto Garcia leads away over Alberto Sura by 1.9, so Alberto Sura brought the advantage back down again in that final sector. So maybe Alberto Sura can get his claws into Garcia and challenge for victory, as we see Fernandez taking advantage of Jorge Navarro.
Yeah, Navarro is sinking like a stone. They've already built up a considerable gap as Eric Fernandez dives up the inside of Alberto Fernandez, and the number 4 takes P4 off the hands of the number 54. So, will these riders, Fernandez looks to be getting on with it. They see Unai Oradre just, 3 seconds ahead of them, but still quite a ways to go. Navarro has actually closed the gap now as these two exchange positions. So there's plenty of life left yet in the battle for P4. In terms of the podium, it looks like Roberto Garcia is already home and host, unless Alberto Sura, who hasn't displayed amazing pace, just enough to get himself into P3 before Danny Munoz crashed out. And so Sura, you would imagine, would be pretty satisfied. Well, there is Munoz. Sura, however, will be pretty satisfied with a double podium, with Unai Oradre sitting in P3. We'll keep an eye on the lap times. Unai Oradre was a 1:43.6 last time around. He's the quickest rider on track, and by a distance too. Yeah, he's got a 1:43.6. The riders ahead of him were in the 1:44 flats, while the riders behind were mid 1:44s. So Oradre is showing some good pace at the moment. But all eyes on the battle for 4th.
Yeah, great battle for 4th going on between Fernandez and Fernandez. That's a bit of a tongue twister there if you're trying to...
And here comes
scoop it in.
Fernandez.
Fernandez, not Fernandez, but Fernandez on Fernandez as they come across the line. Got the drive out of the final corner. And across the line, he retakes 4th position as we look at the gap at the front. And once more, Garcia has opened up by 2/10 of an advantage over Alberto Sura. In sector 1, Sura's got the advantage by 2/10. Garcia matches it in the second sector and then extends the lead in the final sector. And Unai Oradre, he is slowly closing on Alberto Sura for second spot. He was 1/10 of a second faster on the previous lap. So Oradre, who picked up his first podium of the season last time out in Catalonia, backed it up with a P5 earlier on today, and he's now looking for another podium in Moto2 European Championship here in Portimão. But it's out for a Sunday stroll as Roberto Garcia powering through Craig Jones' corner, lighting up the rear as he does it, looking absolutely magnificent on the Fantic Cardoso racing machine, the Calyx chassis bike. And he's just extending that gap over Sura once more by 4/10 on this lap so far. But it's the battle for second we really have to watch out for, because in this lap so far, is homing into screen, Oradre is 4/10 of a second faster than Alberto Sura, Chris.
Yeah, he's on the march. We pointed out his rapid time last time out at 1:44 flat was the quickest rider on track after your race leader, who's in the high 1:43. So 1:44 flat last time out. And his best race lap, okay, hasn't quite matched the pace of the front two, but he's showing some good pace here, Oradre, as they come into view. Quite a distance between them as of yet, but with what, 7 laps to go, it feels like that podium battle isn't over quite yet. And should Oradre catch Sura, it might just bring Fernandez and Navarro back into play if the two of them end up going wheel to wheel.
Yeah, they're going to have to go a bit to catch the top 3 while this group here, but there's a couple of riders homing into background there. Mattia Cassidy, your former championship leader, 4 points off Roberto Garcia, needs as many points as he possibly can get on the Bosco Skewer machine. And number 40 homing into shot behind Jorge Navarro. He's dragging along with him Kaito Toba on that previous lap. Kaito Toba was the second fastest rider on track, just a couple of tenths slower than your race leader Roberto Garcia. He was the only other rider in the 1:43s. He was 4/10 of a second faster than Cassidy, and Cassidy was at 4/10 of a second faster than Eric Fernandez. So it looks like Fernandez on the number 4 is coming back under pressure from Jorge Navarro. He's now starting to struggle with his tyres as Cassidy on the 40 and Kaito Toba as well are now honing into shot. Fernandez, he hasn't got this 4th place sewn up just yet either, because the 3 behind Fernandez were all faster on that lap than Fernandez in 4th and 5th position. But nobody can hold a candle to your championship leader Roberto Garcia on the number 31 Fantic Cardoso racing machine. Comes out of the final corner to tick off another lap. 6 to go for the 31, the young Spanish rider. He opens up the advantage to 3 seconds, but now the gap between Oradre and Sura is now down to 1.4.
Yeah, long way to go, yes, in this race. It looks like Oradre and Sura have pretty much put plenty of daylight between Fernandez and Navarro, the chasing pack, who are battling for 4th position. They're too far back. They won't be contending for honours. But here comes Mattia Cassidy. He sees more points on offer. Struggling Jorge Navarro struggles to keep pace with the riders ahead. Mattia Cassidy is charging hard, and once again, having botched the start, Cassidy on the number 40 Team Chiatti Bosco Scuro machine is charging hard late on as he looks to salvage some more points and keep his championship bid alive.
Yeah, further back, some riders that are shown quite well. Harrison Voigt on the Yamaha Stylobikes Philippine machine. He's having his best result of the season so far, ahead of Marco Tapia. Lorenzo Felon, who didn't score any points after starting from pit lane. Matteo Rato and Takahata riding out the podium positions. As we can see the championship on screen, Garcia, this is like Christmas Day to him. He'll be 19 points ahead of Alberto Sura if it remains as is. However, the podium, or the second place, is not set in stone just yet for Sura, as Oradre is continuing to catch the Bosco Scuro Italian rider as they tick off the laps. We saw a moment there just for Jorge Navarro. That has put Cassidy all over the rear wheel of the Spanish rider on the forward machine. It feels like a matter of time now before Cassidy does get past Jorge Navarro, but they both have to watch out they don't lose too much then, because Kaito Toba, once again on the previous lap, was the only other rider apart from Garcia in the 1 minute 43s. And as a tech across the line now, into second gear they go. Cassidy pulls out of the slipstream, late on the brakes to come. Kaito Toba pops out as well, but even later on the brakes is Jorge Navarro, who continues to hold sixth spot for now. But as we saw in race number 1, Navarro's really starting to struggle with his tyres in these closing laps, while Cassidy and Toba just get even faster.
Moment for Cassidy.
Wow, that was very
I was
close
just
to
about to say some crucial championship points on offer for Mattia Cassidy. It seemed a matter of when, not if, when he'd get past Jorge Navarro. However, just a moment there has put paid to those plans for the time being, but it still seems he has better pace than Navarro. Navarro just using all of his experience really to defend the position. He's riding in P6, so big points on offer could mean that Cassidy remains at least in second position in the championship ahead of Alberto Sura. Here we will see what happened. He's just nearly got run into the back of by Kaito Toba as well, as he just kind of stood up very suddenly there.
Yeah, it seemed, I'm not sure if he lost the front. It doesn't look like it. Oh, did he maybe just miss a gear? Looked like maybe just missed a gear coming out of turn number 3. That checked him up, and also Kaito Toba, who did a really good job of missing the back of Cassidy. I thought from the other angle, maybe just thought Jorge Navarro was coming onto line, but from that it looked like he was stomping on the gear lever to try and get it into gear. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Maybe it's a technical gremlin that's now starting to play its head in on Cassidy's Bosco Scuro machine. On that previous lap, it looks like Sura has now just kept at bay Unai Oradri. On that previous lap, for the first time in about 4 or 5 laps, Oradri was slower than Alberto Sura, only by a couple of hundredths of a second, but with 4 laps to go, that can mean the difference between second and third. As we see Kaito Toba make a move on Jorge Navarro. Once again, Navarro has lost 2 places on this lap. Cassidy and Toba are coming through the field like a steamroller, and they've now got Eric Fernandez and Alberto Fernandez just in front of them. And on the previous lap, they were lapping slightly faster than the 2 riders in front.
Yeah, horrible couple of corners then for Jorge Navarro. He did his best to defend the position, but very quickly he's gone from P6 to P8 at the expense of some fellow experienced riders. Mattia Cassidy, of course, the Moto E World Champion, and Kaito Toba with, I think, 7 years experience on the Moto 3 World Championship stage before beginning his new adventure here in the Moto 2 European Championship. Now, Cassidy, he's got Eric Fernandez just ahead of him in his sights with, what, 3.5 laps ago, just under? Is there going to be enough time for Cassidy to bag himself a top 5? Back at the front, we're looking at Roberto Garcia, the number 31. He is now just a matter of minutes away from completing the double here in the Algarve and extending his championship lead. He became the championship lead with victory this morning, and now he's about to put a bit more daylight between him and the likes of Alberto Sura, Mattia Cassidy, Jorge Navarro.
It's been perfection in Portimão for Roberto Garcia. I hope you haven't put the commentator's curse on him there, Chris, because anything can happen in the last few laps of Moto 2. We've seen that with also Danny Munoz going down a few laps ago. Now, something that can happen in this race is who is going to finish second and third on the podium, because Unai Oradri on the previous lap was 0.3 of a second faster again than Alberto Sura. That gap is now down to under 1 second. Oradri has his hooks into the back of the Bosco Scuro of Alberto Sura. Is on for his second podium of the day and his third of the season. Unai Oradri is aiming for his best result of the season. He picked up 3rd place in Catalonia a couple of weeks ago. He now wants second with Roberto Garcia high and dry at the moment as it goes over the crest of the hill, down the hill, in towards Craig Jones Corner, spinning up the rear. A bit of a moment there on the rear, leaving another dark lane on the tarmac, but he seems undeterred, does it, the championship leader, who's going to extend his points over Alberto Sura to 19, or will it be 23 if Unai Oradri can get the better of Alberto Sura. Further back, we've still got the battle going on between Cassidy and Fernandez. Casadei's got the advantage to Fernandez, down to half a second, with Kaito Toba on for his best result of the season in 7th, just another half a second further back as we continue to watch Roberto Garcia come through the final corner, and the battle for second looks like it could be over and done with for now, with 2 laps to go. That gap looks like it's remained around about 1.2 seconds. We'll check as we come across the line. Roberto Garcia, another lap, he's ticked off. 2 to go for your championship leader, and the gap between Sura and O'Radre is back up to 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, too little too late from O'Radre, really, and Alberto Sura has responded in kind. So with just over under 2 laps and just over a lap and a half remaining, the number 31, Roberto Garcia, just needs to keep it clean and tidy over the next 6 kilometers or so, 6 or 7 kilometers remaining, and he's going to do a back-to-back win. It'll be back-to-back podiums then for Alberto Sura, with Unai O'Radre comfortably riding home to his 2nd podium of the campaign in P3.
Wasn't sure what quite happened there, but everything's all okay for Roberto Garcia as we continue to watch a masterclass from him. Just a Sunday ride for your championship leader, and got a fantastic style. The bike goes one way, his body weight goes the other way, just to counter the weight of the machine over the crest of the hill into Craig Jones' corner. And as we continue to watch him rack up a 2nd victory here today in Portimão, his 3rd of the season, adding to that stat of the riders that over the last 5 seasons who've won race number 1, won race number 2. The time that didn't happen in the last 5 years was 2022 with Alistair Squeege and Lucas Tulovic. Unai O'Radre getting a little bit out of shape coming out of turn 13 as he's trying to push on to catch Alberto Sura in 2nd place, but it looks like the podium battle is done and dusted for now as Roberto Garcia comes across the line over the crest of the hill, starts his final lap of the race for Moto2 European Championship, race number 2, late on the brakes, down the hill into turn number 1, down the gears and trips into the right-hander, nice and clean as you like, into number 2, late on the brakes into the bottom gear, right-hander, turn at number 3 before sweeping across the track once again. Oh, a moment there, I almost tucked the front. We're bigging him up for his 2nd race win of the day and extending his championship lead, and almost tucked the front, almost lost it, and Roberto Garcia, just take it nice and easy, Roberto, you're about to win.
Yeah, just about to say it was a flawless performance, but near flawless is going to be good enough for the Spaniard as he extends his championship advantage. A little further back we see some changes. It seems that Kaito Toba and Mattia Casadei have caught Eric Fernandez. We'll catch a highlight of that, but it's all about this rider now as he comes across the crest at turn 8. Yellow flags out as well, a little further back, not affecting the front riders. So Roberto Garcia, less than half a lap away into the final sector from becoming a 2-time race winner here at the Algarve. Pole, race win, race win. It has been the perfect weekend for the Spaniard.
He's really asserting his authority on this championship now. He came into the weekend just 7 points behind Mattia Casadei, took over the championship lead in race number 1. He's about to extend that to 19 points over Alberto Sura. Just 1 more corner to go for Roberto Garcia. He's about to wind the wick up through the final turn over the crest of the hill. He looks to his right, he sees the checkered flag. Roberto Garcia, a 2-time victor here in Portimão. A flawless performance from your championship leader as we see Alberto Sura holds on for 2nd place ahead of Unai O'Radre. 4th place, Alberto Fernandez, his 2nd top 4 of the day after his podium in race number 1. And who takes 5th? Mattia Casadei picks up important points for 5th ahead of Kaito Toba, who takes his best result of the season in 6th.
Yeah, a super classy performance from Garcia. If race 1 was electric and exciting from lap 1, this was cool and composed from the 2-time Algarve race winner, 3rd of the season and thoroughly deserved. He extends his championship advantage, and just as we saw, Mattia Casadei has taken P5. It's turned into a decent Sunday salvage job for the Italian, who will hold on to 2nd place in the standings, but he does lose ground to the rider popping a wheelie across the Autódromo do Algarve here in the south of Portugal.
Yeah, big result there for Roberto Garcia as he slides down the hill into the car version of turn number 5. Another wheelie for your race winner. So Unai Oradri waves to the crowd around the Autódromo Internacional Algarve circuit here in Portimão. That's his second podium from 3 races. And Unai Oradri had a really difficult start to the season. He's once again found his form. And a big kiss to the camera. He's come down the hill towards Craig Jones' corner. And a very solid performance for Unai Oradri. And we saw him in the hotel over the weekend in the restaurant, and he looked really confident, as did his stablemate in the STV Leglise racing squad, Alvaro Carpe. We won't talk, if you're just joining us right now, we won't tell you the result of the Junior GP results, but if you've just joined us, make sure you watch the stocks, which will be coming up next, and then go back and watch Junior GP, and of course European Talent Cup, and of course race number 1 of Moto 2, with Roberto Garcia putting in an incredible performance. What could have been without that mistake from Danny Munoz? He was slowly bridging the gap to Roberto Garcia, who once again pulls a perfect top rack Rasgatioglu stoppie and a burnout to boot. For the fans around this circuit, a very warm day. I'm sure that tyre has been put through its paces and absolutely abused out there, and it just, whatever tyre life it had left, it probably doesn't have any longer, as the marshals get a selfie with your double race winner in Portimão. Came under a bit of pressure from Danny Munoz in the middle part of the race. Munoz lapping a couple of tenths of a second faster for the previous 3 laps before he eventually tucked the front and crashed out at turn number 5. He did remount, did Munoz, but eventually a couple of laps later did pull into the pits. It's a great shame because Munoz was sitting 17 points behind Garcia going into that race, and he'll now slip even further back in the chase for the championship. Celebrations for Oradri and the STV Leglise racing squad after he's been weighed in Parc Fermé. And a kiss of the front of the fairing to Roberto Garcia's bike from Garcia himself. 40 points on the board for Alberto Sur, 2 second places today, which has been a great result for the Italian rider. No podiums since Misano before this weekend. Came into this weekend needing a big result. It got 2 big point scoring hauls on the board, but unfortunately for him, nobody could stop Garcia from taking the double. 50 points from a possible 50 here this weekend, and of course pole position and fastest lap, just to add even more insult to injury for the rest of the field. This was the race-winning overtake on lap 1. Garcia into turn 5. Took it from Alberto Sura, who led the race so brilliantly in race 1. Couldn't retaliate. I mean, we saw this moment on the final lap from Garcia, who almost threw it all away as he threw the bike from right to left on the way from turn 3 up to turn number 4. But thankfully, it was the only mistake he made all day, to be fair. It was 99.9% perfection from Garcia, just missing another 0.1. So to make an absolute dream weekend as he's embraced by his very hard-working team, the Fantic Cardoso Racing Squad, led by Luis Cardoso on the left of screen there with the curly hair on his phone, taking a video for, I'm sure, their team's social media. And what an incredible team that he has put together, bringing up young talent through the classes as well. As we'll be hearing from Roberto Garcia in a few moments' time, with Chris Jordan, who has found some shade down in Parc Fermé. Not getting that tan on just at the moment as Chris, but I'm sure he will be later on in the day. Roberto Sura looks absolutely spent from that race out there. It was a very hot day. Before the race even began, it was 32 degrees air temperature, 40 degrees track temperature, and they'll be needing lots of water in the system after that one. It's a stonkingly hot day here in the Algarve. Big wave to the camera, big celebrations. It will be long into the evening for Unai Oradri. Great day for that team, and multiple classes. As I said earlier on, if you've missed the day's racing action before now, make sure you go back and watch it once the Stock European Championship is done and dusted, which will be going out on track ready for a 4 o'clock local start, so just 25 minutes from now. So we see Roberto Garcia heading over to talk to our one and only Chris Jordan, who is down there with a Race 2 winner in Moto 2.
Yeah, we're just getting some last-minute pictures in, but Roberto, it's been the perfect weekend in Portugal for you. Pole, win, championship leader. Talk to me about your day and what it means for you going forward.
Yeah, the weekend is perfect. It's incredible. Incredible day, incredible week, incredible motorbike, incredible team, nothing. I am very happy. Next to Aragon, go pushing in the summer. See you to Aragon. I am congratulations for my team, Cardoso Racing, for my family, and thank you. Don't speak because it's very excited. Yeah.
Vale, ahora en español, por favor.
Ha sido un fin de semana maravilloso, la verdad que sin palabras, porque hemos estado trabajando muchísimo. En Barcelona no estábamos muy competitivos, pero aquí hemos llegado con muchas ganas, afrontándolo muy positivamente y sin palabras. Y la verdad que ha sido un fin de semana maravilloso. Antes de irnos al verano, la verdad que muy contento y a trabajar en el verano y nos vemos en Aragón.
Felicidades. Thank you.
Roberto Garcia said it was a beautiful performance in race 1. Well, he made it double beautiful in race number 2 as he got the whole shot from lights out, but was challenged into turn at number 1 by Alberto Sura, who did take the advantage, but it wouldn't last very long as Roberto Garcia challenged once again into turn at number 5. The Spanish rider would take the whole shot and open up a gap over Sura, who came under better pressure a couple of laps later from the 17 of Dani Munoz. Spanish rider with a late move on the inside into turn 13. Went one way and then the other, sets up Sura, and then Sura never saw which way he went. As Garcia led, it would be Munoz who would take up the mantle of the closest challenger, and he would eventually start closing down the gap a couple of tenths each single lap. As Sura consolidated his third position for the time being at turn number 5 and claimed another victim, and this would be in the hands of Dani Munoz, who crashed out on lap number 6. That put Alberto Sura back into P2, with Unai Radri taking third position, as he then started to close in on the Bosco Scuro for second and third. Further back, it was Ferrandez from Fernandez, and Fernandez made this move on Ferrandez at turn 3 after the 54 ran a little bit deep. However, it didn't last very long as the Finnework Racing Team rider powered past again. Bit of a moment there for Mattia Cassidy, almost tagging the back of Toba, but thankfully they were all okay. But on the final lap, Garcia had that moment and almost put him out of the race, but he gathered it all up to take victory for the second time in Portimão. An absolute masterclass in the Algarve sun for your new Moto 2 championship leader. Celebrations and a burnout to boot as he came into Parc Fermé to celebrate what's been an absolute perfect weekend in Portimão.
We call already representing the winning team, Fantique Cardoso Racing, David Agea.
David Agea, another member of the Fantique Cardoso Racing squad. Second time today, they've had another team representative on the podium to pick up the trophy.
Second position,
Unai Radri, second podium of the season. His second in the last 3 races. His form has really started to come good in this part of the season. A little bit of a lift there for Alberto Sura. But gingerly walking away, or walking up to the podium, is Alberto Sura. Thankfully, that didn't come into any problem for him as he picked up second. But your race winner in race number 2,
And
in
to handle the
Moto2,
trophy
Roberto
for the
Garcia,
winning
his
team,
third of the
Jean-Marc,
season.
Deneau, Vice President
Jean-Marc
of
Deneau,
FIM
Vice
Europe.
President of the FIM Europe, hands over the trophy to the team representative of Fantic Cardoso Racing. Another one to add
Jean-Marc
to the
Deneau
trophy
also
cabinet.
handles the trophy for the third position.
Unai Oradri once again stands on third spot, but he'll be very happy with his performance at this weekend. A fifth place and a third in today's racing for the STV Leclerc Racing team rider.
First Vice President FIM Europe.
Manuel Manjero, first Vice President of FIM Europe, hands over the trophy to Alberto Sura, who now moves up into second in the championship. 19 points off your double race winner from today. Roberto Garcia celebrates with victory once more under the Algarve sun. And once again, for the Fantic Cardoso Racing, we will hear the Spanish national anthem for Roberto Garcia.
And it's time for the celebration with
So we'll now have the celebrations ready for your top three. The Prosecco starts spraying Unai Oradri, the first one there, a soaking in the Algarve. It's a very warm day out there today. The top three not just give themselves a soaking, but also their teams as well, who've put in a very strong performance all weekend to get these three riders onto the podium.
The first three in the podium, please.
And the top three will be standing for another photo that will be getting hung up in the bases for each one of their team, especially for the Fantic Cardoso Racing, as Roberto Garcia has made it double delight here in Portimão. 19 points in the championship advantage for him now over the rider to your left of screen, Alberto Sura. A difficult day for Mattia Cassidy, his teammate, who came into this round as championship leader, but with a fifth and sixth place today, he has dropped behind Roberto Garcia and Alberto Sura in the championship standings. So, as proceedings come to an end for Moto2 in the Algarve, we'll be waiting 10 weeks before we see them in Jerez. But for now, it's Roberto Garcia that leads away into Jerez, ahead of Alberto Sura, Unai Oradri, Alberto Fernandez, who picked up a podium in race 1, Mattia Cassidy in 5th ahead of Kaito Toba, his best result in Moto2, really starting to come on song in the class now. Jorge Navarro, Harrison Voigt, he picks up his best result for a while in 8th. Marco Tapia runs at the top 10 ahead of Matteo Volpe. Those two had a DNF in race 1, managed to gather some points in this race. Eric Fernandez had a disaster in the closing couple of laps. He dropped from 6th all the way to 12th ahead of Lorenzo Furlon, Matteo Rato and Taiga Hara round out your top 15 points paying positions ahead of David Tori and 16th ahead of Charles Aubry. And your non-finishers, Brett Roberts, Danny Munoz, a big name there, and Francesco Mongiardo, who started in 4th, but a double DNF for the Italian rider. We hope to see that he is okay after his crash earlier on in the race. But this is what's done for the championship. Roberto Garcia leads away ahead of Mattia Cassidy, who does salvage second in the championship with that 5th place. 18 points behind Alberto Sura, with Jorge Navarro 37 points further back. Danny Munoz, after that crash, drops to 42 points back out of Alberto Fernandez, Unai Oradri, Taiga Hada and Eric Fernandez. Johan Gimbert runs at the top 10 on 41 points of Francesco Mongiardo. Matteo Rato, Harrison Voigt, he picks up some important points for his championship in 13th. Lorenzo Furlon and Kaito Toba has a great day. He's now moved up to 15th out of Marco Tapia and Matteo Volpe. In 18th spot, Brett Roberts on 12 points ahead of Ivo Lopez, the Portuguese rider who only competed in Estoril. Eduardo Montero in 20th ahead of Gianpaolo De Vittori, Maxwell Toth, Jacopo Hostwig, Charles Aubry and Shannon Inter round out your points paying positions in Moto2 European Championship in 2024. Well, Unai Oradri put in a perfect performance for 3rd spot, but it would have been Roberto Garcia on the number 31 that did take top honours ahead of Alberto Sura, who picked up a double second place in Portimão here today. But nobody could stop the 31 of Fantic Cardoso Racing's Roberto Garcia as he looks over his shoulder and wonders where everyone else was as he dominated proceedings here in Moto2. He now leads the championship going to Jerez in 10 weeks' time ahead of the Bosco Scuros of Matteo Cassidy and Alberto Sura. Can anyone stop Roberto Garcia, who's now come into a rich vein of form? Moto2 will be back in action in Jerez, but don't go anywhere. We've still got one more race with the Stock European Championship on the way next. Round 4 of the Stock European Championship takes place in the heartland of Portimão, the Autódromo Internacional Algarve, outside the port of Portimão in the west of the Iberian Peninsula. A perfect place for holidaymakers, sightseeing, and this weekend some two-wheeled action. After taking 2 victories from the opening 3 rounds of the season, Italy's Lorenzo Dalla Porta comes to the Portuguese venue 20 points clear at the summit of the championship. But with the 2019 Moto3 World Champion out of this weekend's action, there's no better time for his rivals to strike and take the upper hand as the revs rise for Stock European Championship. So the final race of the day, the Stock European Championship, are about to head out onto the grid. And if you've just joined us, we just mentioned there, Lorenzo Dalla Porta will not be competing this weekend. He had prior commitments in another series. So for everyone else that's chasing him down, which includes one of his teammates, the number 82, will be looking to challenge him for the championship, and he sits 20 points further back, the 82 on the Yamaha GV Racing squad. Mario Mayor will be hoping to take the advantage at the summit of the championship. So I just get a little bit confused and my headphones just broke as I put them on there. Chris Jordan, a very...
I'm not helping.
No, I wish you did. Come on, you're just sitting there cracking open a can of cola. But for now, we'll look back at what happened in Barcelona as I'll continue on with this broken headset. And it would be Lorenzo Dalla Porta taking the whole shot from pole position. But it was a scrap at the front with the likes of 44 making moves. We would also have Dino Iotto mixing up 4 abreast into turn number 1. And it wouldn't be until later on you'd have Dino Iotto dropping out of action with some problems later on. Almost 5 abreast into turn 1. We had the likes of Dimas Mihela, Dalla Porta, and of course Ruben Romero, Mario Mayor, all in this group. The GV Racing Yamaha squad of Dalla Porta and Mayor battling at the front, but they were swapping paint. Thankfully, they're racing the same machine, so the paint swapping was kept to a minimum. Lorenzo Dalla Porta put in a strong performance. Mario Mayor tried as he might, but it was Lorenzo Dalla Porta who took his second victory of the season and in Catalonia. But with him out of action, who can take advantage? So as the camera descends on Portimão, we see the hospitality in the middle of turn number 5. Great setting here. We're taking a track walk yesterday and we just saw how undulating this circuit really is and how these riders have got to push extremely hard all around the circuit. There's no respite for them whatsoever, even along the front straight. There's no respite for them here today with the weather. 32-degree air temperature, 43 track temperature. It's the warmest it's been all day. As we see, the riders probably used to very warm conditions coming from Australia. Archie McDonald take pole position yesterday.
This is my first pole in FIM JuniorGP Stock 600 class, and the team have worked all year and last year for it. I've had work outside of the track and inside of the track. It's just such a big position we've worked for, and we're finally there, and it's such a relief. But during the session, it was very hot and very windy, and I thought I'm going to have to do it regardless of the weather. And I went for it, and we put a time together, and I'm more than happy. I can't thank everyone enough here you know, in my team and at home, my dad, he works so hard and he deserves this more than anyone. But yeah, especially Angel Poyatos, NHK helmets, Cruiseful boots, Shark leathers, Joss Constructions, Hilks sunglasses. We've all put such this work together and it's finally arrived and I can't be more happy. Yes, it is my birthday. It's such a, I guess you could say birthday luck or a good birthday birthday present. But yeah, hopefully we blow out the candles tonight and we get some good results tomorrow in the race.
Pole position time of 1:45.758. His first pole in Stock European Championship for Archie McDonald, the Australian rider known as Archie Mad Dog McDonald. Not quite sure why, but he was mad out there on track yesterday, setting a scintillating pace for pole position and celebrating his 18th birthday in style. He'll be hoping to put the cherry on top of that cake with a win here today. No podiums in the Stock European Championship for the Australian riders. Best result coming in Valencia last year with 4th place. Look at the riders there. Getting some shade before the start of this race. And Chris, you were just down there. It is the hottest it's been all day.
It is toasty, to say the least. We're Irish and Scottish blooded. Our Celtic blood isn't quite used to this, I would say. However, probably less problems though for a Spaniard from the Iberian Peninsula, that is Mario Mayor. Strong season so far for the number 82, I should say. The 18-year-old has picked up a podium last time out. Just missed out on one in Misano while he had a P8 finish in Estoril. I would say for a rider returning this year, I do remember commentating on him on a number of occasions with yourself last year, Liam, and he was always thereabouts in the thick of the action, but never one of the front runners. It seems this year Mario has taken that step up and is running with the top guys in the stock class.
Yeah, he's made a huge step, as a lot of riders have so far this season, but Mayor is one of the riders who's made the even bigger step. He's still only 18 years of age, so a lot of riders come into this class really young, and this season there's over 30 riders on the grid, and he took his best result last time out, and he's really propelled himself into championship contention. As we were talking about, his teammate Lorenzo Dalla Porta not competing this weekend, so if Mayor takes victory here today, he will take the lead of the championship.
Yeah, big opportunity for a number of these riders. There's a 20-point difference between Mayor and Dalla Porta in the championship. Dalla Porta has been in fine form. However, unfortunate, 2 misses around due to other commitments. But you have the likes of Mayor, Iker Garcia, Verdoya, who's on screen now, Adrian Rodriguez, all who have shown some really good talent and speed across the season so far. But none of them have been able to stick a consistent patch, shall we say, together, unlike Dalla Porta has. Oh, hold on for dear. Get that selfie, though. Make sure to get the selfie first, because
almost taking off.
They nearly were Mary Poppins across the circuit. So, and you can see there, even more umbrella trouble. So, Borja Jimenez, he showed quite well in Estoril last time. Not last time out, but in Estoril 2 rounds ago, running with the top guys, but did drop out towards the end of the race. He'd be looking for a better return this time. He was P4 as well, actually, in the Barcelona round. So Jimenez, another rider who's looking to continue his development here in the Stock European Championship.
Yeah, second season in the class, and as you quite rightly mentioned there, best result in the class last time out in Catalonia. Returning rider for his second season is Dino Iozzo, and a rider that's had a little bit of bad luck so far this season. Always got a smile on his face, does Dino. Picked up 3rd place in Misano, a couple of podiums last year as well, including here in the Algarve. He'll be looking to make amends for the misfortune in Catalonia, and the wind out there is very strong indeed. You can also see in the background the trees are bustling away, and that'll make it extremely difficult for the riders around this Portimão circuit, especially as they come over the crest of the hill down towards Craig Jones Corner, and also turn 13 where they're at the highest point of the circuit, so easily the wind can blow them off course. And when you come out of the final corner across the start-finish line, Chris, we saw it yesterday when we were out on track, the wind is very strong on that main straight, as well as we see the Yamaha MDR rider in 7th spot. and a rider that is much younger than we think. He's only 16 years of age.
Yeah, Demis Mihaela had a great run out last time in Catalonia. He was out in front. One of these riders, it was a bizarre race almost in Barcelona last time out, because he's the likes of Ruben Romero, Mihaela, who came from deeper on the grid, leading. Mihaela was in that three-way battle with Mario Mayor and Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Just faded off a little bit, but still stuck it onto the podium. So the Italian rider, clearly one of promise, and as you mentioned, he is registered on our website anyway as quite young, just 16 years of age.
Yeah, incredible.
But has a big future. Jose Luis Armario, 18 years old, has been in the points, not quite every race, just missed out in Estoril, but when he has been, he's been inside the top 6. So another rider to keep an eye on here in the stock class, as we're just about 5 minutes away from lights out for the final race on what has been a really enthralling day of racing. Now, I must say, the wind is picking up. The crew on pit
that's a broken umbrella there.
are very much struggling to keep the umbrellas in place, as we just take a look at Tibor Erik Varga, the 17-year-old debuting here in the Algarve. It'll be interesting to see. It's good to see, as always, some Hungarian riders coming onto the scene. We haven't seen much of Varga as of yet, but we do see, I believe he was in the Northern Talent Cup 2 to 3 seasons ago and had some good runs then, if memory serves me correctly. But Hungary does offer up some good talented young riders, particularly in the Northern Talent Cup series. Iker Garcia, the number 11, sits 3rd in the championship with his Estoril podium, very helpful towards his current standing.
Yeah, a lot of riders in the last couple of races have really come on form, taking their best results. Some podiums, some top 5s, some top 4s, and the one at the summit of the field at the moment, Archie McDonald, starting from his career first pole position on the weekend of his 18th birthday, celebrated his 18th birthday on Friday. He will be looking for his first ever, not just race win, but podium here in the Stock European Championship. 16 laps lie ahead of us here in the Autódromo Internacional Algarve, and it's going to be 16 enthralling laps. If it's anything like Catalonia a couple of weeks ago, we're going to be on for an absolute cracker with Archie McDonald, the Australian rider who also competes in the Australian Supersport category, leading the Stock European Championship at Riders Away for the 16-lap Barnstormer in Portimão.
So with 16 laps awaiting us, it's time to take a quick look at the grid, and for the very first time, Archie McDonald will launch from the head of the grid in the Stock European Championship. He's joined by Mayor and Rodriguez on the front row. Then it's Andy Verdoya, Borja Jimenez, Dino Iozzo on row 2, with Demis Mihaela, Marco Garcia and Jose Luis Armario on row 3. Then Tibor Varga, Iker Garcia, Kilian Nestola on 4th row, then Filip Rehecek, Benche Kekles, Joan Santos on row 5. Francisco Ruiz is further back in P16. He's joined by home hero Gonzalo Capote and Ruben Romero on the 6th row. Then it's Rocca, Urustiegi, Del Olmo, Mohamed Bin Laden, Kilian Holzer and Neil Ruj on row 7 and 8. While the bottom 3 rows are headed up by home hero Gonzalo Ribeiro, Yeraisis, Declan von Rosmalen, Carter Brown, a replacement for Lorenzo Dalla Porta, Echevarri, Daniel Brooks on the 10th row, with Kevin Quintal and Massimo Coppa at the back of the grid. Massimo Coppa at the back of the grid due to a penalty.
The stock riders make their way round for the warm-up lap, and a couple of riders, some home heroes on the grid, some Portuguese talent in this pack as well. For the Australian fans, they'll be looking for an Archie McDonald victory, and his teammate from the Australian Supersport Series, Declan van Rosmalen, also competing in the field. Unfortunately for him, he's a little bit further back, and a replacement rider, as Chris just mentioned, Carter Brown, who raced in the championship here last year. He's riding the number 74 machine for the Yamaha GV Racing squad in replacement of your championship leader Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Picked up a best result in 2023 at the Catalan round, P9 there, and his best result last year was P13 at the Algarve. So Watch FM currently competes in the British Supersport class, and picked up his best result of the season in Knockhill 1 week ago. Very different conditions from the wet and wild Knockhill in Scotland to the sunshine and the very windy. Well, maybe it's not too different then if it's windy out there, but the sun is shining here in Portimão. Both undulating tracks, so Carter Brown, even though it's a bit of a bigger track compared to Knockhill, getting very well equipped with this circuit as the 30-plus riders make the way around the final couple of corners of the Portimão circuit. It will be the 69 of Archie McDonald leading them away from pole position. Can he convert it into his first podium of the season, or if his first podium in the class, or potentially his first ever race win? Mario Mayor, he's looking for victory here today to take over the lead of the championship from Lorenzo Dalla Porta, 20 points in it, with Garcia a couple of points further back.
It seems we have a little bit of an incident already according to our timing screens. A double yellow flag at turn 8. We'll see if that is a technical error or indeed someone has gone down on the warm-up lap.
Well, there we have
there
it.
we have, is it Killian Nestala, or it's Killian Holzler, who has gone down already. So we might just have a minor delay here as the last riders roll up. So, just moments away now from the sole stock European Championship race here in Portimão. The championship lead is up for grabs, as are race honours. So it's time to go racing.
Yeah, the green flag waves in the background, so we will get racing. And we wait for the red flag to go away from the front of the grid. Then the red lights will come on, holding them for a while. Maybe we're just waiting to see if the yellow flag's clear at turn 10, which Chris quite rightly pointed out. So far it seems like maybe we might get a delayed start here. The riders are waving hands and they're going, asking what's happening.
There we go.
There you go, the 57.
Killian Holzer has gone down, the Austrian rider. I'm sure we'll grab a replay of that if we have it, but that is an early disaster for Holzer. The double yellow flags, you can see them waving in pit lane, so will we have a delayed start? Sorry.
Well, I think that's turn number 7 rather than turn 10, which is coming up on your tracker, but I could be very wrong with that one. But yeah, delayed start for the stock European Championship class, but it's all, we never have a clean start to the stocks, do we? We've always
it's a delayed start. The teams are back out.
So yeah, it will be a 15-lapper for the stock European Championship. So disaster there for the 57. The bike is getting rolled away through the gravel trap. You've got to feel for the marshals
Here we go
out
then.
there. So what's happened? Replay going into turn 7.
Seems he has a look down. It might be a technical issue,
yes,
and that is just very unfortunate for the Austrian rider Holzer.
Yeah, such a shame there because, and especially as a rider, it's no fault of your own. The bike just cries enough, especially in the warm-up lap. You don't even get to start the race as well. So, yeah, big disaster there for the 57. But as the bike gets taken off the track, the riders will be waiting for the start of their stock European Championship race here. The teams are getting the tyre warmers back on to the tyres to keep them nice and warm because we'll be losing. I was going to say they would be losing track temperature, tyre temperature very quickly, but with the heat out there today, maybe there won't be too much. But maybe with the wind blowing out on circuit, it could be the tyres will be losing temperature. Hand over fist. So we will keep an eye on an update of when we will get racing. Hopefully it won't be too long. It's not too much of a clean-up job, just removing the 57 machine from the edge of the circuit. But yeah, we saw trying to get through the sand trap at turn number 7. It was a mighty job for the marshals, and already a lot of the riders have got those wet towels back around their necks.
Yeah, you got to keep cool any way you can in these conditions because it is very, very hot out there. I'm just checking the timing screens, and you might be able to help me, Liam. I'm looking for the number 22 of Declan van Rosmalen, because just like Holzer, it says he has stopped, it says Van Rosmalen is stuck out on circuit as well. Now that could be a technical area, not to set everyone into a panic, every Declan van Rosmalen fan into a panic. It's just what it says on the timing screen. He's due to start in P27, but I don't see him.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, look at all of the riders. They're going
Riders straight into the shade, and well deserved.
Exactly. It's a very warm day out there. I think you said yesterday, Chris, it was expected to reach 33, 34 degrees here today. We did see the highest so far was 32, so a very hot day out there. So new race distance will be 15 laps, and we don't have yet the time of when we will get back underway. Mario Mayor, one of the few riders not to take some shelter in the shade. He's as cool as a cucumber, is Mario Mayor. Doesn't need some shade to cool himself off before the start of this 15-lap race. If you've just joined us and you're expecting to see some stock European Championship bikes flying around at this Portimão circuit, we do have a delayed start because one of the riders, the 57 machine, stopped at turn number 7 on the warm-up lap. So hopefully we'll be getting proceedings underway very shortly. The riders are now making their way back over to the bikes after we just heard the klaxon sound just a second ago.
Yeah, just a slight delay then to the action here. Kilian Holzer, the rider, through no fault of his own, his bike just stopped working as he went out on the warm-up lap. Unfortunate for the young Austrian rider. It's caused just a minor delay here, but nothing too heavy. I'm still keeping an eye out for Declan van Rossmalen. I'm hoping it's just a technical error, but we will wait and see. So, a reminder then of the grid. It's Archie MacDonald who will start at the head of the grid from P1 for the very first time. For the birthday boy, celebrate getting 1 year older with pole position. Will he celebrate it with a podium later in the evening? Make sure you stay tuned with us to find out. Dino Iozzo, he's starting on the outside of row 2, the number 13. He's had a bit of a split from luck recently. He's crashed out while in promising positions. Just things haven't been going his way. But we know he is one of the reference riders in this class. So if he can just stick a bit of consistent form together, expect him to start racking up some podium trophies and perhaps even a win.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be great for him to pick up that first or second podium of the season. And with Dalla Porta not with us this weekend, it really does mean that the championship could get very tasty heading into Jerez. As we see in the background, a bike getting rolled off the grid. So another problem for another one of those machines. Not sure which rider that was. Hopefully they can get the bike fired up and either start from pit lane or maybe start from the back of the grid.
We thought the umbrellas were having trouble on the grid. I didn't think the bikes would have such an issue. But here we go. Klaxon is being rung around, sounded out around this circuit. We have 1 minute left before we go back out on a warm-up lap, and then we will go racing.
Yeah, another umbrella. I think it was Archie McDowell's one having a problem getting turned inside out, upside down, basically. So yeah, the wind out there is playing a havoc, and we're sure it will be a bit difficult for the riders, but they won't care too much. They'll be powering on through it, as they are professionals and the best in the stock European Championship class. So Archie McDonald on the 69 MRE Talent machine goes from pole position, the first of his career. The birthday boy, 18 years old, leads away from the 82 Mario Mayor, 20 points behind your championship leader Lorenzo Dalla Porta, and then Adrian Rodriguez, a former winner, I say former winner, a winner so far this season on the SF Racing 44 machine. So as the riders make their way around the warm-up lap, all 30 of them. We've got Yamahas, Hondas, and a couple of Kawasaki's in there as well. And Andy Vidoya, the first non-Yamaha, going from the second row of the grid. He'll be looking for his second podium of the season. Picked up his first one at Misano, and a brilliant performance around the Adriatic Coast circuit.
Around the warm-up lap we go then. Torre VIP, turn 5. 32 degrees, 43 on track temperature. And you can see it's 20 miles per hour wind out there. So it's certainly picked up throughout the day. And given the undulating nature of this Portimão circuit, it may play a role, particularly around, let's say here, turn 8. We're coming out of turn 8 down the crest of the hill. It's quite an exposed area, even through the final sector. But let's pray and hope that it won't play too much of a role and that the result will be decided by on-track talent. Here is the championship standings. Lorenzo Dalla Porta absent from the race today is your championship leader by 20 points over Mario Mayor. If Mario Mayor can get the business done today, he will become the championship leader. In third position, it's Iker Garcia, yet to win, but he has picked up a podium. He came P2 in a red flagged, restarted Estoril race, quite a dramatic affair, while Adrian Rodriguez, who actually won that restarted Estoril race, is fourth in the championship. He picked up no points in Misano, but has strung some good form together in recent races.
It looks like this time round the warm-up lap will be complete without any hitch, as the stock European Championship riders roll to their grid spots ahead of the 15-lap dash for the cash here in the Algarve. We roll past our commentary box window, and it's the number 69 of Archie McDonald, Australia's very own, and he'll be looking for his first win of the season, also his first podium. And you can imagine the Australian fans will be up and watching this one late into the evening over there, as Archie McDonald looks to become a race winner in the class. 3 top 6 finishes he's had, and P4 in Valencia, his best result so far in the class. So, as the green flag waves in the background, Adrian Rodriguez on the 44 on the outside of the front row. The red flag goes off to the left-hand side of the screen. We will have revs rising, the red lights come on, and we're about to be underway in Stock European Championship now. And it's a great start for pole position for Archie McDonald, but an even better one for Rodriguez. The 44 from third on the grid. He charges down the hill into turn 1. He takes the lead from McDonald, and it looks like Mayor potentially in third spot, but look at McDonald all of a sudden back into lead as Mayor. We've got a crash in the background, not quite sure who that was, but Mayor takes advantage of Rodriguez, with Dino Iotto challenging Rodriguez for third position. So for now it's Archie McDonald from pole position leading the way ahead of your second place in the championship, Mayor, with Rodriguez challenging for third, but late on the brakes we did have, was that Jimenez, Borja Jimenez on the 91, looking up the inside of your 13, Dino Iotto, but scurrying away like a cat at the front. It's Archie McDonald on the number 69 leading the way.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from McDonald after conceding the lead initially to Mario Mayor, who responded in kind and has shown real grit to get back out in front and open up a little bit of a gap now to the riders behind. Mario Mayor, we know, is a rider of pedigree in the Stock European Championship, as are Adrian Rodriguez and Dino Iotto, but it's McDonald now who's a couple bike lengths advantage coming into the final sector of the first lap. A little look over the shoulder there from one of the riders. I'm not sure who that was. I'm not sure why either. He may have spotted something on circuit, but race continues. McDonald, the number 69, leading the way coming around the final set of corners.
Yeah, so brilliant stuff there for the young Australian rider, celebrating his birthday on Friday, leading the way by about 3/4 tenths of a second. Then it's Mayor Rodriguez who have opened up a bit of an advantage over Dino Iotto. So Iotto on the number 13 machine. He's hoping for some lady luck in this race. Across the line, ticking off the first lap, it's McDonald who leads 4 tenths of a second from Mayor, Rodriguez, Iotto, Jimenez, Verdoy, who's dropped a couple of positions, Nestola, and Mihaela, who was in podium contention a couple of races ago, or back in Catalonia. He's dropped onto the outside, or down to the bottom of the top 10, as Iotto has dropped a position to Jimenez. So Jimenez up into 4th spot. Have frustration
very
there.
unhappy Ruben Romero there. One of 3 riders, it seems, to have gone down early on. Iker Garcia was caught up in this as well.
Oh,
let's get a look.
Goodness.
Oh yeah,
Rahacek as well in the 33 machine.
Rahacek, yeah, Rahacek, it seems, just into the number 71 of Romero. Iker Garcia, I'm not sure what it seems Iker Garcia has happened in.
You would never see a more frustrated celebration in your life. A clap of the hand and a tip of the cap. Oh my goodness me. Well, comedy gold that one was, but thankfully both riders are okay in that one, and they will be back to fight another day in Jerez in just a couple of months' time, as Iotto challenges Jimenez for 4th, as the top 3 are now scurrying away from the rest of the pack. McDonald, this is an inspired ride from the Australian rider ahead of Mayor and Rodriguez, as Iotto looking up the inside at 13. The number 13 takes the position 13, at turn 13. I say position 4 at turn 13, but you get 13 points for 4th position. So 13, 13, 13. Unlucky for some, not for Iozzo.
Very nice, Liam, very nice. So
Iozzo,
he can see the top 3 escaping, so wants to get on with this. Dino Iozzo does see himself as a regular podium contender. As we see, home hero Gonzalo Capote has retired early. Has he gone down, or has he had a technical problem? Either way, it's a frustrating end to his day. McDonald then, leading into turn 1. Mario Mayor has closed the gap to him a little bit, with Adrian Rodriguez just a little further behind in P3, but very much in contact with the lead too. So with 13 laps to go, McDonald, it's a big and tall order to ask Archie Bob McDonald to maintain a lead, particularly with the experience of Mayor and Rodriguez just behind him. So we'll have a look at what happened to Gonzalo Capote there. Crashes out on the right-hander. Disappointment for the Portuguese rider.
Difficult day in the Algarve for the home hero. But yeah, thankfully he was up and okay. These 3 are awfully scalded cats at the moment. Setting the only riders in the 146s. Now, we did bump into Dino Iozzo yesterday, and he did say that tyre consumption might play a part in this race, just like it did in Catalonia. And remember what happened in Catalonia? We did have a number of riders try and get to the front and pull away as quickly as possible, but they were the riders that dropped through the pack late in the race, as Mario Mayor is the fastest rider on track. Dino Iozzo in the background had a big moment coming through turn number 11, so we'll see if he did stay on the bike. He did stay on the bike, but Iozzo was out of the seat. He did start breaking that second group in 4th spot, so Iozzo, as we did say, we did speak to him yesterday, he was looking to conserve his tyres for later on in the race. Has he done that to perfection, as Rodriguez looking over his shoulder and realised he's got almost a 2-second advantage back to the 13 of Iozzo in 4th.
Yeah, Iozzo might just be playing the longer game here. He's running a lonely 4th as things stand. Maybe once Archie Bob McDonald and Marion Mayor start taking chunks out of each other, the South African Iozzo will see his opportunity to gain on Rodriguez and the podium positions. However, he does need to just keep a little eye, because Borja Jimenez and Andy Verdoya are following hot on the heels of Iozzo, just about 9/10 of a second between them.
Yeah, for Archie McDonald's teammate Declan Van Rosmalen, we weren't sure if he was going to take the start. It wasn't appearing on the timing screens before, but he has done. For the Australian fans, Declan Van Rosmalen is currently sitting in 23rd spot, so he's gained a few positions off the grid. But for now, it's his teammate that so brilliantly leads the way. He did come under a bit of pressure from Mayor into turn 1, but now it looks like Mayor is coming under pressure from Adrian Rodriguez. Jimenez and Verdoya, they do battle for 5th and 6th position, with Bent Kizek, the Hungarian, in 7th ahead of Kilian Estola. But will we have a move for position into Portimão corner? Not quite yet, but I think if we just see coming into the background, the 13 machine homing into shot a little bit closer this time round. If we look at the sector times, yes, Dino Iozzo was a 10th of a second faster than Archie McDonald, race leader, but 3/10 of a second faster than Mayor and Rodriguez in 2nd and 3rd. So Dino Iozzo on the 13 machine, the South African, he is now conserved his tyres, he's now gone up to speed, and he's now starting to catch a podium battle.
And speaking of that podium battle, it is still McDonald who is leading, coming over the line once again. It's a classy performance from the first-time pole sitter, particularly given that Mario Mayor, well, maybe I've spoken too soon. Well, McDonald does lead over the line, but for how long? Mayor sniffs blood. He sees an opportunity to make a move up the inside, but in turn, McDonald responds late on the brakes, and it's as you were coming out of turn 15 going in to turn 1. But just sound the Jaws music, because look at that Pink Panther. It's creeping up on the podium positions. It's Dino Iozzo, and he is just a couple tenths behind the podium trio now.
You won't believe this one, Chris. He was 1 second faster than your race leader, Archie McDonald, is there. He's not even just a couple of minutes back.
Sideways.
Sideways, Supercross style from Dino Iozzo, 1:45.961. Outstanding time from your number 13 Pink Panther, as Chris said. And well, he's homing into shot. It is now with him, so what can he do about this? Has he conserved his tyres as the other 3 and just in front of him have used up theirs?
Yeah, we've said he's been unlucky, he's had a fair share of misfortune, we've said he's fast. One thing you can also say, he is certainly not boring to watch. Dino Iotto going through sideways, speedway style. Takes a bit of a wider line there, but still is gaining pretty fast on Adrian Rodriguez, your race winner from Estoril. And it looks like it just might be a little bit of a matter of time before Iotto displaces one of the top three, the established order that has been over the opening 4 laps here in the Algarve.
So Dino Iotto's lap time on that lap was only a couple of tenths slower than Archie McDonald's pole time from yesterday. So that would have put him 4th on the grid, Dino Iotto, if he set that time yesterday. He did say they did get held up by Andy Vidoya's blowing up machine on his last push lap in qualifying, but he's setting up a little bit, just letting that air push him back, slow the bike down a little bit. He seems quite happy to be sitting there to conserve his tyres. He did say to us that he was doing that in Catalonia as well before the bike went kaput. So Dino Iotto is happy to sit there in 4th for the time being, because he did set another fastest lap of the race at 1:45.787. That would put him 2nd on the grid for today's race. So Dino Iotto, the Pink Panther in 4th position, is absolutely flying, and he's so fast he doesn't even want to overtake Rodriguez for the moment. He's sitting up just to let the air hit his shoulder, so it slows the bike down ever so slightly, and that just slows him down on the straight so he doesn't make the overtake. So Dino Iotto, with 9.5 laps to go, very happy to sit there in 4th, but maybe he won't be too happy to sit there for too much longer, because Maillard and McDonald, they look like opening up an advantage again. As you see a rider down at turn number 3, killing Nestola. Such a shame he was sitting in 8th position. And did he tag another rider? Another rider's gone wide there, so maybe he just got caught up in an incident with another rider there, Chris.
Yeah, unfortunate for Nestola. He will not see the checkered flag, but no misfortune as of yet for the top 4. And as you mentioned, Dino Iotto, 2nd on the grid with his last lap time, if he was to produce that in qualifying. He is absolutely flying. No other rider was in the 145s. No other rider has entered the 145s as of yet, and he is comfortably 145.7 so far, but just hanging back there. You can see he took 1.1 seconds out of Rodriguez ahead. He's just hanging back, maybe waiting for his moment to strike down the front straight. Particularly now you can see the front 2 riders are opening up a bit of a gap to Rodriguez, so Iotto says, right, time to close that down, but first I need to get past the Estoril race winner, Adrian Rodriguez. Rodriguez, though, is not going to have it that easy. However, there's little he can do as Iotto is flying around Portimão.
Absolutely inspired right here from Dino Iotto. He's absolutely a class above at the moment, backing it in supermoto style into turn number 3. It's an absolute joy to watch when the riders have got the wheels out of line, but in control at the same time. He's already opened up the gap on Rodriguez to about 5 or 6 bike lengths to chase down Archie McDonald and Mario Mayor. And as things sit right now, Mayor will be equal on points with Lorenzo Dalla Porta, but Lorenzo Dalla Porta will go into Jerez as the championship leader, having won 2 races so far this year, as Mayor hasn't won any so far this season. But quite brilliantly, Archie McDonald did set his personal best lap of the race in the last lap at 1:46.4. That was he was the fastest rider on track by a couple of tenths. Actually, it was actually Mario Mayor by a couple of hundredths that was the fastest rider on track, both in the 1:46s. But now that Dino Iotto is free of Rodriguez, what can he do? As you said, Chris, a lap ago, the only rider in the 1:45s. He did drop it in the 1:47s last lap, but he's already charging up to the back of the top 2.
Yeah, he's taking chunks out of the time and the gap to the top 2. It'll be interesting to see what his complete lap time is now that he has a bit of open air ahead of him rather than Adrian Rodriguez defending the final podium position. But back out front is still Archie McDonald leading over the line. He's led over the line on each occasion so far. I assume he will do it once again, but for how long? He's got Mario Mayor breathing down his neck, but trouble is certainly coming. It's a pink machine, the number 13 is closing the gap. So Dino Iotto last time around was back in the low 146. It's 4 tenths quicker than both the front 2 riders. So Iotto is charging and charging hard.
Yeah, the other 2 have got a big problem coming in the hands of Dino Iotto now. Archie McDonald led so brilliantly. If Mayor has anything in his locker, now is the time to strike, because Iotto will be climbing all over the back of the 82 within the matter of not just laps, but in a matter of corners at the rate of knots he is going at. So just behind there, 13, Dino Iotto. A bit of a moment there for Mayor. Archie McDonald, he's now opened up a couple of tenths advantage. Wasn't sure if that was maybe a mistake for Mayor. Maybe Archie McDonald has now just let his tyres come back to life a little bit. He's now pushing the pennies. We've got a double yellow at turn number 4. So that's the fast left going up the hill before drop down the hill at turn number 5. And here we are. Oh, that's Kawasaki in the middle of
Javier del Olmo, yeah.
That's a strange place to crash on the number 61. Comes out of turn at number 3, flicks it right before the left. And he loses on the front. Yeah, on the curb. Rear, front went, rear came round, and thankfully he is okay. We've seen in the past people crashing going into there, and it can be quite a nasty crash. But thankfully for Del Olmo, he's relatively okay from that one. But we'll get back to the front and we'll see the gap from Iotto to Mayor. Mayor hasn't closed back up on Archie McDonald, and Dino Iotto looks like he's maybe struggling a little bit to close on Mayor as we come across the line with 7 laps to go. Chris, we'll see what the lap times are for your top 3 now. Once again, across the line, a 46.5 for McDonald, 46.8 for Mayor, and Iotto a 46.4. So your race leader was the fastest rider on track.
Yeah, brilliant response from McDonald out front. He was coming under a little bit of pressure from Mayor. I'm not sure how much he knew about Dino Iotto, but he has responded in kind and put a little bit of a gap now between him and the riders in 2nd and 3rd position. Though Mayor looks like he may have just closed it up a little bit. Still though, plenty of racing left in this one. Mayor just happy enough to sit in behind by the looks of things as Dino Iotto once again sideways style through turn 5. I don't think that's a sight we'll ever get tired of seeing. A rider just going completely sideways, drifting his way around a circuit on bikes that are these fast and these heavy. It is a beauty to see.
Yeah, really poetry in motion from Dino Iotto. Love to watch riders back the bike into corners, and Dino Iotto's given us entertainment in abundance as he looks like he's closing ever so slightly again through sector 2, or through sector 1. He set the fastest lap of the race through sector 1. He was a couple of tenths slower through sector 2, but in sector 3 so far, it looks like he's closed right up to the back of your race leader and Mario Mayor, 2nd place in the championship, looking to take the championship lead from his teammate Lorenzo Dalla Porta, absent from the racing this weekend, replaced by British rider Carter Brown, who's made some progress so far, down the 18th spot. The young British rider, he's 2 places ahead of the other British rider, Dan Brooks, who competed in the British Superstock 600s a couple of years ago and finished 3rd, as we might have a change for lead now. Across the start finish line, 6 laps to go. Archie McDonald still leads the way. Dino Iotto pops out of the slipstream late in the brakes, and Dino Iotto doesn't even have to wait for the braking zone. He almost got Mario Mayor on the brakes, but slots back into 3rd spot, waiting to pounce another day. As we look at Andy Verdoya on the 25 team Honda Leglise machine, running in 8th spot. Been a bit of a subdued race for Andy Verdoya, the Frenchman, so far, after picking up a sensational podium in Misano back in the opening round of the championship.
Yeah, it's all about the top 3 riders at the moment, and they have grouped together once again, but McDonald still holds an impressive lead, and this is super stuff from the birthday boy who hails from Australia. Mad Dog is really gritting his teeth here and not letting anyone pass that easy. Now, there is still a long way to go yet. We're beyond the halfway mark. We might just begin to see tyre wear affect proceedings. So will it affect these top 3 riders? They have been setting a good pace, particularly Iotto has put in some really fast laps to drag himself into the right into this podium battle. But he is still just having a little look at the timing screens, and Iotto in the last lap was back into the high 145s. Again, the only rider to have entered into the 145s, and he's done it at least twice. So he is by far and away the quickest rider on track. But how much will that cost him? How much of that is going to come back to bite him if his tyres begin to degrade over the final laps? Well, we're about to find out as we're about to clock off yet another lap here. 5 to go in the Algarve.
Archie McDonald comes across the line, leading the way, but close as Mario Mayor, as Dino Iotto once again sets up. So he just loses out in the top speed ever so slightly from that 13 machine. Happy to sit there in third, but Archie McDonald is soaking up all of the pressure from Mario Mayor. Great response to the Spanish. Oh, a bit of a moment there. I thought Mayor was about to tag the back of Archie McDonald, but Archie McDonald doing such a superb job so far. We've not seen this kind of performance from Archie McDonald so far throughout his Stock European Championship career, but now he's come to the fore as an 18-year-old. His birthday a couple of days ago. He'll be hoping to celebrate that with victory here today. A podium is good, but a victory is even better. And Mayor and Iotto, especially after setting those 1-minute 45s, are climbing all over the back of the Australian.
Yeah, brilliant defensive performance here from McDonald. Mayor has had a couple looks while coming over the line, but each and every time it does look like the Spaniard Mayor is going to get ahead of McDonald, but McDonald just has the answer later on the brakes and always holds that advantage into turn one. Only you could throw a blanket over the top three as things stand. Iotto still looking for a way through on Mayor with what, just under 4.5 laps remaining. This one is bubbling over quite nicely, Liam.
It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the Algarve, and we've had some fantastic racing as well, and it's all getting topped off brilliantly with a Stock European Championship. 4 laps to go as we come through the final corner. We will be ticking off another lap. We have 1 lap less than we initially were supposed to after a delayed start, but Iotto gets the rear tyre spinning, gets it hooked up side by side with Mayor. That's close as you like. They're both slipstreaming. Archie McDonald, who is it going to be leading into turn number 1? McDonald leads away from Mayor and Iotto. Iotto slots into second, but Mayor round the outside. Bravage.
Iotto is
crashed
down.
out. Oh my word, he was late on the brakes, but Mayor even later. It looked like he might have just hit the bump and folded the front. Mayor was so lucky to get away with that, but it was such a shame as Iotto was looking brilliant. The fastest rider on track. Looked like he was happy to sit there, but pushed the front ever so slightly into turn 1, and down he goes. This now leaves 2 at the front and puts Adrian Rodriguez back into the podium position. Archie McDonald leading the way from Mario Mayor as Dino Iotto stomps away from his crash. Let's take a look at this again. Mayor later on the brakes, round the outside. Iotto on the inside, just there, hits the bump there, maybe even the curb.
Yeah, you can see the front tire just, or the front wheel even, just kind of dips in on the right-hand side. He was pushing a very, very tight line, Dino Iotto, and you could nearly see it coming. He was pushing the absolute limit there, and unfortunately for him, he found it and went beyond it. That means now it is now a 2-horse race for victory. Archie Bob McDonald has led every lap of this race to date. He's come under some serious pressure from Mario Mayor, but yet the Spaniard just does not have a way to break down the door, does not have a way to break past the Australian, who is having the ride of his life in front of him. They come around the final corner, ready to clock off another lap, which means there are only 3 more remaining.
Archie McDonald widening the wick up, but Mario Mayor even more across the line. Importantly, it's McDonald that still leads as they cross the line with 3 laps to go, coming to the scene of the crime 1 lap ago, where we saw Dino Iotto crash out of 3rd spot after making a move, or looking to make a move on Mario Mayor. That crash for Iotto has elevated Adrian Rodriguez on the SF Racing Machine on screen here into 3rd spot, looking for another podium in his campaign so far, and to close in on the championship leader of Lorenzo Dalla Porta. But it's Mayor who continues to hound the back of Archie McDonald. Archie McDonald just soaking up the pressure. They've both looked slightly better on different parts of the circuit. From this moment on, round to the end of the lap, McDonald looks like he's just got a little bit more than Mayor, but Mayor in the last couple of corners closes the gap back in and pulls alongside the Australian along the start-finish straight. With 2.5 laps to go, this is anyone's race. I can't even call it, Chris. I don't know if you can.
No, I cannot. And not often you can either. But it is McDonald who has led every lap of this race. It's all eyes on the victory fight. McDonald leading Mayor. Mayor, the rider with podium experience over the past 2 seasons, and 2nd in the championship, and ready to at least go equal Lorenzo Dalla Porta at the top of the standings. However, he is up against the birthday boy, Archie McDonald from Australia, who's on pole position for the very first time, who has developed into a quality stock rider, but just hasn't quite shown it this year so far. But now we are seeing what he is truly capable of in this class.
Once again, up the hill.
Here we go. Here we go.
Move. That looks like he might be in front across the line. It is. Oh, no, it wasn't. The camera being very deceiving there. Archie McDonald leading by 0.05 of a second. But do we have a move on the brakes? Down the hill into turn number 1. Mayor has a look up the inside, but McDonald sweeps across the front. Once again, 2 laps to go here in the Stock European Championship. A lowly ride in third spot for Adrian Rodriguez, but very important, 16 points and another trophy to add to his trophy cabinet for the 44 if he remains as is.
Yeah, but he might have problems coming. Last time over the lap, he was at 148 flat, whereas Demis Mihaela was behind him half a second quicker than the number 44 Rodriguez. So it might just be a little too late for Mihaela, but there might just still be some legs left in that final podium battle. But again, all eyes on the front, because this one is going to the wire. Archie Bob McDonald has led somehow every lap of the race, and a lot of them by a hair's breadth. But he has led the pole sitter, and he's putting in the ride of his life so far.
Yeah, great ride here from the young Australian rider. A lap and a half to go. Both back in the 1:47s that last time round, so the pace is really dropping off now with only a couple of laps to go. Archie Bob McDonald pushes the front into there, looks over his shoulder at Mario Mayor, looking to see how close the Spanish rider is, and he's right on your rear wheel. Archie, don't look over your shoulder too much. You've only got a lap and a bit to go to try and snatch your first race win of the season of your career, but so does Mario Mayor. These two are in contention to take their first victory in the class. Mario Mayor once again pulls alongside Archie McDonald. But importantly, that time round, it's McDonald that crosses the line in second, with Mayor leading it. So Mayor was at practice for this final lap, late on the brakes. Mayor takes it. Oh my word, McDonald round the outside, really pushing.
He's kept it pinned.
Wow, incredible stuff. Touching again, elbow to elbow. McDonald pushed out wide. Mayor takes the lead, and Mayor backs it in, goes slightly deep, but it's McDonald that has to settle for second. As Mayor, they were both aggressive, they were both brilliant, and Mayor is now charging away at the front.
It is elbows out in the Stock European Championship. Only half a lap remains, and for the first time, Archie McDonald finds himself outside of first position. Mario Mayor has timed it to perfection. Does McDonald have anything left in the tank? With what, half a lap remaining, coming through turn 7, turn 8. He won't see a move here. Will he get close enough then? Going into turn 13, you'd imagine that is the Australian's best opportunity.
Mayor has timed this to utter perfection in Portimão. He's done it again. He will be taking his first race win if he can hold it together and, more crucially, take over the lead of the Stock European Championship from his teammate Lorenzo Dalla Porta. But McDonald is not giving this up yet. They're both pushing on. The rear is pushing, the front is pushing. But for now, Mayor is brilliant at the front. Into turn 13 to go. McDonald is building 2 more corners. What can McDonald do? 2 more corners to go through the right-hander at turn 14. McDonald is climbing all over the back of Mayor, but Mayor has a big length advantage into the final turn. Who is going to be the fastest through here? Who will get the wick wound up the best through the final corner? We've seen it so many times, but squarely on the rear for Mayor.
Oh, here comes McDonald.
McDonald takes it. Wow, McDonald across the line for victory here in Portimão. What a stunning performance from the Australian. A new Australian star is born. Archie McDonald, the 18-year-old, the birthday boy, takes victory here in Stock European Championship from Mario Mayor. We thought it was all done and dusted with a couple of corners to go, but Archie McDonald didn't back down, and he crosses the line in first position to take his maiden victory in the class.
An absolutely phenomenal end to a brilliant day of racing, and they saved the best for last. Elbows out all the way on that last lap, toe to toe. Archie McDonald and Mario Mayor went, and look what that means to the number 69 aboard the Yamaha MRE Talent Machine. The birthday boy takes victory from pole position on a weekend he will never forget in the south of Portugal.
Archie Mad Dog McDonald, that was a mad cool performance from the Australian 18-year-old. And he takes victory over Mario Mayor, who now equals Lorenzo Dalla Porta in the championship. on 80 points at the summit of the standings. Adrian Rodriguez, he did come under late pressure from Demis Mihaela, but he was able to hold off and take another podium in the 2024 campaign for the SF Racing. Tibor Erik Varga, the Hungarian 50 motorsport rider, he rounds out a great weekend in 5th spot ahead of Andy Vidor. He managed to climb up the order late on. But would you look at that? Mario Mayor and Lorenzo Dalla Porta leading the championship, with Dalla Porta still leading the way after taking 2 victories to Mayor's at 0, but 2 double second places for Mayor. Just shows that Mayor has taken a massive step forward so far this season. Rodriguez, he moves up to 14 points further behind as well, with a very solid 3rd position for him. But my goodness, what an outstanding way to end proceedings here in the Algarve. Archie McDonald from pole position, he celebrated his 18th birthday just only a couple of days ago. He takes his first ever victory from his first ever pole position, and you can imagine that will just give him even more confidence to do the same for the rest of the season. He soaked up all the pressure from Mayor, and on the final lap, the elbows were out, the knives were out as we're pushing each other to the absolute limit. But as it came to the final corner, Archie McDonald had enough tyre left as Mayor got a little bit squirrely coming out of the final corner, and across the line they almost touched, but it was McDonald that held on to take victory from Mayor. Rodriguez, another brilliant result for the 44 on the SF Racing. 16 very important points for his championship. He only sits 14 points behind this man here and his teammate Lorenzo Dalla Porta. But just outside the podium, Demis Mihaela, Tibor Erik Varga, Andy Bedoya, Borja Jimenez, Jose Luis Armario, Juan Santos, and the likes running out the top 10. So, as we see Mario Mayor coming to Parc Fermé, you can't be too disappointed with that. He put in a great effort and just missed out. They left everything out there on the racetrack, but it does look a little bit dejected because he came so close, only missed out by 700ths of a second to Archie McDonald. He will be chatting to Chris Jordan and talking us through that final lap in a matter of moments time. Oh, so close, Mario, but I'm sure your day will come very soon, just as Archie McDonald has come here today in Portimão. What an outstanding weekend for the Australian. 2nd season in the class before today. 4th position was his best result in Stock European Championship. Many people would not have seen this coming ahead of the weekend. As he stands on his bike, greeted by his crew. He'll be running over to them. Just teasing them before he jumps into the hands of the team. And he's a very popular rider, is Archie McDonald, the Australian. And he's doing the Stock European Championship alongside his commitments over in Australia, the Championship, the Supersport Championship over there. But this was the big moment of the race. Dino Iozzo crashing out of 3rd position after setting a scintillating pace in the 145s. The only rider in the 145s all race. And he said, roll on to the next one. But this was the start of the final lap. Elbow to elbow down the front straight, elbow to elbow into the first corner. And once again, into turn number 2, 1, 2, 3. And he thought from that moment on, it was Mario Mayor's to lose. But this here, winding up the wick, Archie McDonald almost colliding with Mario Mayor, who seemed surprised to see Archie McDonald there. But that, as you can imagine, he would be, because all race, it looked like Mayor had something a little bit extra in the final corner until the final lap, when Archie McDonald just had a little bit more grip on the right rear hand side of that tyre, and it powered him to victory here in Portimão. So the top 3, they celebrate with their position boards and team photos, as there was a bit of hop, skip and jump from Archie McDonald over towards our colleague Chris Jordan, a towering Irishman who'll be ready to chat to the Australian of Archie McDonald, who will be overjoyed with his first victory of the season And his first victory in the class, the Stock European Championship race winner, Archie McDonald.
Cheers, Liam. I'm down here with Archie McDonald, who is feeling the effects of the heat, but the perfect birthday weekend for you, Archie. Pole position and then victory after a right old ding-dong battle with Mario. Talk us through that battle and how you're feeling now.
Well, there was one lap battle, but other than that, I put it in every lap that race. Constant sixes, I stayed there. There was two options, either push out the front gap. We didn't achieve that. Mario stayed on my bum, and he put a fight in the last lap like a smart person, but I was not giving it away that easy. Never in a million years would I give up like that. I want to thank my family, my dad, my team, Angel Piatas. We've put every day of work in this. All I can say is don't give up. It comes true. I've not given up for the last 2 years, and here I am on top step on my birthday. Thank you, everyone.
Congrats, mate. Well done.
Well, to say Archie McDonald is overjoyed would be an understatement, because he is absolutely on top of the world with that performance, and this is how he did it to take his first win in stocks. He got the whole shot from pole position. There was a couple of incidents further back with both not too pleased with each other. But leading the way, it was Archie McDonald from Mario Mayor and Adrian Rodriguez, with Borja Jimenez pushing further back in fifth spot. A crasher for the home hero, but thankfully he was okay. The top three pulled away from the rest of the pack. McDonald leading the way from Mario Mayor and Adrian Rodriguez. He was there in contention early on, but would eventually slip back as the race progressed. A moment here for the number 61 of Del Olmo. He crashed out. A very lucky escape for the Portuguese riders with Andy Vitória. He was struggling back in 8th position, but would eventually progress to 6th by the checkered flag. Dino Iotto, he made progress, the only rider setting 145s throughout the entire race. He closed up on the top two, but it was this moment here, with a number of laps remaining, as it powered down the home straight into turn number 1. It looked like he had to move done, but then clipped the bump on the inside, folded the front, and Iotto slid out of contention. As it began the last lap, elbow-to-elbow stuff from McDonald and Mayor. They both didn't give up, but elbow-to-elbow for the first couple of corners, and Mayor looked like he was about to take the win and the championship lead outright. But for the final corner, a moment for Mayor gave McDonald a sniff of victory, and he took it as he crossed the line to take his maiden victory in the Stock European Championship. A new star is born from Australia, the number 69, the newly turned 18-year-old on Friday. Put the cherry on top of that birthday cake with victory here in Portimão.
I call, first of all, the team representative from MRA Talent, Javier Cobos.
Javier Cobos from MRE Talent takes a step onto the podium to
Third
receive
position,
the
Adrian Rodriguez.
trophy for the winning team. Adrian Rodriguez,
Second
another
position,
podium for
Mario
the Spanish
Mayor.
rider on the SF Racing machine. Big cheer for Mario Mayor.
And the winner
Try as he
of
might,
the
just
Stock
missed out on
European
victory by
Championship here in
7/100
Portimão,
of a second.
Archie Bob McDonald.
But Archie Bob McDonald is your winner here today in Portimão. And it could almost struggle to get the words out with Chris Jordan down in Park Fermi. Overjoyed, he is not. On top of the world and over the moon, he absolutely is.
Team, Armando Marques, Vice President of the Portuguese Motorcycle
Mando
Federation.
Marques, Vice President of FPM, hands over the trophy to the winning team. And you can hope that'll be the first of many for the MRE Talent
Armando
in Stock
Marques also
European
handles
Championship.
the trophy for the third position of Adrian
Third place trophy
Rodriguez.
over to Adrian Rodriguez. And many important points for the number 44 in the championship. He's now just 14 points off the
Trophy
championship
for
lead.
second position, handled by Jean-Marc Denu, Vice President of FIM
Jean-Marc
Europe.
Denot, the Vice President of FIM Europe, hands over second position to Mario Mayor, his second on the bounce after Catalonia, and now here. You can imagine his first victory won't be too far away. However, he wanted it, but it was just Archie McDonald that wanted it a little bit more here today. He pushed on in the final lap so he could taste that winner's feeling as he took victory here today in Portimão. And for the first time in the Stock European Championship, we will hear the Australian
And it's
national
time
anthem
to hear
rang
the
out
national
across
anthem of
Portimão.
Australia in honor of the winner of this last race of the day. Congratulations. Congratulations for the first three time to celebrate.
For the first time in
also
Stock European Championship,
with
the Australian national anthem reigns supreme.
Prosecco
And
for
it
the
will be
first three.
It'll be bubbly time on the podium as Archie McDonald gets a soaking from Mayor and Adrian Rodriguez. And he gives himself one as well. Now, finally of age to drink legally is Archie McDonald. And he'll be enjoying that winner's Prosecco long into the evening with his team and family
Also,
down
photo
below.
for the first three on the podium, please.
But before he does so, before he can celebrate with his team, there will be
Photo
a small
for the
matter
first
of
three, please.
the top three getting their photo taken for all the news outlets around the world, especially back in Australia, who, I must admit, they would be very happy to have stayed up and watched Archie McDonald take victory here today. So, as the top three stand for the photos, we will be looking at the results in a moment's time, and the Stock European Championship will be back in action in about 10 weeks' time in Jerez de la Frontera. But this is how it looks in terms of the results. Archie McDonald takes his first victory in the Stocks ahead of Mario Mayor by only 700ths of a second. Adrian Rodriguez tried as he might early on, but dropped 10 seconds behind, but picked up important points for third. There was Mihaela. Tibor Eric Varga, the Hungarian, picks up his first top five out of Andy Bedoya, Borja Jimenez, Juan Luis Amario, and then Juan Registri, the Mexican rider. He rounds out the top 10 ahead of Francisco Ruiz, Neil Roig, and Manuel Roca, with Yeri Says, the Spanish rider, rounding out the top 15. Declan Van Rosmalen, the other Australian, just missed out on points ahead of Carter Brown on his returning weekend and filling in for Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Dan Brooks, a 19th spot ahead of Mohammed Bin Laden, rounding out the top 20. Massimo Coppa, Pablo Nicolas, and then Kevin Quintal rounding out your finishers for today. But some big names, including Dino Iozzo, DNF'd after an unfortunate incident at turn at number 1 where he slid out of third position. But this is how the points look. Lorenzo Dalla Porta continues to lead the way, but now equal in points with his teammate Mario Mayor. Adrian Rodriguez 14 points behind ahead of Demis Mihaela in fourth. Andy Bedoya 21 points further back, and now Archie McDonald, he's launched himself into championship contention, 25 points back with that victory here today. Neil Roig running out top 10 ahead of Jose Luis Amario. And Alex Millan. Dino, he also slips all the way down to 13th for the number 13. So maybe 13 isn't quite unlucky for himself, as he'll be pushing on in Jerez. Ruben Romero and Tibor Eric Varga picks up his first points of the season in 20th spot. Further down, Kylian Estola, who crashed out of the race, he's in 20th. And Carlos Vela and Giancarlo Ribeiro, who crashed out, the home hero, during the middle of the race. David Fabri and Manuel Roca. Yere Says, the Spanish rider, in 26th ahead of Massimo Coppa. Your points paying positions in Stock European Championship. Well, we waited all day for an absolute classic in Portimão from the Stock European Championship, and it was well worth the wait, as Archie McDonald put on a fine performance for his first victory in the class, and that may be him on the verge of continuing on to even bigger and greater things in the Stock European Championship. Thank you once again for joining us, myself, Liam Hodgins, and Chris Jordan, for a day's worth of fantastic racing action. The Junior GP Series will be back in action at the Circuit de Jerez Angel Nieto on the 15th of September. So all the riders, all the series, enjoy a summer's break. And Archie McDonald, your Stock European Championship winner, will be looking to do the same next time out in Jerez.